get out of this?
That's the wrong screen. That's right.
First one's always the hardest. And this one from here on out.
I don't know why it's doing that now.
It's in presenter mode instead of presentation mode.
There. Okay. We're not touching it.
All right, we're ready? All right, well, good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the four-year competition team for production home building. We have Penn State up today. We're going to allow for 15 minutes of presentation along with 10 minutes of judges debrief. All this extra time, we're just going to take out of Randy's Q&A because he's going to be going. So, all right, Penn State, you're up.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Center Homes executives. We are the Pennsylvania State University, and today we would like to present to you our community of Greenwood Estates located in Georgetown, Texas. First, I'd like to present to you our project team. I'm Emily Arnold.
I'm Kanae Sims.
I'm Sumner Hosterman.
I'm Eric Chang.
I'm Paris Pavlchuk.
And I'm John Bodenschatz.
Today, we would like to show to you how we've designed 116 homes to be located on one standardized lot size to make an estimated profit of $59 million, and why we believe that we, Center Homes executives, should buy this property and invest in this project. Through our Center Homes values of focusing on customer experience, long-lasting homes, and increasing quality of life, we believe that this is going to ultimately result in buyer comfort and well-being. Now on to market analysis. Located in Georgetown, Texas, we are just north of the city of Austin, being that it is there's many geographical features in the area, including many hiking spots and nature trails, as well as kayaking and rivers. Additionally, there are many restaurants booming in the area, as well as nightlife. Additionally, being that it is located in outside of Austin, Texas, it is in a much warmer climate with an average temperature of 85.3 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is a little bit drier. Additionally, there's much transportation in the area, as well as the capital area rural transport located directly in the city of Georgetown, as well as it being a heavily car-dependent city, but there is much access to public transportation that takes you into the city of Austin, as well as the airport nearby. Additionally, there's a much higher median income in Georgetown, being that it is right outside of the city, with many jobs coming out of the tech market, healthcare, and education systems. Currently on the market, homes are ranging between $300,000 to $550,000, with an average home price of $439,000. With this, homes are currently staying on the market for an average of 69 days. We are trying to target three markets with our product and design here. We are first trying to target some of our first-time home buyers who are coming outside of the city of Austin, maybe just graduating from university, and more specifically, some of our younger tech professionals. Additionally, we are trying to target some of our move-up buyers or second-time home buyers who are maybe commuting to the city of Austin or working directly in Georgetown, but looking to expand. Last but not least, we are looking to target some of our more active adults who don't necessarily want to live in the 55 and older development next door in Sun City Center, but are looking for more of an active lifestyle. I now pass it off to Kanae with product design.
All right, so let's talk about the homes that we are providing for our home buyers. Looking at our market, we decided on 4 different product types. We have 2 one-story homes and 2 two-story homes. Some things to know about all the homes is that we decided not to go with building basements. This is because the nature of the rocky soil conditions on site, we figured it was not conducive financially for the pricing of the homes. We also figured in terms of vertical construction and home square lot footage that it was still conducive to go without them. Some other things to note is that I'll mention having an option for a 4th or 5th bedroom in some of these homes. This is because all the homes have home offices in them, and we can have that option available for our home buyers to convert them. Last but not least, to accommodate for the car-centric nature of Austin, Texas, all our homes have 2-car garages. First and foremost, the Oasis. The Oasis, by name, it's a serene home. It's meant to really engulf that surrounding natural aspect of Georgetown, Texas. It's got a beautiful bay window in the back for viewing the natural flora and that nature, and it also has a nice flower bed in the front. The floor plan is very straightforward, ideal for first-time buyers looking for a smaller footprint, or those more on the retirement side looking for just a smaller home to retire in. The Rivera is similar to the Oasis. It's got a laminar flow that leads you from the entrance back to the common area, and this home in particular is inspired by the San Gabriel River nearby, hence the name. It also has a covered porch in the back, ideal for the Texas weather since it does get very hot during the summers. On to our two-story homes. The Chinquapin is one of our two-story homes. It's got a covered porch that wraps around the back, a common area, primary bedroom, and most of our primary bedrooms, as you've seen in the floor plans before, and including the ones to come, we have most of them on the first floor for the idea of aging and ready, and in this home in particular, it helps for the multi-generational aspect of the home. The Medina is one of our more grander homes with a central covered porch in the central area in the back, separating the primary bedroom in the more common space with a grand staircase to enter. In addition, we have customizations, as I mentioned before. With this, we have exterior facade designs. These are a couple of renditions, some options that our home buyers can choose from. Lastly, we have some home features that we provide standard and premium. So here's a brief list of what those are. We reference a lot of our home features from local suppliers like Champion Stone, Kent Home Cabinets to support local businesses and also help with lead time of our products. Now I'm going to hand it over to Sumner for site design.
During the site design of this project, we found this particular parcel to be very good for development, and that is in part because of the road design of this parcel. We were able to limit linear footage in this area, as well as provide 2 entrances, which will help aid in construction. We're also able to provide many amenities for our residents. That includes a gazebo, a rain garden, and serene walking trails. The serene walking trails help utilize that commercial section of the parcel so it won't go to waste. We are using a universal lot size, being 55 foot wide, which will help with our road frontages, and having a universal lot size helped us to get to 116 lots for this parcel, making it very good to develop. Now on to sustainability with Eric.
So at Center Homes, one of our main values is sustainability, and we always try to incorporate those ideas, whether both on-site as well as for the homes. And so one area that we want to look at is rain gardens. And because while we're not on exactly a floodplain, it is a good idea to introduce a rain garden because A, help with stormwater management just because we have so much additional hardscape, and also B, it makes that space that you can see there look a lot more visually appealing for those that have their rears against it. And here are some of the natural flora that we would use, and this is from the city of Austin, and this is just additional information that we would use to help with our rain garden design. And with other thing is the green space, and with our site, because there's so much limestone underneath, the idea is to excavate all of that limestone, crush it up, and then repurpose towards crushed pathways shown here. And all of that limestone is being generated through site development. And another idea with home sustainability is optimizing performance versus efficiency. And after inserting all sorts of different possible systems, whether it be fenestration, envelope, mechanical system, et cetera, into a system called BOPT, here are some of the outputs that we generated. And one of the things that we wanted to focus on is the MERV 13 filter. And because we are so close to an active, basically a mining site and quarry, we want to introduce MERV 13 filters because it makes the air a lot cleaner for the occupants, and it boosts the well-being of those that are living in this space. And now passing off to Paris for construction management.
We have developed a comprehensive plan to deliver our project both on time and on budget. Our project will begin on September 1st of 2025 and with a project delivery date of December 23rd, 2027. This includes about 2.75 years and around 33 months and results in 3 total phases. Our ideal average home construction time is based on a 5-day, 40-hour work week and includes 3 homes starting each week. Our budget is broken down into both vertical and horizontal costs. Our vertical costs include our home costs, which are between $295,000 and $376,000, or $89 to $106 per square foot, and depends on home type. Our horizontal costs are broken down into 7 different categories and result in about $9.4 million, including contingency and acquisition. Now moving on to project management. This graphic depicts the position, description, and salary for each member of our project team. Our phasing is designed in order to optimize efficiency, result in company goals, and also to mitigate risk. Our first phase concludes 32 homes in our first 2 model homes. Our second phase has 40 homes, and our third phase has 44 homes and the development of our trails within the commercial zone. Our phasing was designed to optimize construction efficiency by having separate entrances for both the homeowners and the construction equipment in order to mitigate the damage to roads and also optimize occupant well-being throughout the construction timeline. Now moving on to John with sales and marketing.
Alrighty. So to start us off on sales and marketing, we condensed our marketing strategy largely down to 3 key points. 1, obviously our buyers are choosing to live in the Austin area, not Austin proper, and so we're looking to lean into that rural lived-in feeling that comes with our development to help kind of emphasize the characteristics that might draw a buyer to our development. And additionally, in terms of staffing, we're looking to take on 1 full-time sales and marketing officer to help direct the sales initiatives and work with customers to help ensure a solid experience. And then additionally, they will in turn have the option to take on 2 part-time or intern staff to supplement that role. And then finally, our bang for buck category, so to speak. We're aware that our homes are towards the upper end of the market in terms of price. However, we believe that they come with enough amenities and utility to justify that price and provide a strong value for buyers. And additionally, in terms of our lot premiums, we broke them down as follows. Here we can see our lots with no premium. This is primarily due to their proximity to the entrance or an industrial zone above the site. Additionally, we have some zones that are slightly more desirable than those ones. However, they still have that proximity to the industrial zone and entrances, and so we don't believe they can ask too much more of a lot premium. Then we have some other lots here. These are in not quite the ideal positions, but they're in very good positions that we believe we could get a little more value out of. And then finally, we have our most desirable lots, these being close to our amenities such as the trails, the rain gardens, or having an open backyard. And then finally, as you can see, we have our QR code here, which you're more than welcome to interact with. That takes you guys to our online component, our website, where buyers can interact through there, and that helps cater to some of the more tech-oriented buyers in the Austin area. Additionally, we're present on various social media platforms like Instagram and Facebook Marketplace, and then again, a presence in Zillow as well. And then to talk about finance and risk analysis, specifically with finance, we're looking at an IRR of 24% and a net present value of around $6 million of added firm value by taking on this project. Our sales rate, we assumed about 2.75 homes per month, and obviously that ebbs and flows throughout the seasonality of buying, but that was our average that we used for projections, and then again factored in that 7% contingency. And in terms of risk analysis, we identified 4 key points. 1 is idiosyncratic risk. These are just the things that come part and parcel with any kind of residential construction project, and that needs us to be proactive in terms of worker safety, environmental concerns, things of that nature. Additionally, we have the sell-off option as well. These are decisions largely made at an executive level within the firm. However, we calculated should this decision be exercised, selling up to 50% of our lots, this would have an IRR of 30% and add about $1 million of firm value. We don't believe it's correct to exercise that going in and rather retain the option as the project progresses. Then additionally, we also have the political climate as well. With the administration change, there have been some shakeups in terms of tariffs and immigration reform. What is constant, however, is that this is going to be a dynamic environment for the next few years going forward, and certainly the duration of the project, and it requires us to keep a finger on the pulse, so to speak, to keep tabs on what's going on in Washington and in Texas as well. And then finally, interest rate risks. Obviously, we have very little sway to no sway over what the Fed does with rates. However, they have a direct impact with home buying through mortgage rates. And so while we can't impact them directly, we can keep aware of the going-ons from the Fed, be attentive to the reports, and then again, depend on that sell-off option to help keep the project viable should anything happen. And finally, back to Emily to wrap things up.
Ultimately, we believe that Center Homes should invest in this project because we believe it supports our bottom line as well as our Center Homes values. To summarize, we have designed for 116 homes with an absorption of 2.75 homes per month. to be designed on one standardized lot size of 55 feet by 125 feet. This is going to take about approximately 3 years, three phases over 2.75 years, and cost roughly $49 million, resulting in a profit of approximately $59 million with an internal rate of return of 24%. We would also just like to thank everybody who has supported us along the way. And thank you so much, judges, for your time, and we would now like to welcome any questions and comments. Thank you.
All right. Great recovery. I know how, nervous it can be, especially when you're not getting the presentation up in time, and it starts to get a little nerve-wracking. So definitely kudos to you for keeping cool. I love that. One question I have on the absorption, right? Paris, you said you're starting 3 homes a week. Starting 3 homes a week, but you're absorbing only 2.75 a month, so you're gonna have a tremendous amount of backlog. So I'm trying to figure out, like, one, why is that number so low? And is that coming from market, or kind of where did you get to that number versus a market that seems pretty strong and you could be a little more aggressive with it?
So I can comment on that a little bit, and this comes back to kind of the average sales rate. The way it lines up with us is that we'll be catching the market right around when we can expect to sell 3 homes per month, and then it will be as the homes finish, we'll be rising right to meet that peak in demand, and then obviously as demand increases, we can get some more inventory onto the market, and then again, it mostly comes back to that waving and flowing, and I believe in the pro forma documentation, it kind of highlights the particular metrics there. It ranges from anywhere to 1 to 3 homes per month, but that was kind of the methodology behind that.
Okay, all right.
Nice job. 50% of your net present value is lot premium. So how certain are you on your lot premiums?
I'm back at the mic. We feel pretty confident in it. Obviously, the homes have a particularly high value as well. And the lot premiums are aggressive, I will admit. However, we believe that we can justify it just insofar as we're targeting some of the higher ends of the market. That's where we found a hole in our particular market analysis, and so we're looking to fill that. We believe we can get that value, and we're pretty sure in it. And again, with the net present value, a large part of that comes down to kind of the effective discounted cash flows and whatnot. And so I believe we can stand with it through that approach, if that answers your question.
And just a follow-up, your financial model does not include incentives. Help me understand that in today's market.
I apologize. That may have been a lapse. Excuse me. As I recall, it may have been factored in somewhere, but obviously if that didn't end up in the pro forma, that would be our bad. I don't believe it would undermine the overall viability of the project. However, yeah, you would expect potentially to see some ebb and flow there in the net present value.
Thank you.
Hi again, great job. Following up on Randy's question, you state your buyer profile includes families seeking suburban living with larger homes and yards. I didn't see anything in the presentation or in the materials to show how the house plans fit on the lots to understand what kind of backyards they're going to have. And I didn't see anything talking about the school district in this particular area and how that will attract families.
Yeah, I can talk about the setbacks. So there was a setback. Could you go back to it, potentially? We did indicate the setbacks for the backyard.
Right, but how did I couldn't tell from your lot plans how deep the plans are.
It's 125 foot deep and 55 foot wide.
Right, but the actual house, like how does the house sit on the lot?
Right there, it's in that buildable area, so anywhere in that 43 foot and that 90 foot range,
So you're
that's
saying
where the
that-
houses can go.
that
Every
all-
house can fit in there.
Right, but so that would have a 10-foot deep backyard, or? maybe
Yeah,
am I-
but many of the lots are deeper than that, depending on which. Many of them can be up to almost 200 foot deep, depending on where they are in the parcel.
Okay, okay, thank you. And what about the schools?
Someone flip
I can comment on that. I believe we identified it was Georgetown School District. There may be some differentiation based on where the borders lie there, but I believe it was Georgetown School District. We identified that it was one of the higher school districts in the area. Obviously, they operate on the independent school district system, and so it may be difficult to kind of get some direct comparisons there, all else being equal. But we believe that it was a strong enough presence there in the materials that we saw.
Good job. It's not easy being the first one up there on a Monday morning. So I had a question about your staffing and the project management. So it looked like in your staffing you had pretty heavy staff as far as you had an in-house architect, you had a civil engineer in-house. A lot of those are outsourced. But what I thought was lacking is when you're starting 3 homes a week, you only have one person building them. Is that the case? It's in the, you had a construction manager, a project manager.
This is not like, this is just like listing each position. It's not a comprehensive list of the number of individuals allocated to each position.
Okay, because 3 homes a week, what's your construction timeline for a house?
It is 114 days allocated for each home.
Okay, all right, so that's a lot of houses. You would need multiple people to build.
Yes.
Yeah, and just overall, you can outsource architecture, you can outsource civil engineering. Safety usually is overseen a lot of times by your guys that are building. So some of those things you don't need to have in-house. Go ahead, I'm done.
All right, great job, team. I really enjoyed y'all's proposal. The visual blocking of how you put your proposal together was really readable, and I enjoyed that, so thank you. I did have a question. One of your consumers that you did mention the families with the yards, and but also active adults. And you were across the street from one of the largest active adult communities in the nation. So how do you plan to get that market share, and knowing that is such a big beast in the market?
So something, again, as you touched on, we identified Sun City as obviously a big player in the area. And I guess a more accurate would be kind of independent living. Obviously, not all older adults want to live in that kind of more structured retirement community, and we'd be targeting those who are looking to live outside of that, for whichever reason that may be. Obviously, Sun City retirees are obviously particularly active as well. But again, just those trying to preserve their independence, maybe have a traditional home model where you can provide more space maybe for relatives and whatnot visiting, and that particular angle. So if we had to distill it down to kind of one simple phrase, it would just be those older adults to whom Sun City does not appeal, if that answered the question.
Okay. I had just one note. On your model park, you kind of have it to where when you pull in, you see the back of your model homes from that main thoroughfare, so maybe reconsider putting them across the street, so when you pull into the community, you have that great visual appeal rather than seeing your models from the back. But that's all I had. Great job, team.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we're good?
All right.
Great job.
Did we run out of time?
Good job.
Good job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Be nice to the Aggies, right?
Why?
You guys ready? Yeah. All right, well, good morning. Welcome to the four-year student competition team for production builders. We have Minnesota State up, and we'd just like to ask that, you know, once the doors close, please stay in the room, please silence your phones. Please wait till after the presentation and after our judges' questions at the end to leave. So, all right, you guys got the floor.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Megan Pierce, and with me is Bryce, Riley, Gavin, Sam, Nate, and with us but not presenting are Dylan and Paul. And we are the Maverick Builders. We would like to thank you for taking this time to listen to our presentation on our Georgetown neighborhood proposal. We're going to start with market analysis and then move on to how we're constructing these houses, the design of them, how we plan on managing these properties, and ending with the risk analysis. I'm going to start with the market analysis. Georgetown is located roughly 50 minutes north of Austin, Texas, with 6 other cities within that 50-minute radius, with a population of just over 70,000 and a median household income of 87,000. Georgetown's population has been increasing steadily by over 10% the last few years, with an expected increase of 30% over the next 10. With over 175 years of history, Georgetown has something to offer for everyone. Georgetown features a variety of different healthcare options, including hospitals, doctor's offices, eye clinics, and dental practices. With its rich history, Georgetown has a lot of shops and restaurants all within a 15-minute drive from our site. Georgetown has a lot of golf courses, it has 10 golf courses, 9 parks, and more than 10 churches all within its city, which is a huge draw to our target market. We are looking to market towards people who are well established in their careers and work from home or are willing to commute to the surrounding cities. Over 50% of Georgetown's population is over 45 and moving into the second half of their careers. We expect Georgetown's market to continue to grow as Austin continues to develop. Next, Bryce is going to be talking about 3D concrete printing.
Thank you, Megan. So in order to build this neighborhood, we're going to be using a process called 3D concrete printing, which is additive manufacturing applied to concrete construction. In order to do this, we're going to be using the Maxi printer, which is developed by Constructions 3D out of France. It is a mobile, 3-axis, outrigger 3D concrete printer. The process starts by using a forklift to hoist material into the silo, which is then filtered down into a mixer, and it is a continuous mixing process where then the concrete is pumped out through the hose to the nozzle, and the structure is created layer by layer as the concrete is extruded. All of this is controlled by a laptop, usually in a storage container for weather purposes, and all of that is controlling the printer location, the print speed, and all the material information. The material we're going to be using for this project is Sikacrete 733W3D, which is manufactured by Sika out of Houston, which is great because it's close to our project, and it is a dry mix mortar as opposed to a real concrete mixture, and it has a 6,300 PSI compressive strength after just 7 days, and although we are waiting 10, that is plenty enough strength to load our roof structures onto the houses, and it finishes out at 7,250 PSI compressive strength at 28 days. Next, we have Riley with our product design and selection.
Thank you, Bryce. On our exterior elevations here, you can see that we're going to use water-saving plants and native plants as well. When we look at the home, we are not planning on doing any exterior finishes on them, except for the architectural metal roofing. We chose this because it's easy to maintain for a target market, as well as weather resistant. When we look at our interior here, we can better see what the 3D concrete printing will look like on the interior. We chose to go with no interior finishes, just to give that look and easy to maintain as well. As you can also see, there are curved walls that you can't get with your typical architectural and building methods that we get with the 3D concrete printing. And we understand that that some of our customers might not like the minimal finishes here, so we will offer the option of finishing the home the way the customer wants. When we look at our floor plans, we start with the Juno here. This one's our smallest, easiest to keep clean, also having a decent amount of bedrooms. The Juno, which is my personal favorite, has a 2-stall garage and a living family room there to entertain guests. Longhorn, which I think will be our best seller, has an in-law suite for our, when we look at our target market, we notice that there's a lot of parents that are getting older. The parents of our customers are getting older, so they will want the parents to come with them because they can't quite live at home themselves, but also not quite ready for a retirement nursing home type of deal. When we look at these customers, as well as the parents of these customers, we decided that they'd want an amenity center within the community that's easy to get to. When we were choosing the design of it, we decided to stay with the 3D concrete printing to match the homes that we're building and also allowing lots of natural lighting in. Some of the features of our amenity center will be a pool, pickleball courts, fitness center, meeting and activity rooms. Next, we got Gavin with construction management.
Thank you, Riley. First, we're going to start with our site design. We have a total of 152 lots, which our team decided on because we were trying to maximize our number of lots while avoiding the floodplain that you can see in the top left section of our site. This floodplain will instead be used as an open green space, which people can use for their pets or outdoor activities. Within this 152 lots, we have 116 regular lots, as well as 36 premium lots. These premium lots will be used to help fund our amenity center, with the additional benefit of preferred locations and/or bigger lot sizes. We also have 29-foot road widths, which will allow for parking on one side of our streets, with a 6-foot sidewalk, which will make our community more walkable so that our homeowners can get to the amenity center and the green space easier. Our site will be split up into 3 separate phases. Starting in the green section, we will be building 49 houses, starting with a model home and a second home, which will be used as our on-site office for the remainder of the project. These are both located right next to the entrance for ease of access. During phase 2, this is where we'll be starting our amenity center. We decided to start our amenity center at phase 2 because we wanted to use the additional funding that is starting to come in from our phase 1 houses being sold. And it'll also be a great opportunity, as it is located right next to the road, for potential home buyers to drive by and hopefully pique their interest to come check out our homes more. During this phase, we're also going to be moving our primary construction entrance from the upper entrance that you see up there down to the lower entrance. This was done to ensure that homeowners and construction traffic to stay relatively separate for the remainder of the project. And then phase 3, we will be using much of the same processes. We'll be starting from the back half of our development, moving to the front where the exit is located, for much the same reason, where we want to kind of minimize homeowner and construction interaction. Next is our construction schedule. We have a total duration of 38 months. We will be starting with site preparation and grading the entire site at once. From there, our critical path runs through our printers. We have 2 printers that will be printing continuously for 10 days, following 10 days behind our top slab, which is more than enough time for the top slab to cure to ensure that it doesn't crack under our printer's weight. We will also be having 2 subphases in each of our phases. This is done because of the warmer Texas climate. We want to ensure that our printers do not overheat during the warm months, so during these warm months we'll be printing at nighttime to mitigate the heat. Each of our homes will take about 71 days to complete, which we understand is a pretty aggressive duration, but this is not because we are switching from typical framing to 3D concrete printing. This is actually because of the substantial time savings with finishes and utilities. Our utility rough-ins can be done at the same time as we are printing, so you put the rough-ins in as it is printing, so you do not need to wait for the wall to be framed before you can put the rough-ins in. Also, as finishes, as Riley was saying, the 3D printed walls are a finished product, so we do not need the timely cost of finishing our walls and our exterior siding. We're also doing no floor finish, we're just doing a sealed concrete, so that means that the sealed concrete floor doesn't have as much time as like a wood floor would. Our amenity center would be 105 days for much of the same reasons as our homes are a short duration, and we will be doing weekly schedule reviews to make sure that we stay on track throughout the project. Next is Sam with project management.
Thank you, Gavin. So I'll be the senior project manager for this site. I'll be overseeing the large-scale finances as well as making sure we're hitting our duration goals. And then I'll also be there to offer just a second opinion for our on-site manager, Gavin, if he has a question. Gavin will be in charge of scheduling on a daily basis, as well as quality checks and city inspections. And he will also be ensuring that both our technicians and our subcontractors are meeting our compliance goals. Our safety standards are typical OSHA guidelines with an additional emphasis on our 3D concrete printing equipment. Our stormwater pollution prevention plan is mulch logs, silt fences, as well as stabilized rock entrances to prevent runoff. We will also be using erosion blankets to prevent runoff as well as dust. We will also have water trucks on site when it gets dusty to prevent any dust in there. And then here are the hard costs for what it costs for us to build a home. Our home costs are everything from utilities on, while our acquisition costs are what it costs to buy each lot, and our development costs are everything from clearing and grubbing, grading, and excavation and backfill. And then please note that our premium lots will cost more to develop and purchase, but that premium price will be paid by our home buyer when they pay the premium price. And then next up, we have Nate with our risk and financial analysis.
Thank you, Sam. Before I get into the risk and financial analysis, I want to talk about our sales and marketing. Our focus with our hands-on experience is to get our clients to look and feel what it looks like to be in a 3D printed home. We want to make sure that this is a comfortable place where they could find themselves living. Our product exposure is based off of Icon Wolf Ranch. It is a fully 3D printed neighborhood development roughly 20 minutes away from the project site, so it gives our clients a close place to look and feel what a fully printed neighborhood development feels like. Our advertising will be handled by our sales representative. This person is based off of a commission salary to provide the proper incentive to sell the homes, and they will be focusing on online sales and anything around the community to spread the word. Then I will be touching on the key financial points. This project is going to cost just under $61 million. On the left side here, we have our cumulative cash flow chart, starting with the $5.5 million land acquisition price. As our expenses increase, our Q4 is our highest line of credit required at just under $15 million. Then after 1 year, we will start to sell our homes, and at Q12 is our break-even point, and we expect to have a profit of just over $16.5 million with an internal rate of return of 22%. Each house profit margin is based at 31% for each home with an absorption rate of 16%. We plan to sell 4 homes every month with 24 homes in our inventory ready to be sold at any given moment. The next thing I'll be talking about is our neighborhood development risks. We want to be mindful of the current policy changes and tariffs that are happening in our current world. We need to be mindful of the long lead items with our procurement, as well as any additional expenses that are included with that. Our interest rates are something that can either harm our project or benefit our project, moving that cumulative cash flow chart to the left in our favor or to the right in a harmful way. The next thing I'll be talking about is the 3D CP related risks. These pieces of equipment required skilled labor. We need to have qualified print technicians on site so that they are delivering a quality, smooth, consistent print in every home that we develop. With this equipment, there's a lot of maintenance on these things. They need to be cleaned out once at lunch and once at the end of the day to ensure that the pumps are flowing smoothly. And with the weather, as Gavin had already previously mentioned, we need to be mindful of the hot desert, Texas heat. So anything over 90 degrees, we can't print during the day, so we'd have to revert to the nighttime if that were to be the case. And that is wrapping up the Maverick Builders presentation. I want to say thank you for taking your time to listen to us, and we would love to hear any questions that you guys have. Thank you.
Okay, nice job. I admire the risk that you took in presenting this type of product, non-traditional product. In taking and looking at that, what did your research reveal about Lennar's ability to maintain their pricing in their product at Wolf Ranch?
So we believe that they were able to do a good pricing point just based on getting the product out there. Icon is a unique case in the 3D concrete printing world, right? And we're taking a slightly different approach by having our development company buy the printers and then using that cost on an hourly rate instead of trying to justify buying the printer for just the project. It's saying, hey, we have 60 hours of print time per home. So we don't know how Icon calculated their costs or if that was a negative for them at the beginning, and they're going to move forward with more projects to make their profit later on.
The reason I ask the question is because my office is in Georgetown, Texas. And so I checked with Lennar, and they were discounting their house $100,000 to move it. So that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if they were moving it at cost or a negative in order to move the product.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Absorption rate, you listed as a percentage. Help me understand what that means. How can I convert your percentage to the number of sales per month?
Yeah, so we anticipated 4 homes to be sold each month with 24 homes that are ready to be sold in our inventory. So we just divided the 4 by 24 to give us the 16% absorption rate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just staying on that topic, what, you've talked about how Georgetown is growing quickly and you plan to sell 4 homes per month, but what data do you have to support that? What's the competition selling?
There is a development just west of the proposal that they sold roughly 4 homes per month. It was that big older 55-plus community that was just west of the project, so that's where we got that number. And it co-aligns with our build times and our overall rate.
I had a question about your staff. In your written proposal, you had, when you were discussing your 3D printing, you were talking about the team structure, which was 5 different teams: safety, quality control, material handling, the 3D printer team, and construction management. But then when it came to your project management, there was 4 people, but one of them is construction field team. So I'm kind of confused. Who's on your, who are your employees? Who's on your team?
Right, so we have, I think the field team represents the materials handling and the print techs combined into one, right? So that's the people who are actually handling the machine, and that could be the discrepancy there.
So they aren't employees?
Yeah,
They're-
because we're essentially, as a development team, buying the printers.
Okay.
And then we are doing a consolidated subcontracting where, like what Gavin said, was we can put in the rough-ins at the same time. We're gonna have certain qualified people that can do that at the same time, so, yeah.
All right, great job, team. Y'all had some great catches, like, the appraisal risk, right? This kind of product as well as insurance. So I thought the proposal was really well done. I did have a question in the hot months you were talking about using nighttime to print, right? So, being a consumer maybe that just moved in and having that sound and left my newborn asleep at night, I'm just curious how you're going to mitigate that disturbance to the people who live there already.
Yep, so the only noise realistically that the print process makes is from the generator. The printer itself and the printing process is quite quiet.
Okay.
But we can also install temporary sound barriers that face the direction of already purchased homes.
Got it.
Yeah.
I've driven through Wolf Ranches and Icon, and I just have one question. How do you hang a picture on the wall? I'm just kidding. You don't have to answer that. I'm just curious. I want to know. I've been thinking about this for like over a year. But
Yeah, no, it'd be the same as if it was a brick wall or
Okay.
anything like that. You just use a masonry bit or glue.
Got it. Thank you.
For sure.
Question on the printing. You have to clean it every 4 hours.
Yes.
If you're doing overnight printing,
Yes.
how do you manage that noise and that disturbance if you have to clean the pumps every 4 hours?
Cleaning the pumps is just washing them off with a pressure washer.
Okay, so it's.
Yep, it's just
literally
running
that
high
simple.
pressure water through the hose
Okay.
with sponge balls, and then the M-Tech mixer has a rotor stator that needs to be taken apart, and you can just pressure wash those off. That just needs to be done so that there is no chance of buildup because it is such a fast curing mixture. So yeah,
Do you currently have a job with Icon right now? Because you sound like an expert, so.
Seriously.
I mean,
I-
literally. I'm not sure anybody on the show floor knows as much as you know.
No, I do have my own consulting company, so I do actually represent a lot of manufacturers on selling their equipment and selling projects and stuff like that. So I guess technically I am an expert.
All right, perfect. All right, now I got more questions,
Yeah.
because I told you, you're going to teach us today.
Yeah.
HVAC, so looks like your cost that you have is just standard HVAC cost, standard heat pump cost. So what is there anything special about the HVAC for this product? That
Are you talking about like an R value?
No, just like, is it a high pressure pump? Is it a mini split system? Is it a standard heat pump? Like, and where is it located? Is it in the attic? Like, give me a little bit more of the specifics.
It'll go
on-
through the roof structure. So the roof structure is a traditional wood truss.
Okay.
I believe we did have pictures on that. It might have been hard to see with how this presentation looks, but yeah, you just load a traditional roof structure on the top.
Yeah, because you had a lot of like the post and beam stuff, because I think that's really popular in this
Yep.
this architecture, kind of that Scandinavian type of architecture on the inside, which
Yeah.
is really cool. So I didn't know if there was anything special that you've considered.
Nope,
You're basically using the
all
same-
MEPs and HVACs would be very comparable to regular construction.
Fair enough. And then bathroom finishes, obviously you're not tiling over, you're putting up some kind of furring wall, tiling to that. I didn't really have a good description or really an idea what you were doing for bathroom finishes. So have you taken that into consideration in your costs and in your
Yeah.
presentation?
Yep. So basically, the finishes would be potentially a backsplash, or as the concrete itself is weatherproof, of
Yeah.
course. We consider we don't have to put exterior finishes on it. But yeah, it all depends on what the homeowner at that point wants. I would say, in my experience, it's strictly 50-50. Some people love having just the 3D concrete printed finish, and some people are like, that's really cool, but I want XYZ.
But it's porous. It's weatherproof, but porous, right? So
It is not porous.
it's not porous.
Nope, it actually creates a exterior coating as it is printed.
Right.
That particular material you can actually print underwater.
Okay.
And that information actually comes directly from Noah Callentine, who is the Sika global representative for this
All right.
material.
And then foundation type standard slab, or using waffle
Standard slab
slabs?
with it's 4-inch, which is why we need to let it cure for at least 10 days, because the printer is on outriggers, right? So all the 5,500 pounds of the machine are put onto 4 little squares like this. Otherwise, if you could just drive it on there, it'd be fine sooner. But again, that's a common problem, as well as with people printing, they try to change standard practice, and we're not going to do that.
All right. Any other questions?
How did you determine the school district? You've got the school district as Georgetown.
Do you want that?
They have a public school district which is divided into a couple different like elementary schools and middle schools. I did look into that, and there's also a a private school that is in that
But
area
how
as
did you
well.
actually determine
Like where they would land.
that it would be Georgetown Independent School District as
There's-
opposed to Gerald Independent School District?
Yeah, so actually, it was kind of weird how it laid it out on like the actual school district thing. It had the Dell Web was part of that school district, which is a little weird because they're 55 plus, and so being right across the street, that would just be combined kind of as that, going to that same school.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're good. Great job. Morning. Welcome to the four-year student competition team for production. We have Roger Williams University up. We're going to do a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges debrief. Please silence your phones. Please don't leave the area once the doors close. Roger Williams, take it away.
Hello, everyone. We'd like to introduce you today. We are a Creekside Development Group, and we'd like to introduce you to Creekside Commons. So my name is Daniel Fontana. I'm the Chief Development Officer here.
I'm Sam Carter. I'm the Economic Development Analyst.
I'm Owen Leschek. I'm the Product Designer.
I'm Chase Colvin. I'm the Land Developer.
I'm Sean Berry, the Housing Market Analyst.
I'm Brendan Wiley, the Director of Construction Management.
Thank you, guys. So, Creekside Commons, it's going to be a 48-acre residential development in Georgetown, Texas, a submarket of Austin, Texas. It's located just a nice 30-minute drive from downtown Austin, Texas, a very convenient location. And here's just a quick project overview. We're seeking a $61 million investment for the construction of 189 luxury homes. This will be done over a 3-year period, and the average sales price for our homes will be $725,000. This project will net a 18.75% internal rate of return and also bring in just under an $11 million profit for our company. I'm now going to pass it on to Sam to do the market overview.
Thank you, Daniel. Now, Georgetown is the fastest growing city in the nation, seeing almost 10% annual population growth over the last couple of years. This growth is mainly driven by strong employment, mainly in Austin with tech and healthcare, also the quality school systems and the GISD, and a very appealing suburban lifestyle. Like Daniel said, there's great connection to Austin, just about 30 minutes. And the city is also, as of 2015, 100% powered by renewable energy, which is awesome. And the city is also home to Southwestern University, Texas's oldest college. Moving on, we've got Parks and Rec. Citizens have access to 46 parks and 1,100 acres of green space. Just a short drive downtown will take you to Wolf Ranch Town Center. Just around the corner is the most beautiful town square in the state of Texas. It is self-proclaimed. It's a great hub for shopping, dining, community events, all that good stuff. Like we mentioned before, connectivity to Austin is great. It's about 30 minutes via I-35 and Ronald Reagan Boulevard. Safety is also a huge proponent. The crime rate is just 12 in 1,000 people. It's much below the national average. Let's look at our housing market. The median home price is about $435,000. That is down from about $512,000 in 2022, but it is key to mention that this market is purely driven by fundamentals and is not all too impacted by short-term fluctuations and noise. The $18 billion in property tax cuts in 2023 by Governor Abbott is a huge proponent of this market. It saves every homeowner an average about $1,200. So time on the market is also up since 2021, although we believe this is mainly due to buyer hesitation. This doesn't impact demand whatsoever, but it's mainly driven by the changing interest rate market, and buyers are adapting to that environment. Now, in many places around the country, buying power is on the decline. In Georgetown, that's really not the case, as income is up more than 15% since 2021. Cost of living, cost of goods is only up about 13%, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. I'm going to hand it off to Chase.
Thank you, Sam. So looking at our site plan, we have 189 total units, and these units are divided into small, medium, and large units, with 104 small units, 67 medium units, and 18 large units. These range from roughly 3,000 square feet to 12,000 square feet. And looking at our site plan, these units are also oriented south, as South Light provides great design opportunity and opportunity for solar panel as well. Now looking at our small unit, Sierra Hearth, this is roughly 1,500 square feet, and it is a 2-bed, 2-bath, 2-story house that goes for roughly $518,000, and it has an open floor concept with a lofted second level. Now I will pass the microphone off to Owen, our product developer.
Thank you, Chase. This is our medium variation here at Creekside Commons. It's 2,200 square feet, 2-story house with 4 beds, 2.5 bathrooms, and an attached 2-car garage. We call it Benchridge. It starts at roughly $665,000, and it's a colonial style house with bedrooms on the second floor and an open concept first floor plan. And then our third variation here, this is the large, and it's also the least amount of variations that we have on the site. We call it Hopewell. It's 3,500 square feet. It's a 2-story house with 4 beds, 3 bathrooms, and an attached 3-car garage. This starts at $815,000. Back to Chase with sustainability.
Thank you, Owen. Now getting into our sustainability, here at Creekside Commons, we really pride ourselves with an efficient use of energy and resources. So in our design process, we started off by considering passive design to minimize energy cost as best as we could. And our homes also have up to full net zero capabilities with our upgrades, which are very large money makers for us. With these upgrades, you can upgrade to solar panels, geothermal energy, radiant flooring, and efficient water management systems as well. Now back to Owen.
So we have a wide variety of standard and upgraded features here at Creekside Commons. Typically, we love to incorporate the upgrades to create a better home quality for our customers. So we have optional interior finishes such as for the floor, walls, ceilings, kitchen appliances and bathrooms and so forth. The standard will be split coil air conditioning and then a radiant floor heating, as Chase had just mentioned. We believe that having radiant floor offers the even heat distribution all throughout the house. And I know it's typically not very common in Texas houses, but in the long run, we believe that it's more cost efficient and a better quality. And then lastly, all homes will be equipped with smart climate control systems to control the temperature. I'll hand it off to Sean for the target market.
Thank you, Owen. Here at Creekside Commons, we chose a target market of young families and young business professionals. We are going to be focusing on a more technologically focused marketing for our properties. We have a website as well as a social media program for the growth of our advertising, so we can make sure we have a really great system of information accessibility for people that are in-state and also out-of-state. We also are going to have public advertising in person on billboards as well as online, like on Facebook. Now on to Brendan.
Thank you, Sean. As I said earlier, I'm Brendan Wiley, Director of Construction Management, here to talk to you today a little bit about our project management plan for this. So first, starting off in the green in the upper half of that picture is 95 homes in phase 1 that will be built by our in-house construction manager, overseen by myself. And then in phase 2 on the lower half is 94 lots highlighted in red, which will be sold to private builders. But within their contract, they must sign on to building to the same plans and specifications as those designs that we mentioned earlier, just to keep all the homes uniform and up to code with those great designs that were mentioned previously. For our construction management team for this project, will be overseen by myself, but really will be spearheaded by our project executive, who under them will have the project manager and the superintendent. Supporting them will also be a safety officer. Safety is extremely important to us on this project, as well as a project engineer that will support all 3 of those roles in whatever ways are necessary to make sure this project runs smoothly and efficiently. Also, a big part of us is we like to use a lot of up-and-coming technologies and different technologies that help us run this project more efficiently. These include things like Procore, which will help us manage all the different aspects and really get information out to all the right people on this project. Also, Microsoft Project helps us to schedule and really project out what we're going to do over the duration of this project. We use things like Bluebeam, Revit, and Navisworks as well to model our homes and things like that. And then Assemble is an estimating software within those other softwares that allow us to do easy takeoffs and efficiently manage this project. Now we're going to get into our land development and construction schedule. So this kicks off on January 6th of 2025 with land acquisition, and then that starts off our permitting phase, which ends in early March of 2025, and then we move right into construction right away with our horizontal phase being first. That'll be all of our infrastructure, including the roads, curbing, sidewalks, underground utilities, get the site really set up so we can start building those homes ourselves, as well as selling those lots to those private builders and get this show on the road. Then we move into our vertical construction, starting with homes 1 through 30, and our first 5 homes are complete on October 6th of 2026. And within those first 5 homes will be 1 home of each of the 3 types. That way we can use them as model homes, which we'll talk about later in our marketing plan, but it really aligns well with that. And then our goal for this overall schedule is to deliver 5 homes every 30 days after October 6th, 2026. Again, with our marketing strategy, we have a lot of marketing within there that we think this is a good pace to get 5 new homes onto the market, get those sold, and we think we can keep up with that for the rest of the homes. As we move into the second third of homes 31 through 60, which will be completed in July of 2027, and homes 61 through 95 wrapping up in February of 2028 for a total duration of about 3.2 years. And then the single home construction duration is roughly 10 months. Now moving into our cost estimate. So for the Sierra Hearth coming in at 1,500 square feet mentioned earlier, the construction cost is roughly $296,000, and the cost per square foot is $197 per square foot. The Bent Ridge is roughly 2,200 square feet, coming in at right around $420,000 for construction and $191 per square foot. Hopewell is around 3,500 square feet and comes in just under $530,000 with $151 per square foot. Averaging those out, our cost per square foot across the 3 homes is an average of $180 per square foot. And those phases I mentioned earlier, with the vertical construction totaling $57.2 million, the horizontal construction coming to $11.3 million, for a total construction cost of $61.05 million. Now I'll pass it on to Daniel for our baseline performance.
Thank you, Brendan. So this is our baseline performance. Again, we're seeking $61 million. That will be all of our construction costs. This will generate an 18.75% internal rate of return, and it'll bring our company just under $11 million. So additionally, we have modeled some alternate circumstances that may happen, starting with our downside scenario on the left side. Something that may happen here is the Federal Reserve may increase interest rates, which will directly affect mortgage rates and limit the amount of buyers that are able to purchase our homes. That will just slow down our absorption rate. Also, something to mention, potential material tariffs. Those may increase our construction cost and just we're still going to make money on the project, but just a little bit less. That's shown with our 5.2 unit per month absorption rate. Then our middle scenario, that's our baseline scenario, the 18.75 IRR, and that was modeled with an 8.2 unit per month absorption rate. It's very fast, but we do have a large marketing budget, and we believe that we can get this done. And in our optimistic scenario, that's the 21.28 internal rate of return. And there, because we offer so many great features for these homes, we believe that the buyers may opt for more of those, and we just increased the amount of options by 15%, and that brought our IRR to 21.28. Finally, our cash flow analysis. This is a cumulative cash flow analysis, and our payback period begins in Q3 of 2026, and then we break even in Q1 of 2028. So we'd like to thank everyone here for taking the time to hear our proposal for Creekside Commons. We'd also like to mention in the top right corner, that's a QR code that links back to our website where you can see more of our marketing. You can learn more about our development and how we plan on selling these homes. So thank you very much.
Hi, great job. Thank you for coming. I have a question about your plans, your Sierra product, the 1,500 square foot house. I'm really intrigued by these really small homes. Do you have any data on comparable sales in the area of these really small homes? Because you're selling a 1,500 square foot house with no garage for $518,000. Are other people doing that?
So just looking at homes in the area, it seems that a lot of these very small homes are very marketable today, especially in an up-and-coming area like Georgetown, where we see many young families moving into the area. So that sort of informed our decision to design this small unit here, and we decided to go with no garage just to minimize footprint on the site, because at Creekside Commons, we really tried to prioritize sustainability in our design efforts.
And where did you come up with the pricing? I guess that's my question.
The price point was just taken from marketing trends in the area. I don't know if any of you guys have anything else to add to that?
Yeah, so we looked around at the neighboring communities, what the prices were going for, and we found that this, being a very up-and-coming area, that this was a perfect price point for like the entry of a young family, young professionals. We know that there's a lot of, the largest employers are the tech companies, so, and they're attracting a lot of young individuals, and we thought this would be the perfect size for that.
Thank you.
So good job, by the way. So I had a question regarding the pace. You say that your baseline pace is 8.2 a month. Did you look at the competition to see what absorption pace they're doing a month, what they're selling at a month?
Yeah, so we did look at them, and we thought that we know that 8.2 units per month is a little high, but that number also takes into account the vacant lots that we have on the land, and we think that we're going to be able to. We've identified some builders that we feel that we can work with, and they're going to buy them up pretty quickly because all the horizontal construction's done. They just need to go in. They have the plans, the specs, and also the building permits. So we feel that that's kind of baked into the 8.2. And the marketing budget, we allocated a lot of money for it so that they can really sell these homes as quickly and efficiently as possible.
All right, good presentation. A few things for you. So I'd like to circle back a little bit to what you were talking about earlier with the garage, right? The no-car garage. You have a no-car, two-car, three-car. Just more of a statement that, you have commuters, right? A lot of our target market is driving into Austin, and not having an option with the garage is a potential risk of not being able to move that plan. So just wanted to kind of reiterate on that. But when it comes to, I have a question on you have $54,000 allocated for a guard hut. So I'm assuming, is this a gated community? Because I'm just curious if that's like a fully staffed guard hut, and it seems like a lot of cost for this community.
Yeah, so that's for the construction cost of the guard hut. It is a fully gated community.
Okay.
All right, well, great job with your presentation. Quick question on, you said young families, you feel like this is a buyer you're looking for, but yet I don't really see an amenity. What are we doing for these young families? Are you thinking about a pool? And if you didn't go with a pool, what was the reasoning there?
Yeah, so a lot of our amenities are sort of built into Georgetown or the surrounding area. Like we said, we really focused on sustainability here and keeping utility costs and like renovation costs low. So like we said, we have lots of parks and rec, lots of community areas, and a great sort of homey atmosphere, especially in downtown Georgetown.
Okay. You also said that one of your strategies is to sell off the lots. What would you sell the lots to the open market for?
So we have that outlined in our proposal, but we do have it at, so we looked around at the vacant lots in the area, and considering that we did the horizontal construction aspect of this, they're selling at a premium. They're also coming with the plans and the specs. So we did a lot of the upfront work. I believe they're, I don't remember off the top of my head, they are in the proposal, but they're at a premium than vacant lots in the area because we did do a lot of the work already.
Okay. Speaking of premiums, what is your lot premium strategy?
Mm-hmm. So we do, let's see. So our lot premium strategy, we didn't include it in our presentation here, but all the ones that are on the outside and the larger lots, those are premium. We have 2 levels of premiums for this development. You know, the ones that just face the outside, the nice greenery, you're not surrounded by your neighbors. We did take that into account, and it's in our marketing proposal.
Yeah, I think I
Yep.
saw the total, but I was just looking
Yeah.
for each lot breakdown.
We don't have an exact lot breakdown, but we did it by like areas, like the different areas in here.
Okay, nice job. Let's look at land plan, your thought process. It looks like, if you look at the land plan, the collector that feeds the neighborhood has 2 different entry points. And you guys elected not to use those entry points. Can you see those on there? You see the 2 entry points? One south of the floodplain. One's just south of the floodplain. No, the cuts, if you'll look. You see that, and then up above it? Yeah. And so you didn't use those. What was your thought process on that? Because the city's already approved that, right, for access.
So we had decided to go with 2 separate entrances to have a more flexible circulation for drivers and commuters heading to Creekside Commons. So we decided to have one entrance to the north near that very busy avenue that runs parallel to the site, and then we have another entrance in the south that provides direct access from the surrounding neighborhoods and developments in Georgetown.
Yeah, okay. What was your markup or margin, either one, with respect to your options and upgrades?
So for our options, we know that we make a lot of money on the options. It's about 25 to 30%. That's what we found. We did some research and we found that that's what other home builders were.
Markup or margin?
Markup.
Okay. All right. And then you talked about builders that you were going to sell to. And
Yes.
these builders were going to use your plans to build their product. It was kind of a package deal. Name a builder that would do that.
So we did some research into the area, and we found that there were a handful, not like large name builders, but local ones that would be willing to, work with, because a lot of the risk is already done. They just need the manpower really to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Are we good? All right, great job, guys. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the four-year production competition team. We have ECU up, and we're going to have a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judge's debrief. During that time, I'd like you to silence your cell phones. Please don't leave the room until we are completed. ECU, take it away.
Good morning. We are Boneyard Development, and I'm very excited to introduce to you this year's Garden Falls Estates. My name is Shannon Ellis, and I am this year's site design specialist.
Hello, I'm Josh Miller, and I'm the site market specialist.
Hello, my name is Lance Agee, and I'm the high arc technician.
Hi, my name's Ryan Henderson, and I'm the project manager.
My name is Jamar Small, and I'm the construction manager.
My name is Philip Odo. I'm the financial manager.
Alrighty, good morning. We're going to dive deeper into the market analysis. Garden Falls is located in Georgetown, Texas, and our community is going to consist of 4 single-family detached home options located on 146 lots spread over 40 acres. We plan to break ground in March of 2025 with a full completion in July of 2027. Georgetown's population is just under 100,000, with the average age being 45, and Georgetown is roughly 53% female and 47% male. As you can see on the screen, Georgetown is roughly 45 minutes from Austin, Texas. Some top employers in Georgetown consist of the Embry Group, Airborne, and Amazon. Our target market here is going to be first-time home buyers, growing families, and empty nesters. Some local education options here in Georgetown is going to be the Jarrell Independent School District, which consists of 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. Some higher education options in Georgetown are going to be the University of Texas Southwestern and the University of Austin Community College. As you can see on the map, there are plenty of shopping and attraction located within 10 to 15 miles from Garden Falls, as well as 2 golf courses located within 5 miles so our residents can stay active. We also would like to mention that the Austin Bermstrong International Airport is about 48 miles, as well as the St. David's Georgetown Hospital being 13 miles. During our market research, we figured out that the average household income is roughly $111,000, as well as the average sale price on a home being $555,000. With that being said, we chose to price 2 of our homes at about an average price to compete with the market, as well as 1 slightly above and 1 slightly below to diversify our market. I'll be passing it off to Shannon with site design.
Taking a look at our site design, we developed 146 lots that are composed of 2 different lot sizes, the first being 120 by 60 and the second being 120 by 70. We chose to do the 2 different lot sizes to accommodate for our 4 different house plans. Taking a closer look onto the north side of our property, we decided to put our amenities in this area. And I just want to note that that shared parking lot in the top will be shared with our model homes and our amenities until those model homes are turned over, and they will be using the driveway on the front side of that roadway. In our phasing plan, we chose to break this land up into 3 different phases. The first one consisting of 50 lots, the second 54, and the third 42. During our 3rd phase, we will open up a construction entrance on the north side of the property to mitigate any disturbance during active construction while those homeowners are currently living in their houses from phases 1 and 2. During our geotechnical report, we discovered that there is a 100-year floodplain that crosses over into our land. We decided to place our amenities in this area to minimize home damage and the potential homes that can be affected. In those areas that it crosses over into the homes, we will add additional storm drainage, and all that storm drainage will be leading back into that retention pond. Our projected utility plan includes our water line, our sanitary sewer, our additional storm drainage going into that retention pond, as well as our fire hydrant space to Georgetown City Building Code. This is just a proposed plan and will be finalized by an engineer once our proposal is accepted. Our communities include a dog park, fenced-in dog park, a playground, as well as 8 pickleball courts, and we will have an entrance monument at both of our entrances that will be landscaped year-round and lit from dusk till dawn using solar lights. Our homeowners will have a list of approved trees and shrubs to keep a uniform but diverse look to our neighborhood. As well as our neighborhood, we are going to keep as many live oak trees as possible, as that's what's currently covering our land. And we will be landscaping with the red poppy flower, which is Georgetown's famous flower, and they have a festival for every spring. Our homeowners will be able to design their fenced-in backyard however they please. Next, I'll be passing it to Lance for product design.
So now we're going to look into some of the home selections within the Garden Falls development. Starting off with the Blue Bonnet. This is a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom home that sits at 1,800 square feet. Even though this is the smallest floor plan offered within the Garden Falls development, it does not take away from your luxury and your primary suite, as it still includes a large walk-in closet connected to your primary bathroom. This comes in at the standard sale price of around $460,000. Next up, we have the Cedar. This is a 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom home that sits at 2,700 square feet. This is our largest floor plan offered, and with that, it also comes with the largest second floor. With this additional space, we were able to provide each bedroom with a direct connection to its corresponding bathroom. This comes with a standard sale price of around $650,000. Next up, we have the Poppy. This is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home that sits at around 1,900 square feet. This floor plan offers our most luxurious primary suite, as it has a large wraparound walk-in closet that joins both the primary suite and the primary bathroom. This comes in at the standard sale price of around $500,000. And finally, we have the Sycamore. This is a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom home that sits at 2,000 square feet. This home has our largest entertainment space offered within Garden Falls and includes the great room, dining, and kitchen areas, which also has 2 openings to your rear covered porch that allows for an expanded entertainment space whenever weather complies. This comes at a standard sale price of around $530,000. We'll be taking a look a little bit further into the Sycamore using HiArc. HiArc is a rendering software that allows its users to take 2D floor plans and immediately receive a 3D render. With this 3D render, you're able to change things such as window and door size and shape, as well as an exterior material. Looking into the interior selections within HiArc, you're able to select an individual room and change things such as your cabinetry, your backsplash, even all the way up to the crown molding. Boneyard Development plans on using HiArc to change the dynamic of our potential buyers imagining what their dream home looks like to knowing what their ideal home looks like. Boneyard Development was committed to sustainability whenever planning out the Garden Falls development. We broke this into 2 major categories, looking at water efficiency as well as energy efficiency. Starting with water efficiency, each home includes water conserving features as well as flush reducers installed in each bathroom of each home. Moving on to energy efficiency, all appliances across Garden Falls will be Energy Star labeled, as well as there will be smart thermostat systems installed. That way we can mitigate the usage of energy through our HVAC systems. I will now be handing it to Ryan for project management.
Here at Boneyard Development, safety is one of our top priorities throughout the construction process. 2 of our main safety concerns for the area of Georgetown, Texas are fire safety and heat exhaustion safety. For fire safety, we will have fire extinguishers accessible on each job site, as well as pre-construction training sessions and daily safety meetings. To reduce the risk of heat exhaustion, we will have water coolers, as well as shaded break areas and daily safety meetings. We've developed a 4-tier mitigation plan with factors we think are most beneficial for the community of Garden Falls. These include dust control, access for new residents, site security, and our wildfire plan. Our construction team will consist of 1 project manager, along with an assistant project manager and a project engineer. We will also have 2 superintendents and a safety manager. Due to the phasing plan that we've developed for Garden Falls, our superintendents will be dividing and conquering, as one is wrapping up a phase, the other will be beginning a new one, and the rest of our construction team will be working on all active phases of construction. Our sales team will consist of a VP of sales, as well as an area sales manager and a community sales manager. Each member of our sales team will be available from Wednesday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We believe this time frame is most beneficial for potential customers, especially those with full-time jobs and families. Our sales team will be working out of the garages of our model homes, which will later be converted and sold with the rest of the houses. Our sales team will also be highly trained in HiArc to help best fit our customers with their future homes. We'll be utilizing social media as our main form of marketing for Garden Falls. Using platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, and Pinterest, we'll gain exposure to the community, as well as posting advertisements on selling sites such as Zillow. Each of these platforms will take customers to our website. This will feature each of our housing plans as well as upgrade packages, and here customers can be directly connected to our sales team. I'll now be passing it to Jamar for construction management.
Taking a look here at our schedule overview, we are planned to have a total duration of 28 months for our project, with each phase lasting approximately 11 months. We are planning to break ground March 3rd, 2025, and this phase is going to be followed by phase 2, which is going to start prior to the completion of phase 1, with it starting at the 20th of November 2025. We have them overlapping and not start to finish in order to have our subcontractors always on site having work. We do not want to risk our subcontractors getting sent to a different job and not being able to get them back when we need them. Moving from phase 2, phase 3 will also start prior to the end of phase 2, and it will start on the 25th of August 2027 with the completion of the 12th of July 2027. Taking a look at our estimate overview, we have broken our estimate into 8 sections. Our largest section being our land costs, coming in at $5.5 million, with everything totaled up to be around $9,600,000. We have 3 exit strategies prepared for our project. Our first strategy being that we will complete construction on all the homes that we've already broken ground on and then sell that remaining land out. Our second strategy is to complete the remaining phase and then sell the remaining land. And our third exit strategy will be to pitch and bid the land to outside developers and then sell that off. I will now be passing it on to Philip for the financial and risk analysis.
Now moving into our individual home estimates, Boneyard Development has divided the costs of construction into separate categories, starting off as foundations, framing, exterior, mechanical, interior, concrete, electrical, landscaping, and specialities. Starting off with the Sycamore at 2,006 square feet, we have a lot cost of $75,000, construction costs of $450,000, a market cost of 6%, and a profit margin of 12%. These percentages will stay the same for each home estimate. We have a total sales cost of $534,000, or $266 per square foot. Next up, we have the Poppy, sitting at 1,911 square feet. We have a lot cost of $64,000, construction cost $420,000, and a sales cost of $500,000, or $262 per square foot. Next up, we have the Bluebonnet, sitting at 1,755 square feet. We have a lot cost of $64,000, construction costs of $390,000, a sales cost of $463,000, or $264 per square foot. Next up, we have the Cedar, sitting at 2,600 square feet. We have a lot cost of $75,000, a construction cost of $545,000, and a sales cost of $650,000, or $242 per square foot. Boneyard Development expects a break-even point of 11 months, a net profit of $6 million, and an IRR of 16%. Ambitiously, we expect an IRR of 23%, and more conservatively, an IRR of 11%. We also expect a net profit of 9.2% and a gross sales revenue of $86 million. Boneyard Development thanks you for your time and consideration of the Bluebonnet development. Thank you.
Good job. I did have a question about your absorption pace and the competition. Did you look at the competition around the area to see what they were selling and how fast they were selling, what their pace was a month, in order to justify that you have 5 to 6 sales a month?
We did do that. In our proposal, it does state what the time period was. In the market analysis, it should state what our time period was for the average sale of homes in communities around us. We did not include it in this presentation.
Okay. I did not see anything about it in your proposal, but just FYI. So something that's probably one of the most important things to justify that you're going to do what you say you're going to do in any proposal is to show what the competition is doing. So you might be selling yourself short. There might be competition that's selling 7 homes a month, and you're saying you're only going to do 5. Or they might only be selling 2, and you say you're going to be doing 5. So that is a really important component to any proposal when it comes to a big, a deal like this, is just making sure that you're looking at the competition to justify your sales pace, and we talk it by a number per month, so absorption pace per month. Just feel free to.
All right, great job, team. I really enjoyed y'all's elevations on your product. I think they were done really well. Actually, I did have a question. And one of the pieces of this proposal, the ask was to, figure out a strategy of what you could potentially sell lots over to a different builder. So what price point are you selling lots to other builders for in that scenario? How much are you going to sell them per lot? What's the cost?
We're selling our lots for roughly about between $76,000 and $84,000, and that was done through our market research. That was just the competitive lot sale price that we had found.
Okay. Are you going to make money off of those sales?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I believe that the lots, all the land was about, I want to say $55,000 per lot is what we would pay, and we would ultimately make a $20,000 to $25,000 profit off of each lot.
Okay. Just keep in mind consideration of, that purchase price of the land as well as that development cost when you're pricing that out. And last thing I would just kind of say is kind of statement, Del Webb, which is next door, right, the big piece, it's kind of misspelled as DLLWEB. It's a Pulte Group company too, so just be cautious of your spelling, all right? Sorry. Great job, team.
Yeah, awesome presentation. Love the product. I think it set up nice. I think it looked really well. It looked great. Question on the amenities. I didn't see in the proposal, but I saw in the presentation you had $253,000 allocated for your amenity budget. Is that accurate? Yep. I think you're about a little low. You're probably more in like the 1.2 range for the amenities that you're suggesting. So just be careful. I know you want a lot of amenities, but make sure you price them right, because that's really going to affect a lot of the other stuff downstream. The construction entrance, it looks like it's coming in through the commercial piece.
Yes.
Has that been approved? Do you know? Is that something that you would have to?
That would just be a suggested plan. That would kind of go along with our proposed utility plan.
Okay.
Again, that needs to be approved by the engineer, but because we originally had that land and then that commercial land was cut out, in our beginning, we did assume that we would have access to that land for construction,
Okay.
even though we are not currently developing on it with our homes.
Okay, fair enough. And then the last one is, it looks like you have 5 closings. Your first five closings are scheduled in December. That's not a good month to have for your first 5 closings. Find a different way to start, and then front load your sales and your closing strategies based off of seasonality. Seasonality is a big thing in our business. Make sure if it's your first 5 closings that you've sold through Q4, make sure they close in January, and then you have stuff that's closing in the first 4 months of the year. You're front loading your schedules, and that makes the rest of your year play out a lot easier. So that's it.
Thank you.
Nice presentation. I thought overall it was very positive. Let's look at land development. Are you phasing the land development in 3 phases?
Our horizontal construction it was meant to take place prior to breaking ground on the actual construction of homes. However, like the finishes for our horizontal construction, those will be saved for that particular phase. So we won't do everything first, but we'll leave some to be done with the construction of houses.
And is there a reason why you're just not developing the whole thing at one time?
That way we can go ahead and get our houses started. We want to go ahead and get our houses started and build, and then we can worry about our roads and everything for the other phases prior to that.
So with the floodplain, you had a pretty unique system of drainage, and then you built houses on top of that. is there an easement for that drainage facility to be located in so it can be maintained?
I am not sure the exact answer to that. Again, that would be something that would have to be approved by the engineer once the phase of construction and that utility plan is approved.
Okay,
That extra storm drainage, our proposed plan, that will obviously be reviewed by the engineer, and any changes will be made that is necessary.
all right, and then pricing strategy. The last three digits of your price are, I consider them to be unique. And so I'm curious how you chose your pricing strategy. Like one of them ends in 140, I mean, you see what I'm talking
Is
about?
that the home prices?
The home prices, what you're gonna sell them for.
Yeah, so those home prices, they are just a ballpark estimate, and I believe whenever I go through those house plans, I'm saying around or something like that, starting with those like $460,000, and I believe it was around 462 maybe. But for the actual estimate, showing the proof of concept through the lot cost, adding it to the land and construction, giving you that $389,000, and then adding our sales and marketing on top of that. Those, of course, just come straight from percentages. That's how we're ending up with those strange numbers.
So
They
your
could be rounded.
margin pricing versus market pricing.
Yeah, so they will be rounded up to even out those numbers to show.
Your margin pricing versus market pricing. You're determining your price based upon the margin that you want to make.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So my suggestion is, to you, is the market determines the price, and this is my opinion from doing it for 5 decades. I like to end in 990.
Yep.
The reason we do that is because we can get it. So, okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
That
Yeah,
would be
thank you.
something that we take into account for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
I have a question.
Sorry.
I have a chance. Now I have 2 questions. I'm curious, why did you decide to put in such a large amenity package when, as part of the overall Woodside PUD, there's an amenity center nearby?
We chose to do that because we were either going to have to leave that land blank because of that flood plan, and we weren't comfortable building houses in there, so we figured as we had the budget for it, and because we were able to get our land costs down to a number we were comfortable with and have that number of lots, we were comfortable having that extra amenity area into our budget without spiking our home prices too much.
And actually, this is more of a comment than a question, but I'm glad you factored in HOA fees in your materials. One thing to think about, though, if you're going to build anything in a floodplain, whether it's an amenity building or a house, the insurance is going to be phenomenally expensive, and that will increase your HOA expenses and therefore the HOA dues.
Plus, depending on the municipality, you may have to pay wetland mitigation fees, which can be very
yeah.
astronomical.
Or they may tell you no.
Yes. Or you'll spend 2 years in regulatory purgatory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Great job. 4-year student competition for production home building. We have University of Denver undergrad up. We will be doing a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A at the end. I'd just like to ask that everyone silence their phone and please stay in the room until the presentation and the question and answers are over. So, University of Denver, you're up.
Well, good morning, Investment Committee. We are Crimson Construction, and we are delighted to introduce our proposed community, Berry Hills. Today, we're seeking an investment of $11.6 million to develop 48 acres within the Woodside Master Plan community in Georgetown, Texas. We plan to deliver 151 homes over a 6-year duration with a projected IRR of 25.35%, profit of $12.7 million, and overall margin of 20.09%. Before we dive in further, I'd first like to introduce myself as well as the rest of the Crimson Construction team. My name is Natasha Morris, and I am our land analyst.
My name is Kayla Gibson, and I'm our civil engineer.
My name's Alex Gray, and I'm the architect and estimator.
My name is Annalise Lambert, and the director of scheduling.
I'm Jacqueline Salcedo, and I'm the construction manager. I'm Luna Segura, and I'm the sales director.
Beginning with our market analysis. Georgetown's population is currently growing, and it is not hard to see why. Nestled above Austin and Round Rock, Georgetown offers a scenic escape from the city, most notable for its historic downtown square and close proximity to the beautiful Blue Hole Lagoon. The current median list price in Georgetown is $440,000, with the median sales price just beneath it. Between September of 23 and 24, we have seen a decrease in the number of homes sold and an increase in the number of days on the market for a single-family detached home. However, between the first and second quarter of 2024, we have seen an uprise in both starts and closings within a 5-mile radius of our site. We have also seen that there is low housing inventory and a high inventory of vacant developed lots. For this reason, we are choosing to strategically build out 100% of our lots to avoid market oversaturation. In our competitive market analysis, we have identified 4 key competitive communities: Berry Creek Highlands, Palmer Ranch, Highland Village, and Woodfield Preserves, with absorptions ranging from a little under 2 to 5 homes per month. And as you can see, our product series are positioned very competitively among these communities. In our resale analysis, we looked at homes sold between August of 23 and September of 2024. We filtered this down to homes built between 2018 and 2023. As you can see, our base prices, shown in red, and our average all-in sales prices, shown in yellow, are also priced competitively in this market, making Berry Hills an attractive and realistic option for home buyers. Next, I'm going to pass it on to Kayla to talk about our target market.
Thank you, Natasha. For our target market, we have identified 3 different segments. Our first being working professionals based in Austin and Round Rock, our next being Texas and California migrants, and then finally we have our pre-retirement and empty nesters. Austin is an awesome solution for people looking to move out of high-cost cities such as Austin and high-cost states such as California. And then coupled with excellent health care and a great sense of community, this becomes a favorable option for our pre-retirement and empty nester community. Like Natasha mentioned before, Georgetown has seen an uptick in its population. Equating to just over 40% population growth in the last 5 years, major employers such as Dell, Tesla, as well as Samsung have relocated their headquarters into the Austin area. And this comes out to 5,000 open job positions within the Austin area. Next, I'm going to talk about our site design and discuss what we now know as Berry Hills. For our parcel, we have divided it up into 2 different lot offerings. First, we have our garden collection, which is on a 45-foot wide lot, and next we have our meadow collection, which is on a 52-foot wide lot. These lots all come together for a total of 151 lot counts, with 103 total lots being a part of our garden collection and 48 lots being a part of our meadow collection. Achieving the highest density possible was one of the highest factors towards us, so we decided to develop a majority of double-loaded lots, with 3 entrance points to allow for ease of access. And now, while density was important to us, we want to make sure that our Berry Hills community members felt at home within our residency. And this is why we have allowed for over 11,000 square feet for green and open space, as well as 50 feet from point to point on all of our roadways to allow for 5 feet sidewalks on each side of the roadways, making Berry Hills entirely walkable. Now I'm going to hand it over to Alex Gray, who's going to talk about our product design.
Thanks, Kayla. So jumping into our product design, first with our garden collection, these homes are, like she said, are going to be comprised of our 45-foot wide lots. These include our bluebonnet and our sage, which are our ranch products, and our honeysuckle, which is our 2-story product. These range from a little over 1,900 square feet to a little over 2,100 square feet, and range from 3 to 4 bedrooms and 2 to 2.5 baths. As you can see down below, all of these starting sales prices are listed for these 3 products. Jumping into our meadow collection, these homes are going to be bigger and are going to be on larger lots at 52 feet wide. These include our juniper, which is our ranch product, and our agave and our willow, which are our 2-story products. These are all going to be 4-bedroom and range from 2 to 3 full baths. Once again, our starting sales prices are listed down below. Jumping into some of our customization options, at Berry Hills, we're offering 9 very unique design packages that really enhance the Berry Hills community with a really strong color palette. And we also want this to blend in naturally with the surrounding Texas landscape. We're also going to be offering several different upgrade options, particularly around sustainability, which Luna's going to jump into later. But we're also offering several interior and exterior upgrade options. So this includes a fireplace in the living room, surround sound wiring in the living room, patio, and kitchen, and then a separate tub shower combo in all of our products except the bluebonnet and sage, and then an extended bay window in the primary bedroom, as well as an extended rear patio and outdoor barbecue pit. Down below, you can see 3 samples of what our 9 design palettes look like, labeled A, B, and C. So jumping into our estimating costs, our grand total that we calculated for our horizontal land development cost was a little over $9.4 million, breaking down to about $62,520 per lot. The average construction cost that we calculated for our ranch products was around $184,000 or $89 a square foot. And then for all of our 2-story products, we calculated an average construction cost of around $205,000 or $85 per square foot. Next, I'm going to hand it off to Anna for scheduling.
Thank you, Alex. So our project is planned to take 6 years. 6 years starting in March of 2025 and ending in March of 2031. Included in this timeline are entitlements as well as 2 phases, which include both horizontal and vertical construction, as well as our typical home building cycle of about 150 days or 6 months per home. We chose this phased approach so that we could optimize flexibility and absorption and stay competitive within the market. Now I'll pass it on to Jacqueline for project management.
Thank you. As far as project management goes, we are focused on staying on schedule and within budget while producing high-quality homes. To make sure that we meet these standards, we will have a highly competitive and a highly experienced team on the project from start to finish to make sure we meet these standards. More specifically, our land development manager will oversee the horizontal development portion of our project and will ensure a smooth transition into our vertical construction. Our construction managers will work closely with each other on schedules and on budgets to make sure we stay on track, and they will also coordinate with our trade partners to make sure safety and quality standards are being met. In terms of vertical construction, we have decided to have 2 phases. In the first phase, we will construct 60% of our lots in the northwest and west side of our site, and then in the second phase, we will construct the remaining 40% of our lots in the south and southeast side. The well-being and the safety of our crew members, as well as the quality of our homes, is very important to us, which is why we will be conducting on-site, routine quality inspections at every stage to make sure that they meet our standards. And in terms of safety, adhering to OSHA standards, as well as conducting safety meetings, will help us address these safety concerns. And as a company, we believe that mental health is just as important as physical health, which is why we will be giving our crew members access to mental health resources and conduct on-site wellness checks. And in terms of safety, this is also our priority, which is why we will be implementing mitigation plans early on in the project, as well as best management practices to address these environmental concerns. Now I will give it off to Luna for sales and marketing.
Thank you, Jacqueline. We have two main people headlining our sales and marketing strategy, and those are our sales agents. We're offering a competitive 2% commission bonus. This is really meant to incentivize them to prioritize high sales throughout our entire 5-year marketing plan. We're also offering a referral structure for both our current customers and our future customers. One of the biggest things that makes Crimson Construction stand out are our sales incentives. We're offering a $10,000 mortgage rate buy-down. This is meant to offset current interest rates, because we at Crimson Construction want to make sure that our consumers can afford the home that they deserve. We're prioritizing both traditional media and digital marketing. For our digital marketing, we've selected a wide array of social media platforms to ensure that we're capturing a wide age demographic. Our Facebook is targeting our empty nesters, whereas our TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter is there to target our younger demographic. When it comes to traditional media, we've allocated part of our budget to place billboards all throughout Georgetown as well as Austin, Texas, since that's where a majority of our customer base is coming from. One of the biggest aspects or most important aspects of our marketing strategy is our participation in the Parade of Homes. This offers a unique opportunity for potential customers to view the unique and beautiful homes that are offered exclusively at Berry Hills. We are, of course, prioritizing eco-friendly construction practices. However, what we think is most important are potential cost savings for our consumers. Our use of energy-conscious appliances, as well as water-sense products and xeriscaping, ensures about 25 to 65% savings in their monthly bills. In addition, we're offering sustainable upgrades. Our consumers have the option to upgrade to include an electric vehicle charging station in the garage, as well as pre-wiring for solar panels. And we are also adhering to the National Green Building Standards. Now I'll hand it off to Natasha for our financial analysis.
In our baseline scenario, our internal rate of return is 25.35%, our profit is $12.7 million, and our overall gross pre-tax margin is 20.09%. We anticipate breaking even in December of 2028 with our peak equity set at $16.1 million. To achieve these numbers, we have assumed that we will sell 2 homes per month in both our Garden and Meadow collection. In our sensitivity analysis, we analyzed 3 negative scenarios, the first being higher construction costs, the second being a delayed construction schedule, and the last being a decrease in absorption in our 52-foot home series. In all of these negative scenarios, our IRR remains above 20%. We have also outlined one positive scenario in which we sell 1 more home per month in our 45-foot product series. In this case, our internal rate of return is 30.3%. Once again, we are seeking $11.6 million for this one-of-a-kind investment. We thank you for your consideration and look forward to answering your questions.
Great presentation, team. I want to give y'all a shout out. Y'all's market analysis was really well put together. It was very detailed, the work you did on your competitors. Applaud, so great job on that. Do want to talk about one thing, cycle time, how long it's taken to build a home. So at 150 days, we can probably do some custom homes in 150 days, and we're a production builder, right? So what can you do to cut out 50 days from that 150-day schedule?
Yeah, so It's less about the time it takes to build a home and more about like matching the absorption and the financials, and that's why we came to that 150 days, although we could probably or definitely do it faster.
Yeah.
So that's where that number came from.
Yeah, I mean, you can get out of the community faster, right? If you have
Yeah.
a better cycle time and it turns quicker. So just something to consider.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just general statement, the addition of the EV option, electrical vehicle charger, you're probably gonna have a really high take rate on that, so that's a good add as well. So, great job.
All right, once again, great job. Love the coordination between the proposal and the shirts. I think that's amazing. Don't think I didn't notice. So one of the things, you have $10,000 allocated for incentives, right? Where did you get that number? Why 10? Talk to me, how did you get there?
We have consulted with some other communities, and we basically looked at other communities that are incentivizing. So we came up with $10,000 to make sure that we are offering a good mortgage rate buy-down system, but also so we can remain profitable.
Right. How much does that $10,000 get you on a rate?
It should be around 5 to 6% because interest rates are currently set at about 7%.
So 10,000 buys you 2 points?
It should, yes.
Okay, all right. I think where I'm currently at today, it's about 25,000 for 2 points. So
Okay.
it's a little bit higher than you think.
So we just need to reevaluate
Yeah,
those
yeah.
numbers.
Just be careful with that because sometimes you can pick those numbers and make sure you have some good data behind it. The other one that I had was, let's see here. Oh, the appliance package, or the appliances, right? I'm looking at your estimates for each of the homes, and it seems like the appliances should be pretty equal, but there's a pretty significant difference between the smallest house and the largest house when it comes to appliances. It seems like it's just a percentage of the construction dollars. Is that how I'm reading that?
So the construction estimates, it was a combination of coming up with the price per square foot on certain items, some of the more fixed items like appliances and permit fees and impact fees, and then also looking at the percentage of the total cost. So some of our numbers are going to be slightly off when you look at one product line to another, but on average, based on market research, we've learned to give a 55 to 60% discount on whatever bundle you'll see on like GE's website to apply for all of our homes. So that's the number that we are going on, but yet that we'll have to tweak a little more.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Well, they took every question I wrote down.
I saw you writing, so I just.
So be careful on appliances, because that's the first thing we look at. It needs to say 5,120 for each plan, unless you're going to change the appliance package. Because to me, that means you're using a percentage game and you're not evaluating the cost. So that's what it tells me as the corporate exec, okay? Okay. Did you phase the land development? The construction of the land development? Did you phase that?
Yes, that's in 2 phases. There's some for the first phase and then some for the second phase.
Did you consider doing it all at once?
We did, but we decided not to do that because since our construction schedule is 6 years, it felt like we should only do 1 phase at a time. Just felt like a better way to do it.
We wanted to keep
Okay.
a good absorption number too, that was steady.
Okay. And then you've got billboards all over the place. What's your billboard budget?
Our billboard budget is detailed in our specific market table. You can see, I believe it's on page 23 of the packet.
Okay.
And that's, you can see an allocation for website designers, a videographer, a photographer, and many other aspects of traditional media is predominantly billboards. There's lots of flyers, but those are not, we don't consider that to be where we're going to pull the biggest market from.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I just love that you told us what page that was on.
I know.
All my questions were taken too. To the site designer, what did you think about when you have that quarry that's adjacent to the site? How are you going to buffer the lots there from the noise and the dust?
Yeah, so
For our phasing, we have our phase one that is open to 2 entrances. So we have our model homes on the left side entrance, and then we have our second entrance on the right side. So we are hoping that our laborers could go through the right side entrance. So this is going to keep the dust away from our model homes, and then as well as any potential buyers coming through that left side entrance as well.
So, yeah, that's helpful. My question was that there's an active quarry adjacent to the site on the east. Did you put any buffer between that use and the lots?
I'm not sure, honestly. I know that we followed the natural grade of the project in the site design, but I don't believe that we looked at the quarry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll help you out there. You did have a lot of money in your budget for fencing, which I assume, this was in your horizontal budget, so I assume that was for fencing around the community. However, you did not have that on your site plan, so it was easily missed unless you looked at the detail.
Yeah.
I had a question about the chart on page 23. I don't know if it was page 23, but you said it was. I can look back in there. But you had in there a director of sales and then 2 salespeople. And then each year you had a budget. So your director of sales was $60,000 a year, right?
Yes.
So that's not, and then your salespeople were 50,000. I'm assuming that 50,000 was split, so their base salary was 25,000.
That's right, yes, ma'am.
And then you said in your presentation they get 2% commission as well,
Yes.
right? Is that on top of their base salary?
That
And-
is,
And
yes.
then does the director get a piece of that?
We have not considered like a commission for the director, and yes, the commission is on top of the base salary,
Okay.
since it is a relatively low base salary.
All right,
And we've also calculated some commission bonus, like an additional at the end.
okay.
Yes.
You definitely want your director to be paid more than your salespeople. The commission is the best way to do it for your salespeople because you want to incentivize them to sell more homes and make more money, but you want them to be comparable to what the salespeople are making.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, but otherwise, awesome job.
I think I had one more statement I could think. On the model homes, so there's 4 in total. So for a community of this size, you could probably get away with 1 or 2. Just think of the cost and maintenance that goes into model homes in general. I know you want to showcase as much of that as possible, but there's so much you can do with VR and everything else to showcase the other plans. Plus, you'll probably have others out in the community to showcase. So just keep the cost of models in mind.
We're nitpicking. You guys did a great
Yeah.
job.
So here's another nitpick. So when you hit the print button, some of your pages don't format correctly, okay? And so I can show you. So my coaching to you would be, when you get it all done, hit the print button, because you got old people like me, and we still do this, okay?
Thank you.
Very good.
Great job.
Thanks. Doors closed. All right. All right, well, good morning, everybody. This is our 4-year student competition team for Production Home Builder. We have Cal Poly that is up, and we're going to do a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A at the end. I'd like to ask you to silence your phones, and please don't exit the room until after the presentation is over. All right, thank you. Now you can go.
Hello, we are Cedar and Stone Properties. We appreciate your time today to hear about our development, Artisan Village. For starters, we would like to introduce ourselves to you. My name is Deborah Rampoldi, and I am our real estate analyst.
My name is Claire Enright, and I am our design consultant.
Morning, everyone. My name is Juan Diaz, and I serve as this project's senior project scheduler.
And I am Sonia Wijoyo, and I am this project's senior estimator.
I'm Alina Stuzik, I'm project manager.
I'm William Smith, financial analyst.
I would like to welcome you guys to Artisan Village, a vibrant 55-plus community located in Georgetown, Texas, where active living means timeless comfort. Our neighborhood consists of 205 homes with exceptional amenities and homes starting in the high 200,000s.
Artisan Village is located in the up-and-coming Georgetown, Texas. It is a quick 20-minute drive to downtown Georgetown, home to the most beautiful town square in Texas. Here, residents can enjoy a surplus of dining, shopping, and entertainment options, including performances at the Georgetown Palace Theater. A quick day trip to Austin, Texas is only a 45-minute drive away, and for residents who enjoy travel, an international airport is less than an hour away. This area is considered a humid subtropical zone. This sunny weather will further allow locals to enjoy all the city has to offer. After analyzing the demographics of the area and market data, we determined that the ideal target market for Artisan Village is active adults and seniors. The median age in Georgetown is about 45, and for our zip code specifically, it sits at about 65 years old. This demonstrates that people in that higher age range are specifically looking at our location when buying homes. Furthermore, 94.3% of residents in this area are homeowners. Our confidence grows stronger due to the competitive bidding nature in the area. Homes on average are closing above listing price. We specifically decided to make Artisan Village a 55-plus community to create a neighborhood that encourages close connections. Being surrounded by people who are in the same chapter of life is appealing because it creates opportunities for friendships and support. Now let's take a look at where we stand compared to our competitors. When it comes to our home prices and square footage, we land within a similar range to these neighborhoods. Something that sets Artisan Village apart is that we offer a model for those seeking a smaller and more affordable home. This is specifically appealing to our target market since many seniors are looking to downsize into a home with more low-maintenance needs. Continuing on this, the only other 55-plus community in the area is Sun City, Texas. Their price per square foot is significantly higher than the market average, which is where Artisan Village fills that gap in the market and provides homes that are more affordable for those looking to be in a 55-plus community.
Thank you, Deborah. Now, moving on to our site design. Our residential development takes up 40 acres of the parcel with the rest allocated as a commercial zone. This includes 205 lots sized at 55, 65, and 7,500. We have scattered different sized lots throughout the community to provide visual diversity and increase street appeal. Our premium lots include cul-de-sacs, single-loaded lots, and corner lots due to their increased privacy and parking availability. Our layout follows the natural contours of the terrain to avoid extensive earthwork and elevation changes within lots. Additionally, we have provided 4 access points to the site, branching from Above and Beyond Way to reduce traffic congestion. We have decided to sell the northern portion of our development to an outside developer to limit our initial construction costs and shorten our schedule length. This includes 64 lots that will be developed but left unbuilt and sold, and the remaining 141 lots will be built and incorporated into our neighborhood. Our phasing plan includes 4 phases, beginning at the northern end of the site and spanning southwards. Construction will span west to east of Above and Beyond Way, and again, all homes developed during Phase 1 will be sold. Designing for a community of active adults, we have emphasized the integration of green space into our design. This includes 3 pocket parks evenly spaced throughout the neighborhood to provide space for recreational gatherings, as well as an active green buffer serving as a barrier between our commercial and residential developments to promote safety and privacy. Spanning our perimeter of our development, we have included a hiking trail with 3 access points taking advantage of the naturally sloped terrain. And for our stormwater mitigation, these permeable surfaces will help with water absorption. Our landscaping includes a series of low-water, drought-resistant plants native to Texas to help provide shade and mitigate effects of heat islands. We offer a wide variety of amenities to our residents to encourage activity. This includes a low-impact sports court, a regulation-sized swimming pool, and a community center for gatherings. Sustainability was our guiding principle in the design of Artisan Village. We strive for an energy rating index of 49, which is 3 points more efficient than the maximum ERI required by Georgetown. We achieve this through 3 main methods, the first being passive design for climate optimization of Zone 2A, hot humid, as well as intentional material selection and sustainable building practices. And finally, we encourage end-user initiative through our energy-efficient upgrade packages, which will also help residents receive tax credits. We offer 4 unique floor plans sized between 1,260 to 2,000 square feet. These are all single-story homes, prioritizing functionality, manageability, and indoor-outdoor living. These homes borrow from the design principles of the American craftsman and ranch styles. Our first home is the Rock Rose, containing 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and starting price is just under $300,000. Next is our Scarlet Sage, also containing 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a flex room, and starting price is $356,000. Our third largest home is the Miss Flower, with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a home office, and starting price is $385,000. Finally, our largest home, the Lacy Oak, offers 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, an expansive great room, and starting price is $450,000. Our material palette and color selection were selected to adapt to the warm Texas summers, utilizing light-colored exterior paint and low emissivity glass windows. Our standard features include a brick masonry exterior, and premium features offer a stone exterior. Our add-on packages and upgrades include kitchen renovations, home additions, as well as our energy-efficient upgrades.
Thank you, Claire. The Artisan Village development is projected to take 1,124 workdays, or a project completion timeline of 4 years, 3 months, and 19 days. Site preparation and earthwork are expected to begin on July 7, 2025, immediately following our pre-construction phase. To maximize efficiency, horizontal construction for Phase 1 and 2A will run in parallel, starting on October 13, 2025. Once complete, Cedar and Stone Properties will plan to take the next major steps. On January 16, 2025, we will release all 64 lots in Phase 1 for sale. Meanwhile, model home construction in Phase 2B will commence on January 12, 2026. As we look ahead, Phase 2B and 3 will set to break ground on June 11, 2027, following the completion of our first 2 phases. To ensure a smooth and predictable build process, all 4 floor plans will follow a standardized 120-day work schedule with an absorption rate of 4 homes per month based off our largest floor plan, the Lazy Oak. This structured timelines allows us to deliver a high quality development, ensuring we meet market demand and stay consistent with the strong project flow.
Thank you, Juan. Now, moving on to our estimates. So starting with the horizontal construction costs, we have a 40-acre lot, and that will cost us about $14.6 million, with rough grading taking up a third of that cost and roadways taking up just under $2.8 million. And then we have the 3 pocket parks, 2 pickleball courts, and the community pool. Moving on to the vertical construction costs, we have the total development is $30.8 million,
and this includes the 141 units we'll be building, as well as the largest amenity, which is the community center. Our major cost drivers include the MEP systems and framing, as it accounts to a significant portion of our estimate. To sum it all up, our total cost of direct construction is about $45.5 million.
Thank you, Sonia. Moving on to our project team. We will have 7 full-time staff members with years of experience, either field-based or office-based. We will also have 1 intern in the summers. About $500,000 is spent on staffing a year. Going into our safety plan, this is overseen by our safety manager. It is required that every employee receives onboarding safety orientations, that every employee is wearing PPE, we're complying with OSHA, and obviously since Texas gets hot, we're implementing our heat illness prevention plan. As far as quality, this is overseen by our superintendent and assistant superintendent, who will use Procore and FieldWire to track inspections, track progress, and ensure quality control. As far as warranty, this is overseen by our warranty manager. The warranty manager should be familiar with all the warrantable items in the home packages, and also familiar with the plans and specs. As far as SWIP, everyone should be responsible for this because a portion of the site lies within a floodplain. In order to mitigate any risk associated with this, we need to install proper drainage systems and also adhere to city guidelines as far as disposing of toxic waste. Like I said, a portion of the site lies within a 100-year floodplain. That means if we were to build a house on the flood zone, we would accrue a 1% annual risk of flooding. To mitigate that, we are not building on that portion. So, as far as the sites that we are building on, we will be conducting soil testing to address site conditions, and also we will be grading above base flood elevation. As far as site facilities and logistics, we have the map and legend describing where our facilities and temporary structures are located. After Phase 2A is complete, we will have haul routes indicated in red and visitor resident routes indicated in the brown arrows. As far as sales and marketing, this is overseen by our sales manager who works in-house, leads the tours, and also comes up with a color scheme for the furniture. The furniture will be purchased. Here are just some ways we plan to reach our target market. Although we expect the commercial, even though the most expensive, we expect that it will reach our target market most effectively because it is statistically proven that older generations are watching more cable television than younger audiences. About $756,000 is spent on marketing total.
Thank you, Alina. Moving on to key risks and mitigation, the first being the housing market. Rising interest rates, slowing population growth, and reduced affordability create market volatility. We plan to mitigate this with a few strategies, the first being an emphasis on pre-sale opportunities with flexible pricing, as well as the sale of our northern lots to another developer to increase early cash flow. Our second major risk is labor and material shortages. Shortages of skilled laborers, such as electricians and plumbers, have become more common, and supply chain disruptions have the potential for schedule impacts. By procuring and storing materials on site early, and through relying on our strong subcontractor relationships, we are able to ensure a steady workforce and quality work. Our final risk is utility and infrastructure. Power grid vulnerabilities have been a problem in Texas in the last few years, with blackouts not being uncommon, and strained infrastructure such as roads and waterways pose risk. By partnering with local municipalities to improve infrastructure, we are able to guarantee long-term success. Let's talk about cash flow. One problem our group ran into was trying to maintain our affordability while also keeping profits strong. After our initial land investment of $5.5 million, our cash flow reaches its negative peak of $30 million around month 19. Our break-even point is month 48, and we will end with a strong IRR of 9.69% and a profit of 7.5%. Lastly, our sensitivity analysis. Our most sensitive input is home sales price, with even small changes in pricing significantly impacting our profitability. For example, a 5% increase in home sales price will lead to a 3% increase in IRR, which equates to a $2.6 million increased profit. Recently, homes in Georgetown have been consistently selling above listing price, on average about $10,000. This gives our team a positive outlook on further increasing our profits. Thank you for your time. We'd like to open up the floor to questions.
Yeah, great job. Love the presentation. Couple things I need some clarity on. One is, I love that you put a test fit diagram in the proposal to show, hey, there's different lot sizes. But I don't really know where those different lot sizes are in the site plan. Is that an accurate statement that the lots are different sizes, or?
Yeah, so we have 3 different lot sizes, which are 55, 65, and 7,500 square feet. Will is going to change that slide. So we have
there it
them
is.
denoted by those colors up there, and we wanted to kind of disperse them evenly throughout the development to avoid any long spans without kind of visual breaks of the
Yeah.
same house all in a row. And our home sizes are very catered to the lot size. We kept the lot sizes to a minimum to reduce the amount of property for maintenance and upkeep for our
Yep, no,
residents.
it's great. Missed that, sorry about that. Question on the 2-bedroom, 2-bath plan. Why did you go with a 2-bedroom, 2-bath when you could have gone up just, maybe a couple hundred square feet and picked up a 3rd bedroom?
So our 2 largest floor plans do offer 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and then our second largest home offers a flex room, which could be used as a additional 3rd bedroom. This is our smallest home, and since we're again designing for a 55-plus community, we're designing with empty nesters and retirees in mind. So we really wanted to provide options for them that are very accessible, first of all, and again, prioritize functionality and do not require heavy maintenance. So not much upkeep, not much cleaning, whatnot.
Understood. All right, great job.
Nice job. Okay, let's go into the financials. You've got a 9.69% IRR. Would you do this deal with that kind of return?
The market right now has been pretty tough, and we did our best to put together an attractive proposition. I think that this deal has a lot of room to grow with homes selling above asking price, on average $10,000. So there's definitely a lot of room for increased profits.
Okay. So I'll just tell you, I wouldn't touch a deal under 20. With respect to salaries and overhead, you have $4+ million in salaries and overhead on a revenue of about 55 million. And so, help me there. It just seems a little high. Like 3 million high?
So you're asking, why do we have so much overhead?
Yeah.
Well, as far as when we're selling the properties, obviously we're open to negotiate. Our one sales manager cannot possibly reel in every single potential buyer. A lot of buyers' agents are going to be included in the deals. So we also plan to negotiate with some other agents in the area and give them a share of the commission. So that's where a part of our overhead is going into.
So you've got your commissions in your salaries?
Well, our sales manager is a licensed realtor and has a commission, yes. But as far as outside staff, like buyer's agents, they will also be making commissions.
Okay. So just a rule of thumb for you. If you're over 3% on your construction overhead, which you may have been taught it's called general conditions, okay? I call it construction overhead because I'm a builder. When you go over that, you really need to dial in on it. Pay attention, okay?
Okay. And if, Will, you'd like to cover the overhead as well? Okay. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Great job. So in a 55 and older community, the HOA does a lot of work. Thank you for including it. But you don't have, the HOA is just kind of doing general maintenance. There's no person who manages the activities. You don't have a management person. Was that deliberate to keep it more affordable than Sun City?
Yes, we really wanted to maintain our affordability, so we are going to head the HOA until development is complete. By then, we are going to hand it off to the residents to make the decisions they feel are best for their communities. We price this kind of based on homeowners' fees of local developments and compared to the amenities that they offer versus what we offer, as well as research that we have done on infrastructure upkeep.
And so what does the landscaping include? Is that general landscaping for the amenity, or is that including main landscaping for each house?
We are including, so park services would generally take care of the shared green space, so like the pocket parks, whatnot, and then landscaping would likely cover the landscaping of our homes and, yeah, so residential homes.
Okay, that's great. So just kind of the bare minimum of maintenance, which is what this buyer will expect. Just, again, just kind of real world FYI, that's way low. It's probably orders of magnitude larger, but I understand the program. That's a great idea.
So you were planning on selling phase 1 lots. What made you decide to sell phase 1 versus another phase?
So the phase 1 lots are located in the area that has the floodplain, so we were mitigating a little bit of risk there, as well as our community centers are located in the southern region, so that's one of the reasons we decided to do that.
Okay. Typically, you want to start at the same time they are starting. You don't want to give them a leg up on getting sales beforehand. So you want to make sure that you have some lots in that phase as well, so that you can start your model and start sales at the same time that a competition could, because you're selling the lots.
Yeah, sorry about that. I might have gone a little bit fast, but phase 1 and phase 2A, what is the clicker? They'll be the horizontal construction for those two phases will be going simultaneously. They'll be running in parallel. So by the time, by the time phase 1 is complete, we'll have the top off on all the lots on phase 2A, and we'll be starting model home construction right around the same time we'll be selling those lots. So.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And then I saw in your sales staff, you have one salesperson and one intern. So when the intern leaves in the fall, who's covering the models when the salesperson is off?
So some of the positions are a little bit offset, like warranty manager. Obviously, to save costs, we're not having them on board until later on in the project. That's the same for the sales manager. But as far as the intern will work with the safety manager, so there's always something to do, and they're always working on site.
Sorry if I took 2 questions.
Good. Great job, team. Could you mind going back to your slide with your direct competitors? I think you had 3 of them listed. Just out of curiosity, oh yeah, there we go. Highland, Berry Creek, Nolina, Sun City. Only one of those is 55 and up. The other ones are not. And there's 2 other really prominent 55 and up active adult communities in Austin. So curious why you had some of these others as your primary competitors when they may not be.
Well, I looked at a map of the area and found other neighborhoods within this area, and these homes are within a similar range of square footage and price. So even though they're not technically 55 plus communities, they're still drawing in those same buyers. And if you look at the average age in this zip code, it is 65 years old. So although the neighborhood is not technically 55 plus, most of the residents there are in that age range.
Got it. All right. Just out of curiosity, did you, in terms of looking at your elevations, what inspiration did y'all get for your elevations in the front of the homes?
So we were looking at styles common around Texas, especially around our area. So we were kind of looking at craftsman style homes, as well as kind of ranch style layouts. And we really kind of, in keeping with the masonry exteriors, we want to really cater it to the climate. So using those kind of lighter color palettes, we thought kind of provided aesthetic value as well as like passive design values.
Okay. Yeah, a few of them seem slightly a little dated, I would say, with what just is currently out there in the market, in this sub-market, but Other than that, the plans, I really enjoyed the plans and the layouts of those. So, and good call on the blackouts. I lived 10 minutes down the road and I had a blackout last week for like 5 hours. So it happens. All right. Thanks all. Anything else? Great job.
Great job. to the four-year competition program for production home building. We're going to start off with ASU undergrad. We're going to give a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A at the end. Once the doors close, I'd like to ask everybody to stay in the room, turn off your cell phones, and please wait till the end before leaving. All right? You guys have the floor.
Perfect. Good afternoon, judges. We are Arizona State University. Today we're going to be going over Meadow, a project by Sonoran Collaborative. My name is Alexander Montes. I'm going to be going over the market analysis today. Quick overview of Austin, Texas. It's a beautiful city, only 25 minutes away from Georgetown. It's the second fastest growing city in the U.S. currently, and there are many prestigious universities and schools that your family could take advantage of. For our housing market, we know that the median housing price in Austin, Texas is $550,000 roughly, as opposed to Georgetown, which is $425,000. Our target market consists of families, retirees, empty nesters, and young professionals. Here at Sonoran Collaborative, we focus on providing an affordable solution to the market while maintaining a luxury feel. Quick look at our demographics. We know that 65% are families, we know that 35% are non-family households, and 24% are households with children. Looking at our migration trends, we see that everyone coming into Georgetown are those of California, due to the unaffordability and factors such as the wildfires that have occurred. Here are some local attractions in beautiful Georgetown. We have the Inner Space Cavern, Blue Hole Park and Lagoon, and beautiful Georgetown Lake. Now on to our product design.
Good afternoon, I'm Emily Enriquez, and I'll be speaking on our product design at Meadowline. To design homes for the Georgetown market, our team referenced comparable properties from builders such as Pulte Homes and KB Homes, and incorporated open floor plan layouts and a modern farmhouse exterior. We offer 4 model homes ranging from 1,600 square feet to 3,500 square feet to appeal to a wide range of markets for those looking to immigrate to Georgetown, Texas. Our 1,600 square foot model Magnolia Heights features 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and a 300 square foot covered back patio to enhance indoor-outdoor livings for our buyers. Our 1,800 square foot home Sapphire features 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and more public spacious areas and increased natural daylight due to upgraded windows and materials. Our 2,000 square foot home Summit features 4 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. It's located on a larger lot with a bigger backyard and a wider front porch. This increases property value for those looking to buy our homes. Our 3,500 square foot model Riverside Retreat features 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. This extends our market reach to more demographics such as empty nesters looking for bigger homes to accommodate for visiting grandchildren and growing families. It features a dedicated office space, a game room, and a loft area. As for features of our homes, sustainable practices, and establishing an indoor-outdoor connection were guiding principles for our development. All of our homes at Meadowline feature stone-cultured facades, reclaimed hardscape, and automated exterior lighting. We also feature Kohler water-conserving fixtures and automatic interior LED lighting. We want to provide flexibility for our buyers. Therefore, we have 3 upgrade packages for them to choose from. This includes sustainability package, Vivint smart home security packages, and kitchen customizing packages. Options include marble countertops, 2-toned interior paint, and customizable kitchen backsplash. We also offer lot premiums for cul-de-sac lots, view lots, and increased square footage. Now on to our site phasing and layout.
Good afternoon, judges. I'm David Montoya. I was the lead estimator and scheduler for this project. We have a total of 3 phases. The black portion being our first phase, which include our first 4 model homes and our first 30 lots. Our second phase including our 40 lots, and our third phase includes our last 50 lots, which also includes a pickleball court and a public restroom. As for our project timeline, it will take 207 days to complete our first phase, which would include a projected 12 of our Sapphire and Magnolia model homes, and 3 of our Summit and Riverside. Now, as for our phase 2, it should take no more than 280 days to complete, which will include a projected 11 Magnolia, 12 Sapphire, 8 of our Summit, and 9 of our Riverside model homes. As for our last phase, phase 3, it shouldn't take any longer than 435 days to complete, and this includes our last 50 lots and our park. And projected to have 11 of our Sapphire and Magnolia model homes, as well as 14 of our Summit and Riverside. Our total duration of land development should be about 48 months, with a typical build time of 85 days or about 4 months per each house. As for our estimate, our 1,600 square foot home is going to cost about $124.79 per square foot to build. As for our Sapphire, it's only off 2 cents, so it's $124.77. And the difference between the total cost of per lot will be $25,000. As for our 2,000 square foot model home, it's going to cost $128.92, totaling out to $258,000. And for our last 2-story model home, our 3,500 square foot, it's going to cost $118.58 to build per square foot, which will total out to $415,000. And for our land development construction costs, which includes our park and our paving, it will cost $2.85 million. On to sustainability.
Hello, I'm Emily Gallegos. I'm the Sustainability Director. Sustainability is something we value, so all of our homes will include stormwater management systems, smart thermostat and lighting, eco paints, and high performance windows. We will also have upgrades available as mentioned in product design. These upgrades include gray water recyclable plumbing, geothermal HVAC systems, along with solar panels. Other features include the preservation of native tree and vegetation. We will also have a dedicated path to the surrounding commercial area, along with bike lanes and crosswalks to promote pedestrian activity. I would also like to point out that our building will be in coordinates to the National Green Building Standard of Gold or higher. As for our sales and marketing strategies, we will have 4 model homes available so that our customers can walk through and visualize their future homes. We will be advertising online, social media, and on the radio. Our website will include all of our contact information along with the hours we are available, and our customers will also be able to take a virtual tour through their future home. We will have a partnership with the local realtor agency, and we will also have wine and dine events for our future realtors. And we will also offer an on-site signing bonus as an incentive for realtors to come join our team. On to project management.
Good afternoon, I'm Alexander Gutierrez, and I'll be walking you through our project management strategy. So each phase of construction will have 1 project director, 2 project managers, 1 project engineer, 2 project supervisors, and 1 foreman overseeing our labors. And they will be in charge of handling stormwater pollution, dust control, and site and safety inspections. And overall, they will be ensuring quality assurance and quality control. And quality assurance is a process-focused approach that will focus on test monitoring, documentation and collaboration, and ensuring that the process is running as optimally as possible. Our quality control approach is a product-focused approach that will involve testing, reporting, and expertise to ensure that we have the highest quality products. And overall, both of them will be reducing cost, ensuring gaining customer trust, and optimizing our resources for successful project development. Now we will be moving on discussing our financials.
Good afternoon, my name is Valerie Talbot. I'm the Financial Director for the Sonoran Collaborative. So let's go over our financial analysis of Meadowline. Our development consists of 120 lots. These lots will be $45,833 for the acquisition cost, and we will be doing this over 41 months. Our total project revenue is going to be $53.7 million, and we will profit $6.1 million. We will have an internal rate of return of 56%, giving us a gross profit of $47.8 million. Now, if we look at this graph here, it'll show that our development is going to reach a break-even point at 38 months. So that means all costs have been recovered by then. We plan on doing this with an absorption rate of 4.29 homes per month, and we will pre-sell homes or have them under contract before that 41-month completion date. So our first model, Magnolia Heights, is going to have 30 units. That is going to give us a net profit of $43,411 and have a profit margin of 10.96%. Our second model, Sapphire Ridge, is going to have 34 units, and it's going to give us a net profit of $42,280 and a profit margin of 10.97%. Similarly, our Summit model is going to have 30 units, and it's going to be a net profit of $51,578 and have that same 10.97% profit margin. And finally, Riverside Retreat is going to have 26 units. That's going to give us a net profit of $76,895 and have a profit margin of 11.38%. Now, I'd like to walk you guys through our risk analysis. So if we see a more conservative market and we are selling just 3 homes per month, we're going to have a total expenditure amounting to $49.5 million, and that is going to give us a profit of $4.15 million. And we will reach a break-even point at 48 months and have an internal rate of return of 19.5%. Now, if we see a stronger buyer demand where we are selling 5.5 homes per month, we will reach a break-even point at 30 months and have a total expenditure amounting to $46.5 million, and we will profit $7.65 million. And that gives us an internal rate of return of 28.5%. I want to thank you guys for your time today for hearing the Sonoran Collaborative, and we look forward to partnering with you in the future, and I open the floor to any questions you may have for our development.
Okay, nice job, thank you. Alex, support 4.29 units per month. Absorption rate. I didn't see the backup for that, so help me be assured that you're gonna hit 4.29 units per month absorption rate.
That is something that Valerie can answer as she was taking on the.
Okay.
So if we have an absorption rate of 4.29 homes per month, we came up with that number because we believe that after we do those 4 home models, we'll be able to build them at that rate and also sell them at that rate.
What in the market tells you you can do that?
Well, we know that the neighboring communities are selling their homes at a less rate, but we will, with our partnership with our realtors, we plan on getting our company out there so that we're reaching the target market that we want to get.
Okay, thank you. Cash flow dips at the end of the project. Why? Your cash flow goes positive, and in the last 2 periods, it dives. Why?
At the very end, we will be selling, we should have most of our homes already sold by then, so that is why we won't have as much revenue towards the very, very end.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, great job. Do you have the site plan on one of these slides? I was just trying to understand if you have these different products, I assume the lots are different widths?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and it looks like the larger lots are on screen left, is that
Correct, yes.
correct? Okay. So with understanding that, how did you set up your phasing?
So at the very beginning here is our main entrance that we have. So we knew that we wanted to get those model homes in at the very front of the development. So we knew that that needed to be done in our first phase. So we were going to get that area done with first and then just move backwards on the lot.
And you're including, it looks like, as both product sizes, so you're going to be presumably marketing to two different buyers?
Yes.
Yeah, that's smart.
I had a question. In your write-up, it's, you talk about having a pickleball court, pavilion, and dog park, but I don't see it on the site plan. Where is it located? And you didn't have it in your horizontal costs. In your horizontal costs for amenities, you had fountains and bathrooms, but no pickleball courts. So what amenities are you having?
So we plan on working with the neighboring development right there to do a pickleball court, but we do want to include a dog park as well, and then have a small bathroom amenity in here, but it would be over on the other side, not actually in our development, but we want to work with the neighboring area to get that there so we have more people that want to come and live in our development.
Okay.
All right, great presentation, team. Sometimes technical things happen, and y'all got through it really strong, so great job on that. I just did have a question on, you mentioned in your proposal that you are going to do a rate buy-down as an incentive for buyers. How did you budget for that, or what did you budget for that?
In the financial analysis, I did set aside an amount for our marketing strategies that we're going to put for each home model, or in each phase, I should say. So we have accounted for that in the financial analysis.
Okay. Just, looking at what you had here, you have narrow margins here, about 10 to 11% per plan, which is, you said, about $43,000 to $70,000 net profit per plan. So, those rate buy downs could really eat out half of those margins. So just be cautious of, how you set up your profit, because that could go real quickly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I want to get into the dwelling construction for a moment. What is the foundation type for these homes?
So the footing is going to be concrete, and then half of the walls have to be CMU per requirement on the proposal. So yeah, we're going to use CMU for about 4 feet, actually more 5, because it goes down, the footing goes down underneath. And from there, we're just going to start framing.
So there's a frost depth, why are we going down?
For stability.
Oh, for stability,
Yeah.
okay. All right, yeah, because I saw the CMU costs, and typically, this is a slab-on-grade market, I couldn't really tie the two together. Can we talk about your sales staff plan for the moment? Like, how are you going to staff? What's your sales plan? What's the people look like?
So our staff, we will find our staff, and we did set aside amount in our budget to hire people. Mm-hmm. We plan on hiring through, like I said, the partnership with the local agency. For our production homes, I would say we plan on hiring anywhere from 10 to 20 realtors to help us sell our homes. And yeah, our plan is just to gain most of our customers through our website and having them look at our website and find out about our homes and visualize their homes. And
Right. Does that include like an on-site agent or somebody, a host, or somebody that's in the model, or you're just literally asking a for-commission agent to be at your model 24/7? I guess I'm not understanding that process.
okay, we'll have realtors available in each of the 4 model homes because we are going to be doing like big model show weekends. So on those weekends, we will have realtors in each of the model homes available so that they are able to walk through our clients. And we also have on our site market, like we have a office located in the bottom right, and there we'll have an office for people to come when they want to visit our homes and see the model homes.
Okay. And then if I wanted to go build one of the 60-foot series or the smaller homes on one of the bigger lots, would you allow me to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
You mentioned geothermal. How does that increase your cost compared to just meeting Georgetown's typical energy code?
So with the upgrades available in sustainability, it would increase our cost to build, but we'd also gain more revenue if our customers are choosing to upgrade their homes. And we just want.
So that's an option.
Yeah, that was one of the
Options? Okay. It's not standard feature? Okay. That helps me. Okay, how wide is the summit plan?
Yes, so all of our plans are, we had about 1 foot of leeway between meeting the 75% of the lot and the 6 feet of difference on each side. For our lot sizes, this specific building can only be built on the 75 by 120 lots. So it's about like 63 feet wide, between 62 to 63 feet wide.
Very good.
And one more thing, since we're on product as well. In terms of your walk-up, you have, 1,600, 1,800 square feet, 2,000, and then the jump to 3,500 square feet. So, that's a very large gap, and maybe you are, I think it's mentioned, going for 2 different consumers there. But if you are, maybe have a few more around that 3,500, right? But great job.
Thank you.
Okay, one more thing.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to let your buyers put a smaller house on one of those large lots because it would be inconsistent with the design guidelines, and you're losing the opportunity for a much larger margin.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're good.
That's it.
Awesome. Great job. Thank you. afternoon. Welcome to the four-year student competition for production home building. We have Texas State University up. So we're excited to have them here. We're going to start with a 15-minute presentation with a 10-minute judge debrief. And then after that, make sure to please keep your cell phone silenced and please don't leave the room while they're presenting or while we're asking our questions. So with that, you guys have it.
Alrighty, good afternoon, judges. Thank you guys for being here. We are the Bobcat Builders of Texas State, and we are so excited to present to you our project for the 40 acres given in Georgetown, Texas. Welcome to Rolling Hills Estates. First off, I'd like to introduce our team. I'm Logan. This is Wade, Darius, Meadow, and Kate. Unable to be here today, but integral parts of the team were also Gustavo, Jacob, Tyler, and Sadi as well. So at Rolling Hills Estates, we have a total of 174 lots. We have a target market of new families, first-time home buyers coming into Georgetown. So we have a large focus on family-friendly outdoor environment, affordability for those new home buyers, and we're very excited about our location because with the green space around us, we're able to cater to those first-time home buyers as well as the new tech companies that are coming down to Austin, bringing a little bit more of an affluent buyer in as well. And then to talk about market analysis, this is going to be Meadow for us.
Talking about the location, location is key for the development. So when we went through the proximity analysis, we found that the shopping stores and grocery stores are nearby in the location. So it's within the 12-minute ride and 14 minutes maximum. So, and highlighting about the recreation factors. So there is Lake Georgetown, which is suitable for swimming and fishing. Georgetown Country Club, which is suitable for golfing and gatherings, and also we have the Creekside Park that's perfect for the family gathering and Sunday picnic. So looking at the demographics, we can say that Georgetown is on the rise. So people are moving from different coasts to Georgetown, and the overall population growth is 9.5% over a year, which is among the top 5 population growth rate within the whole country.
Georgetown has a very promising demographic with an average household income of about $111,000. The population sits right under 106,000 people with a median age of about 45 years old. Georgetown has an overall town rating of A with a crime rate that's 39% lower than that of the national average. A little more than 2 people per household make up the 30,000 active households that we have in the community. And Georgetown has a very temperate climate, lots of sunny days, perfect for enjoying the weather and for families to enjoy their outside activities. Georgetown also has a very booming job market. 4 of the largest manufacturing and tech companies in the nation have moved their headquarters to the Austin area. This provides a very comfortable commute for new buyers in our community, the shortest of the commutes being 30 minutes and the longest being less than 45. You've got Apple, Google, Tesla, and Samsung all in the area. Where are these working people going to send their kids? Our parcel of land falls in Georgetown ISD, and they provide great schools such as the Joanne Ford Elementary School with an 8 out of 10 rating and the Douglas Benold Middle School with a 7 out of 10 rating. This brings the overall Georgetown ISD rating to a B+, which is very comforting for new parents moving in, sending their kids to these schools. The property tax value, or the property tax rates in Georgetown make it very competitive. They're much lower than those of the surrounding areas, such as Pflugerville, Leander, Cedar, and Liberty Hill. And those low property taxes are going to help keep Rolling Hills competitive. They're going to keep us below that median market price of around $510,000. For our average sales price being $420,000, makes it much more doable for the buyer, for the target buyer that we're looking for. And if you were to draw a line of best fit through this graph, you can see that each of our price per square foot, our average price per square foot of about $180 falls right in that median range, offering a good variation of both practicality and luxury for our buyers. Those homes will also see about a 34% absorption rate throughout our market studies. Our competition, we've noticed through our comprehensive studies of competition in the area that the inventory rate is decreasing, which is promising for an increase in sales pace as time goes on. We've also noticed that the absorption rate of the current market, about 36% of homes are being sold in 30 to 90 days, which is pretty comparable with our 34% absorption rate that we're seeing for homes in our own community. The sales pace has also gone up about 1.5 points since September, which means that Rolling Hills is very optimistic looking into those summer months where sales tend to uptick.
So I'm going to talk real quick about our land development. So we've divided our parcel up into 2 different phases. Our first phase is the tan phase, the orange-looking phase right there up at the top. We're going to start at the top and work our way down into phase 2, which is the pink parcels down there at the bottom. We're going to have 3 model homes at the front entry of our property. That's going to allow buyers to see what we offer as soon as they come in. We have 5 pocket parks and a pickleball court. It's going to be conducive to the young families, young children wanting to go out and get their energy out. We have 40 sewer inlets, 12 manholes, 80 20-foot tall light poles, 12 fire hydrants. So we've really thought out all the engineering aspects of this to make sure that we have a safe and viable neighborhood. So right here, these are our lot layout. So we have 54 blue 60-foot lots. We have 118 red 50-foot lots, and we have 2 pink 85-foot lots. And then the stars right here outline where our model homes are going to be located. So people can see those right there. And then the pickleball court is going to be up here. So as soon as they come in, they'll see what we offer, the beauty of our home, and the pickleball court, the amenity center right there. So Darius Phillips is going to talk to us about our product design and sustainability.
Here at Rolling Hills Estates, we have 4 affordable floor plans to offer for you guys that meet the requirements by the Georgetown Municipal Code. We have the El Dorado, the Atlantis, and Arcadia, which is our single-story floor plan. And we have the Serene, which is our only 2-story floor plan, averaging around 2,338 square feet for each home, ranging from 3 to 4 bedrooms, 2 to 2.5 bathrooms, giving us a competitive average price of $420,000, with the lowest being $347,000 and the highest being $487,000, giving us our average price per square foot of $179.68. We are a production home company that has a custom feel because based on our upgrades, our exterior and interior finishes, such as our 10-foot garages, our covered patios, and our masonry options. Like Logan said earlier, we have 3 model homes at the front, and inside the model homes, we have design centers for you guys to be able to see the living, kitchen, and bathroom upgrades. And we thought to stay lean by implementing native Texas plants such as Texas sage, purple coneflower, and Blackfoot daisy, not only to enhance the natural beauty of Texas, but to prevent drought and heat on the property.
So how are we going to be reaching out to our customers? First off, we're going to be going through social media. We're going to be updating our potential buyers through Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Google Ads, which is going to direct them to a website, which is going to include a virtual tour and a live agent that can respond to inquiries about purchasing a home from us. We're also going to be doing traditional ads through the radio, brochures, newspaper ads. Inside of our model homes, like Darius mentioned before, we do have that design center, so that's another aspect for the marketing.
So I'm going to talk about our project management and how we've got our team laid out. So we've got a project lead at the top. He's going to be on project from ground break until it is completely done. The project lead is going to be the head of all of the development in the community. He's going to make sure that the lots are completely done, and then once he's done with that, he'll hand it off to the construction managers. But he's also going to be the liaison between the construction managers and the city as well. The construction managers are going to take care of all of our home building aspects, and then we'll have interns for day-to-day help that the construction managers might need. So our total project duration is going to be 3 years and 9 months. We split it up into 2 phases, like I've said. Phase 1 is going to take 7 months. It's going to start in October of 2025. And then phase 2 is going to take 9+ months. We've added a little bit extra into the phase 2 to account for that pickleball court because we want to do the pickleball court in the second phase. We're doing that in the second phase so that way we can get a little bit of the revenue from the sold homes to add to that pickleball court. A single home is going to have a build time of about 120 total days. And then our construction from phase 1 to phase 2 is going to be continuous to cut down on any gap time, any lost revenue. We're also going to optimize our cost by supporting local trades, and we're also going to cut down on overhead by getting local materials and supporting the local area. So we have a clear safety plan set out for our project. We're going to follow all OSHA guidelines and have toolbox talks either once a week or twice a week with everyone who might be in any type of safety danger. We're also going to have stormwater protection, any silt fencing or anything that we need to protect from erosion, as well as runoff from our site.
I'd like to give you a financial overview of our project that we propose to you. Our land development cost is going to be our highest cost of our total project, with the $12.9 million being the total. Most of that's going to be from the direct land acquisition at $5.5 million, and then the next biggest cost for us is going to be that road work development for the whole community, bringing us a total lot cost for us at $65,000 for our 52-foot lots and $97,000 for our 62-foot lots. We have a salary breakdown. Per month. Our biggest direct building cost is going to be that outer part of the home, the exterior envelope. If you're going to compare our pricing to the Georgetown average with direct building costs, we've noticed that ours is anywhere between like $30 to $40 cheaper than that average price per square foot found around Georgetown. That's between our Arcadia all the way up to El Dorado, starting between the $371,000 price point to the $466,000 price point. We've run through some profit scenarios, and right now our current projected internal rate of return is going to be 24.89%. That's with us selling 50% of our homes and developing 50% of our homes ourselves. If we find that there's changes in interest rates, we do expect to be profitable regardless of if they go up or down a couple percentages, as well as with construction costs, that being a variable factor. We've considered that as well. Either way, we are going to be sustainable.
There are inherent construction risks within this community development. We've been able to locate and plan thoroughly for these risks by including a 10% contingency of our entire construction budget for larger risks such as extreme topography variation or labor or material shortages. We've also planned out an exit strategy that if we were to use, we would sell the remainder of our lots in our possession to trusted vendors in the area with the ability to effectively and affordably sell homes.
So why Rolling Hills Estates? We believe that we've addressed our target market, our profitable target market, very well with the outdoor green spaces, the ability to cater to these young families, and especially located close to these high-paying jobs. We're really thinking that with the influx of out-of-state people coming in to work at these jobs, we're really going to hit that target market. We also have a very competitive pricing and a high absorption rate of 34%, which is going to be around 4 homes per month because we have 12 homes per month being built. We also, Georgetown, we're excited about the growing population. It's attractive for our partner builders because it is growing, and we believe that with our green spaces and the development of our community, we're going to have a beautiful development that people are going to want to come and buy. We have $9.56 million in revenue and a total profit of $2.38 million. And so with that, I want to say thank you very much for your time, and we hope you invest with Rolling Hills Estates. Thank you.
Very good.
Great job, thank you. I have a two-part question. So you talk about young families being your target market. How does your product work for young families with 3 of the 4 being single stories, and why did you decide on a pickleball court rather than a pool or something else?
So we decided to go with 3 to 4 bedrooms on a single story because we were looking for that starter buyer. We wanted to keep our prices really low and attract more buyers to come in. So eventually we were hoping that with our buyers coming in and taking 50% of our lots, that there will be some more move-up homes that they can go into in that same community if they want to, or in a different market. But we're mostly targeting our first-time home buyers, and that's why we wanted to keep it simple and the costs low. And then as far as the pickleball court, we just decided that the pickleball court would be the best option because it is cheaper than like doing a pool or something big like that. But it's on the rise right now, and it's popular with young adults. So.
Well, speaking of the pickleball court, I have questions about that. I see you have it in phase 1, but you don't have it in your financials anywhere. It's not in your horizontal budget.
Yeah, so that wasn't accounted for in the horizontal budget, and that was a missed site on my part, but I believe that is accounted for in the total project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you mentioned that it would be built in phase 2, but it's located in phase 1. How does that work?
Yeah, so it's located kind of in the middle of phase 1. So what we're planning to do is start at the top and then come down. But like I said, we really wanted to wait on it until we could kind of get all of the revenue from this to build up our revenue to have money, excess money to build that pickleball court.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, also, we also talked to a business professional in Georgetown who does communities down there as well, and he suggested that we do it in the second phase to gain that revenue as well. So we took that into account as well.
It's a good plan. I mean, amenities are very expensive. You want to bring in money and cash flow first sometimes, so.
Awesome, great job, team. I'm actually in my community down the street about to have an indoor pickleball court, first in Central Texas, they say. So, got to learn how to play though. All right, got a few, little fun poke here. So, in your proposal, you talk about your interns either hiring a Texas A&M University student or a Texas State. You didn't put Texas State first? I'm just kidding. You have to answer that. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I do want to answer that because I did it and I didn't even think about it. I just put the two names of the universities, and he actually told me to change it on our presentation. I forgot to in the thing. So yeah, we thought about it.
It's giving you a hard time. I do have a question. So you did talk about Georgetown ISD here, and actually a little bit digging. This is actually Gerald ISD, what this is zoned in, which means that they're going to have to drive further, and for most situations, take their children to school because it's a different ISD, a little bit further out. So that being said, how do you get around that obstacle on the sales front now, knowing that your consumers are going to have to drive a little bit further?
I'll take that question again. So we didn't account for that. We saw that the Georgetown ISD was up to Sun City, so we just assumed that we would be absorbed into that Georgetown ISD. So that's something that we would look into to try and get done if that is the case, if we're in Gerald ISD. But hopefully that won't be too discouraging for people in the area because of the recreation and everything that's down there. All the other aspects that are in close proximity to the development, we're hoping will kind of attract those buyers, even though it's a little further away for the schools.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, great job, team. Can we pull up the model home layout, kind of the court that you had?
I'm sorry, was it in the site layout?
Was it in the site layout?
Yeah.
Right here?
Right,
No,
the
it should
one
be.
before.
There it is, right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you, for future developments, try to keep your model homes together. You want these to be walkable. You want to go from model home to model home to model home. In this scenario, you're asking clients to traverse streets, crosswalks. You can't really get them in a trap fence. It really kind of slows down your sales process. So even if you have to develop lots different sizes beside each other, do so because you want to keep your court together, keep it all as one model park with concise consolidated parking, and typically you want to kind of be 1 or 2 lots away from your entry to just kind of ease that burden a little bit to kind of get in and out. So just be a little more strategic in your model court. But I think the plans and products were good. I think I have my biggest issue with your model court layout.
No, thank you. I appreciate that feedback. Yeah, that's something that we didn't even think about. So.
Okay, nice job. If one of your professors is Will Holder, tell him I said hello.
Will do. Yes, sir, Randy.
The option profitability, you're showing $4 million in revenue, and in your cash flow, your costs are $245,000. So did you miss a zero, maybe?
Can we go back to that slide?
This was in your cash flow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we must have missed a number.
Okay, all right. And then, in your proposal, one of your target markets was active adult. Did that change since December? Did you change your mind?
That's my fault. I meant to put active young adult like active young adults who like the outdoors.
So you intended it to be young adults?
Yes, I misspoke.
Okay. And on your salaries, you got all these salaries, and you know that there's taxes and benefits.
Yes.
And that's called a load. So what's your load?
We have some benefits kind of based on some percentages that we cooked up around here.
You wouldn't want to say cooked up. Don't say cooked up to your board.
We have that at 23,000 here, and then we have some other
Oh, I see.
overhead
Okay.
through here.
Okay, I didn't catch that. All right, very good, very good. And then would you go to your profitability slide?
Yep. Are we looking at this?
No, it was one showing profits. It was a profit slide.
Go forward. This one. This one has direct profit on here.
Yes, this one.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So your cash flow shows your net cash flow. So in your cash flow, when it prints out, it didn't print the revenue or the direct costs or the site development, because you know how you got to take the decimal off or it won't fit in the cell. Okay, so in your editing, my coaching to you is in your editing, this is critical. So I'll just tell you, if I got this in my company, well, what do you think I'd do to that person? Correct. You are correct. And I'm not trying to be harsh about it. It's just, it's life. Okay, so you've got 9.56 million in revenue, okay? But your revenue was like, I can't tell exactly what it was. It was like 50-something million? That's
Yeah,
your profit.
if I'm
So your revenue that you have up there is what you're showing as profit. And then I don't know where the 2.3 came from.
Okay.
Okay?
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right. Think we're good?
Yeah, good job.
All right, great job. we have Kent State up. We're going to start with a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A after that. I'd like to ask that you please silence your phones and don't leave the room until the end of the presentation. Kent State, you got the floor.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Lance, and I am representing Mesa Development Group, and today we would like to introduce you to the fountains at Woodside. At this time, I'd like to introduce my team. We have Grace Costin, Caitlin, I'm scared. Kayla Uskill, Ariana Bernardo, Matt Kellerman, and Mason Holcomb. And at this time, I'd turn it over to Mason. The project itself is located in Georgetown, Texas, which is approximately 30 miles north of Austin, Texas. This project will consist of 125 strategically designed homes on 40 acres of land. The project itself will cost approximately $53 million with an overall profit of $15 million and an ROI of 28%, taking place between the timeline of March 2025 and February of 2030. Now I'll turn it over to Mason.
Thank you, Kyle. Georgetown, Texas is the ideal investment opportunity due to its continual and constant growth, averaging around 5.73% annually increase in residents. The amenities in the Georgetown area make it an environment ideal for the people wanting to grow their family and to live an active lifestyle. In terms of employment, the average employers are in healthcare, manufacturing, IT, and tech. The average affordable home is above the median income, the median home price, around $440,000. Our targeted markets are the business professional and the young families. The business professionals would like to buy our homes because we are located 30 minutes out of Austin, Texas, and we have access to the region's vast growing economic opportunities. The young families would like to buy our homes because you would have room to expand their families and not only have access to Austin, Texas, and have a shorter commute while having room to grow their families and have children. And thanks, I would like to give it to Grace for site design.
Thank you, Mason. With our 125 homes and 125 lots and 4 home models, we are able to create a community that we believe our homeowners will be proud of. There's a lot of site considerations that we had to think about as the 100-year floodplain is located on the site. With this in mind, we decided to put 2 detention basins in the front of the lots. These will also serve as a functional and aesthetically pleasing purposes. And thank you. I'm going to pass it off to Matt.
Thanks, Grace. Here at Mesa Development Group, we selected our product portfolio from Series B for our Collections program by Mesa. Collections offers our buyers to choose from some of our design selections curated by our in-house designers. At the fountains at Woodside, we decided from our Achieve, Farmhouse, and Urban design palettes. These will give our buyers options and streamline the production process, reducing costs and also making the process smoother on the client interaction side. Our smallest home is just over 1,800 square feet, the Sage, with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It has a spacious extended foyer, perfect for welcoming your guests, with an open great room and kitchen with an optional covered deck, which is available on all 4 of our home designs in the community. The fan favorite oversized walk-in closet highlights this design. The next home, our Blue Bonnet, is 2,100 square feet of space. It's 3 bedrooms, 2 baths with a dedicated flex space right off of your open concept kitchen and living area. The flex space can be used as a dedicated playroom, work from home office for our business professionals, or formal dining space, and so much more. Our first 2-story home design, the Daisy, offers 2,500 square feet of space, a first-floor owner's retreat, which is popular especially in the Austin market, and a bonus guest suite for guests. The home also offers a breathtaking 2-story foyer with overlooking loft upstairs and a 2-story great room. Our flagship home, the Red Poppy, is just over 2,700 square feet of space. It's our flagship design named after the Red Poppy Festival, a 3-day one in downtown Georgetown. The home offers a breathtaking 2-story great room, kitchen, and dining room combination. Also has 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, with 2 of them being upstairs, and your owner's suite also on the first floor, similar to the Daisy. We are confident that our product can serve the business and young professionals that are moving to Georgetown and also cater to the proximity of Sun City, where active adult residents may be retiring and may not want the restrictions that Sun City has. I'll now pass it back to Grace.
Thank you, Matt. There's evidence of green building demand in Georgetown as this town has shifted towards solar power. We at Mesa Development want to incorporate green building practices throughout our construction in support of the green future of Georgetown. By doing this, we are going to implement a number of green standards and practices. Can you go back? Sorry. Such as lean construction. We also will be implementing a water pollution prevention plan under the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality. Thank you. Throughout all of our homes, there will also be eco-friendly and sustainable materials available, as well as Energy Star rated appliances. With all of these things we are deciding to put into our homes, we are estimating our HERS index score will be between 65 and 70, which is below your typical new home score, but that's good. And yeah, with all these considerations, we believe that we're going to be able to provide healthier homes with long-term energy and maintenance savings. And I'm going to pass it off to Ariana.
Thank you, Grace. So as you see, we have our site estimate, which comes to a total of just under $5 million. The greatest amount of cost come from paving and concrete at 60%, the utilities at 30%, and the earthwork at 10%. Now we have our average development cost. Each house will cost about $270,000 to build, with the greatest cost being interiors at $93,000, exteriors at $131,000, and horizontal at $45,000. Now we have our overhead cost, which is just over $6 million. Our greatest cost is for buy down at 42%, phases at 24%, and pricing at 27%. Now I'd like to pass it off to Mason for Kayla for project management.
Thank you, Ariana. At the heart of our operations is our project management team. Our project management team consists of a superintendent, assistant superintendent, and project manager who are responsible for delivering our project on time and in budget. Operating under our safety-first culture, we adhere to NAHB safety standards and implement protocols like safety orientations, toolbox talks to ensure safety and well-being on our site. Our project is broken down into 3 phases over 25 months to construct 125 homes. Phase 1 will consist of mobilization and completion of 44 homes. Continue on into our progress of our development, we will adjust to make sure our site logistics to make sure we keep a clean, organized, and environmentally responsible site. Mesa Development will be leveraging advanced technology like AI, drones, and different project softwares to ensure efficient time management and decision-making while on site. Looking at our site mitigations, we look at lean construction and waste reduction and maximizing efficiency of equipment, material, and labor. Looking at our quality control, we look at our 5S method, different audits, and daily inspections to ensure quality for the entirety of our project. Lastly, we look at our commitment to environmental protection of dust control and stormwater pollution to ensure our environmental friendliness on site. We do all of this risk mitigation to drive value and grow our profit. I'll pass it back to Ariana to look at schedule.
Thank you, Kayla. So we have created a base schedule timeline for the project. This base timeline has a decreased absorption rate of 3 houses per month to accommodate for market uncertainty, and this creates gaps between our phases. But we have also created an alternative timeline, which is an increased absorption rate of 5 houses per month, and this creates overlap between the phases, which would increase or shorten our timeline for substantial completion. And we have also created a per house timeline, which would take a total of 105 working days per home, with these costs coming from interior, exterior, and utilities. Utilities would take 10 days, exteriors would take 45 days, and interiors would take 58 days. Now I'd like to pass it along to Mason for sales and marketing.
Thank you, Ariana. Our relationship begins with our client whenever they experience our brand through our social media presences and our advertisements. We continue building a relationship with them through our open houses and our product selection experiences. Because our sales manager is with our clients throughout the entire home buying process, they will be able to tailor suggestions to our individual home buyers to meet their needs and suggestions. We offer a couple of incentives, including our programs to discounts for our first home buyers and our early closing. We also plan to partner with Textile Credit Union, a local credit union, to buy down the interest rate to around 5%. In doing so, we not only expand our market, but allow our homes to become more affordable and attainable. In terms of marketing, we plan to have a large presence on social media such as Instagram and Facebook. We plan to direct our customers and viewers to our website, in which we will have our full home offerings and our product selections on there. We also plan to advertise on Zillow and Realtor.com. And thank you, and I'll pass it on to Kyle for financial risk analysis.
Thank you, team. At Mesa Development Group, our outermost priority on all of our job sites is the overall quality and safety of our products. We plan on mitigating our risk for this overall project by conducting regulatory quality and safety inspections, along with holding clientele meetings, along with doing material testing and promoting guidelines and standards from the NAHB and OSHA safety protocols, along with promoting overall safety for not only our subcontractors, but for our residents as well. Part of this is we also anticipate the environment to be a potential risk on this project, in which we plan on mitigating this by abiding by local NAHB along with EPA regulations, implementing lean building methods, utilizing green building materials, and promoting overall environmental conscious on this project. Another risk we could foresee is overall warranties, in which we've included a budget into this project for our warranties. Warranties include such things as our subcontractor performance warranties, maintenance, O&M manuals, along with vendor material warranties. And as you can see in the chart in the bottom left is our overall duration breakdown for our warranties. Another thing we could also anticipate being a potential risk is the overall uncertainty of material prices over the years. So we plan on mitigating this by purchasing our materials early, along with in bulk, along with completing regulatory material inspections and storing them efficiently and safely. A couple more potential risks that we could see on this job is overall interest rates, in which we plan on partnering with a local credit union, along with being selective with who our home buyers will be, to decrease our overall interest rates for this project to 5% in comparison to the overall interest rate in Georgetown of 7%. We also foresee affordability to be a potential issue as well, so we are implementing first-time home buyer programs along with interest rate buydowns. For our overall financial overview, this will include things such as our overall revenues, costs, profits, overhead, and our return on interest. The absorption for this project will be approximately 3 homes per month for our base timeline and 5 homes per month for our alternative timeline, in comparison to the overall 6 for Georgetown. This project itself will take place from our standard timeline of March of 2025 through February of 2030, and for our alternative of March 2025 through April of 2027. Our base financial scenario includes overall revenues of approximately $68 million with costs of $53 million, resulting in an overall profit of $15 million, an ROI of 28%, and a break-even point of April 2030. Now, with our alternative timeline, we're projecting our overall profits to increase just slightly to approximately $16 million with an ROI of 30% and a break-even point in May of 2025. With our optimistic scenario, we are projecting our overall revenues to increase while our costs decrease by approximately 2.5% across the board. This would result in revenues of about $71.3 million with costs of $50.6 million, resulting in a profit of $20.7 million, an ROI of 41%, and a break-even point of August of 2029. With the alternative scenario, again, we are anticipating an overall profit bump to approximately about $21.5 million, resulting in a 43% ROI and a break-even point of February of 2027. And finally, with our conservative scenario, we're projecting our overall revenues to decrease and costs to increase by about 2.5% across the board once again. This would result in revenues of $64.5 million with costs of $54 million, resulting in an overall profit of $10 million, an ROI of 19%, and a break-even point of June 2030. Then finally, with our alternative timeline for our conservative scenario, we're projecting, again, the overall profit boost up to approximately about $11.2 million, resulting in a 21% ROI and a break-even point of August of 2027. And with that, we'd like to thank you and open up for questions.
Very good.
Good job. Did you guys go visit the site?
We did.
I saw that. That was pretty cool that you included a picture of yourself at the Inner Space Caverns while you, that's pretty impressive. So good job with that. I really liked your market analysis. You did, especially the SWOT analysis of your target market, I really liked that. One thing that you did not really go into is the absorption pace of the competition. You listed all the competition, which was excellent, but you didn't talk about their sales pace per month. At the end, you just said the standard community is 6 per month. Can you explain to me what the pace is? I know you're planning on 3, but what is everyone else doing in the competition?
So what we planned on doing is we priced ourselves potentially slightly above our overall market competition in order to, we want to ensure our overall return on investment. Due to this, we are expecting our overall absorption rate to decrease, but we are fine because we are ensuring ourselves an overall higher return compared to our market competition.
Okay. It's really important to know and spell out what your competition is doing every month. This is just a FYI, by the way, because it justifies your pace and you proving that you can do what you say you're going to do. That's just, so it's a good thing to include.
All right, great job, team. I appreciate print-offs of your presentation. Very helpful to kind of flip through. So if you would mind going to your target market slide, which should be the 4th or 5th one in. I did have a question on your breakdown of affordability. So looking at an example, young families, you know, we're showing a total monthly payment of, there we go, $1,069, plus you have your taxes, yeah, $865 insurance, $104. So all in all, probably about like $2,000 payment here. You know, with current rates where there are the taxes in this area, for a $400,000 house, you're looking at probably about a $3,000 monthly payment. So being in the range from $430 to $640, is your product affordable for your target market?
To answer that question, yes, we do believe it's an affordable product because we are being strategically selective with who will be purchasing our homes, understanding that not necessarily the average person will be able to afford it, but in overall, hitting metric numbers in order for us to feasibly complete the project, along with we'll be providing overall assistance programs such as our interest rate buy-downs, along with our first-time home buyer experiences.
Okay. One more question I have for you, and it's not all the plans, but one of the plans is budgeted for insulation at $73,000. Where did you get that number from? Just curious.
So we use a software called RS Means, which gives you pricing for labor cost and just material in itself. So we use that, and then we estimate it by like the perimeter and just the area where we would have to insulate. And so yeah, that's where we got it.
And what is your standard insulation? What are you using?
We're going to use standard bad insulation that hits the R value metrics that are needed for the area.
Understood. It's gold insulation, hold on to it, a little expensive. Thank you, guys.
To also further elaborate, on top of us using the RS Means program, we have also used our previous historical data for our overall projects to figure out how much that insulation price was going to be.
Got it.
All right, got a question on lot premiums. I didn't see them addressed in the presentation. I may have missed them on the slides, but are lot premiums addressed? Do you have any additional revenue generation from those?
So we didn't go with overall lot premiums, and the reason why we did that is we wanted to abide by the overall master plan for the community, in which there was a specific criteria shown for the overall lot size for that project. So we essentially went with the mindset that we would generate additional income via our upgrade packages instead of lot premiums.
Okay. On your warranty, it says you're going to cover your warranty, your shingles for 20 years?
Yes. It's just a material warranty.
Still very expensive. You don't have to. So just maybe next time, think about that. It's typically above and beyond.
I will say for the shingles and some other things, it's through kind of the material supplier. So a lot of, shingle distributors will kind of include the manufacturer warranty that will be included in that, averages about 20 to 30 years through the supplier, ours being 20 years as well. So it, kind of relates to that process as well.
Yeah, they have their material warranty, but it's not your warranty.
Yeah, gotcha.
Got it, okay. And then you say 3 months, 3 per month, but your financials are based off of 6. So just make sure you true that one up, because when I mean, your financials in the back are pretty difficult to read, but when I was going through, I think the number I was able to pull out was 6. So just, you said 3, 5, 6, so just make sure that's all kind of tightened up in the future.
Nice job. So this will be a coaching moment. When you present the cash flow, I got to be able to read it. I can't read it.
Gotcha.
And so even on my iPad, I can't read it. I definitely can't read it, print it, okay? Okay, so within your base economic model, you have $6.3 million for overhead. That on 67 million of revenue. So help me, I know 2.7 million is for buy downs. And so I'm walking through it. My concern is it's not high enough. When you consider construction overhead, closing cost, how you're gonna pay for commissions or however you're gonna do that with salespeople. And then added to it your 2.7 million in buy downs.
Yes. So we took kind of an interesting approach in regards to that, in which we were being incredibly selective with who our home buyers were going to be, along with we were using a lot of our in-house practices to overall decrease the overhead for the project, to keep it low.
Okay, can you elaborate on that just to,
Yeah,
more
sure.
specifics?
So overall, instead of doing a commission-based salary for, say, our salesperson, it's just a salary-based. So that's one of the things that could, that we're anticipating for our decrease. Along with, we are kind of divvying up salaries between job-wise. For, say, our project manager, he would be on a multitude of different jobs. Therefore, all of his salary is not elaborated to just one project.
How are you gonna do that and do 3 to 6 a month?
So that's for just our project manager for construction purposes.
Okay.
That's not for the sales.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
On your site plan, you have a lot of open spaces in between lots. Who's gonna maintain that?
So those open spaces are going to be maintained by the HOA through the HOA fee on our estimate. And once the community is closed, currently our company will, forward that cost, but afterwards the homeowners association will be responsible for setting up maintenance per the Woodside development bylaws.
Was there, in your presentation, was there an outline of the HOA fees for this community? I saw the summary you have.
I believe it was
that other
$1,200 a year, correct? It should be on one of the slides.
Yeah, it said $1,200 a year. It looked like that just came from the average of other HOAs in the community. Did you analyze the cost for this particular site, or no?
Yeah, we were going to do the $1,200 a year just based on the averages through other communities nearby. Yeah.
And then just more of a comment than a question on your site estimate. You have $4,500 for fountains, plural. That's, I don't know where you came up with those numbers, but that's way low. Monument sign is really low. Excuse me, your landscaping's really low for the amount of open space and trails you're gonna have to put in, and that was missing from your horizontal budget. In addition, just one more quick FYI on the budget, always include a contingency. But great job.
Actually, I have one more thing, sorry, it's just to piggyback on what you're talking about on that site design. So in that open space you're referring to, the HOA is maintaining, just keep in mind some of it, like the inner cul-de-sac, it looks like you can't even get to it without maybe going through somebody's backyard at a fence or something. So maximize lots where you can. If you have those weird kind of triangle shapes, just extend the actual lot, because we understand it's maintained, but some of those pockets, how do you get to them, right? So.
If you extend the lots, you can charge a premium then
Yeah.
too and get
Yeah.
more revenue.
So real quick, when you're looking at an unleveraged 28% internal rate of return unleveraged on a development like this, the caution flag should go up, because that's unleveraged, that's high. Okay, thank you. And so it means maybe you don't have enough cost built in. Okay.
Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
good afternoon and welcome to our four-year student competition for production home building. We have University of Denver here, our graduate program, and we are going to have a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A that we have. I'd like to ask that everyone still kind of being seated, please don't leave and silence yourself while the presentation Q&A. Denver, you got it. Awesome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining with us today. We are Cadillac Ranch Builders, and we're excited to propose the Reserve at Woodside, a 48-acre residential development home to a brand new 174 beautiful homes in Georgetown, Texas. Now, before diving deep into the vision for this project, I'd like to introduce our presenting team today. So my name is Gabe Dora. Alongside me, we have Phil Ray, Crystal Compere, Zach Murrow, Hannah Lane, and Jacob Langner. So getting right into it, with an IRR of a little less than 25%, this project presents a strong return on investment, making it an awesome opportunity to invest. This success is driven by the 174 homes built on the 48-acre lot, designed to maximize land efficiency and market demand. With this, we anticipate generating a total profit of $16.4 million, obtaining 20% margin, ensuring both profitability and sustainability. And lastly, from our financial projections, we anticipate a project break-even in July 2029. Now I'll be jumping into the market analysis.
Thank you, Gabe. So I'm going to identify some of the key details that informed our strategy. First, we see that Georgetown has experienced very high population growth at around 9.5%. And this robust population growth validates our demand assumption. We also see that there are very diverse age demographics. The median age is just under 45 years. So this informed that our target market will include older individuals, potentially retirees, as well as families. There's also many employers nearby that our residents will be commuting to, such as Dell, Apple, Tesla, Emerson, and Airborne. These employers employ thousands of individuals, so we expect that these big employers will sustain the population growth for years to come, and many residents will also be commuting to and from work. Our income demographics are also very strong in this area. We have a $95,000 median household income, which is stronger than the national average of $78,000. This high median income will enable the buying power in the high $3,000 to low $5,100 range. And finally, through detailed analysis, we're able to identify 4 key target demographics. We have up-and-coming families/veterans that can afford $2,800 a month. We have the workday drive individuals that are commuting between those employers that can afford around $3,000 a month. And we also have the Boomberg/active duty officers that can afford $3,500 a month. Finally, we have the savvy suburbanites who can afford around $3,200 a month. Finally, we looked at the MLS transaction data to identify where we should, or how big our product should be. And so you see that hump on the left is where the transaction volume is the highest. And we identified some floor plans that would align well with that transaction volume to maximize our absorption. After identifying these 6 models, we looked at where our competition was priced at those square footage values. And so we chose to target that lower cluster of our competition because there's higher absorption there. Now I will hand it off to products and sustainability.
Thank you, Bill. At the Reserve at Woodside, the Reserve at Woodside is our baby. So I have the honor of introducing you to 3 of our floor plans. Our first floor plan is Juniper Rose, and it's coming at 1,500,000 square feet, and it's our ranch style plan. And it's 3,600. And for my favorite feature within this home is the covered patio. The Chestnut Oak is 2,169 square feet, and it's also ranch style, and it's coming in at 410. And the best feature about this is that it's ample space for the Texans, because Texans like to have parties, so we have ample space for that. The last plan is Atlas Cedar. It's 2,797 square feet, and it's our 2-story plan, and it's coming in at 4,470. And the best part about this plan is that it has a master suite with a huge tub for these bathers, for you bathers, and just know, bubbles are not included. As far as our floor plans go, they're amazing, but at the Woodside Reserve, we prioritize sustainability. It is embedded within our design, and our key focal points These are our 6 key focal points, which we emphasize water conservation, which Zach will touch upon in his later slides. And for us, it's not just building homes, it's building a community that's meant to last. And I will pass it over to site overview.
Thanks, Crystal. I'll be moving through the site overview now. In this, we will discuss the existing site conditions, some of the items that we're currently monitoring. We'll also move into the site design, premium lots, and we'll end it out with some phasing. Like I mentioned, existing site conditions. This site currently boasts a favorable, less than 2% grade, minimizing the need for any heavy earthwork. In terms of soils, we do have absorbent clay and silt soils present on the site, as well as limestone, which underlies much of the region. In terms of foliage, the site is currently heavily wooded, and there is a floodplain located on the northwest corner of the site. We are also home to the Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone. Moving into some of those site items that we're currently monitoring, the first one on our list here is the absorbent soils, which could lead to some structural risk in terms of foundations. To mitigate this, we're currently working to obtain additional geotech reports, and we'll also include a soils report contingency within our purchase contract to mitigate any extra risk that we have there. In terms of the Edwards Aquifer, we are, like I mentioned, located on the recharge zone, which does mean the site requires TEQC approval, and to mitigate any delays that this might cause, we'll allow for sufficient time to engage early on with the TEQC to get all necessary approvals that are required to begin construction. The next one on our list here is the 100-year floodplain located on our northwest quadrant. Don't worry, none of our houses are getting wet here. We've actually decided to use this as an amenity to the area and a focal point of our community. We'll include a trail system that allows the community access to outdoor recreation. We'll also avoid any permanent structures within that floodplain. The final item that we're monitoring on this list here is the potential water supply gaps, which Georgetown has identified and is working diligently to find options to mitigate any supply concerns. So that's what they're doing, but on our end, we're going to engage with some city planners and monitor the infrastructure updates, and we'll also look into potentially prepaying these water tap fees to ensure that we have the water rights required to complete our entire project. Up next, we'll move into some of the site design. Like Gabe mentioned, we are building 174 lots across the beautiful 48 acres in Georgetown. This comes at 2 different lot widths. The first one is the 47-foot width, which will have 104 total homes, and the second one is the 52-foot lot width, which will have 70. Like previously mentioned, this beautiful focal point of a floodplain will be used as green space, totaling 8.64 acres across the entire site, meaning that our total density per acre is 3.63. The premium lots will also be located along that floodplain on the north edge and along that green space on the south edge, along with corners and adjacent to other green spaces throughout our vibrant community. Finally, phasing. Our team has elected to do this project in 2 different phases. Phase 1 in yellow on the south side will consist of 106 total lots, which will be 4 model homes. And phase 2 will round us out in teal on the north side at 68 total lots, creating the perfect community. And now off to construction management.
Thanks, Zach. All right, we're going to dive into some nitty-gritty construction info. First, we anticipate our project will take roughly 6 years, with a completion date of August of 2031. Pre-construction will take about 24 months of that, followed by 5.5 months of phase 1 horizontal. Consecutively following the first phase will be the second phase, also at about 5.5 months. Our home phases will vary between 2 and 3 years because of the number of homes being built, but the average home will be built in about 6.5 months. For phase 1, as you see highlighted in yellow, as Zach mentioned, it will include our 4 model homes. We anticipate beginning horizontal January of 27, vertical June of 2027. Phase 2 will be the teal, now still uncompleted section, and while we don't anticipate any gapping in our scheduling, we did plan it this way so that we can evaluate the market at that time. Phase 2 will consist of 68 homes beginning June, horizontal beginning June of 27, vertical beginning August of 29. The total construction cost will be at about $11.4 million, which breaks down to about $65,000 a square foot, or a lot. The home square footage cost, you can see, are 2 different collections, 97 and 90 on average. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail here. You can see we range between $82 a square foot and $113 a square foot. We anticipate, and return on each of the homes of about 20%. Some really exciting things that we're happy about at the Reserve. The trees. We love the trees, and we want to save as many as we can because we want this to feel like an established neighborhood, not just one that was built wherever. So preserving the trees also saves us about $100,000 in costs, so win-win. We also have factored in about 17% of additional expense for any soil or limestone issues we may run into. And then finally, what makes our property unique is that we have a dedicated gas line going to every home. And while we do want every home to be solar ready and all electric if that's what someone wants, they have the option for a gas line for that awesome outdoor back grill. For the vertical, we anticipate from foundation to certificate of occupancy homes to take about 6.5 months. And then again, we are averaging about a 20% profit per home. And I'll turn it over for project management.
Awesome. Thank you, Hannah. So here we have the organizational chart for the project management team that will be on site. So at the top of the Cadillac Ranch logo, we have the land development manager that will be in charge of the land development process and making sure there's a smooth transition to construction. And then following the logo, you have the different construction managers that will be having their different tasks. So the area construction manager will be overseeing the construction of an area and group of homes, whereas the construction manager is overseeing per home basis, both ensuring safety and quality, and you bet yourself that they're going to be pushing that schedule. Lastly, on the organizational chart is an awesome opportunity for construction project interns to gain hands-on experience and awesome knowledge and help the project team with the daily operations of construction. Environmental management is a top priority for our group, so we've implemented a stormwater pollution prevention plan to protect local waterways and minimize runoff. We've also implemented ways to control the dust. So this is to make sure that the airborne particles are being minimized and that the air quality for both the workers, the project management team, and the future residents in our beautiful community is in great conditions. Now this leads well into the safety and quality assurance, which are essential for our construction process. So we're going to be following OSHA guidelines, enforcing the use of PPE, having fall protection, regular site inspections, and this is to make sure that safety is not hindering our schedule or our construction process. Future residents can trust that safety was a #1 priority in construction from start to finish for our beautiful community. Now we'll go into sales and marketing.
Thanks, Gabe. All right, our sales team is excited and chomping at the bit to get into these model homes. They will set up shop in one of our 4 model homes and be able to show physical buyers on site the different options they have. We also anticipate using the breadth of the World Wide Web, whether that's SEO, MLS listings, all the social medias. We want to show people our progress throughout our time, as well as showcase what we have once it's built. We also will do more concrete media, billboards in and out of San Antonio, trying to get some of those Texas transplants, mailers, and then hosting local events in our community, whether that be concerts in the park, picnics in the park, so we can show people what we're doing on site. And then finally, the larger events like the Texas State Fair, OU Texas game. If you'd like more information about our events, follow those QR codes. Next, our signs will match the aesthetic of the beautiful Georgetown stone signs that exist already. We will have these in our entrances, again, matching that existing aesthetic. And then our more temporary signage will just be directional and to label our model homes. Finally, as Bill mentioned, we have a breadth of people we are appealing to. We want the first-time home buyers, we want the established families, and we want the retired military. So we want to offer a lot of different upgrades to suit each one's lifestyle. Some of our favorites are the extended islands in the kitchen, soft close cabinets, upgraded bathrooms, but then more fun on the outside, covered pergolas, extended patios, fire pits, built-in kitchens, all for just a great living space. Turn it over to Jacob.
Thank you, Hannah. So jumping into the economic feasibility of this project, you can see here in the upper right-hand corner in our cash flow summary, we are estimating an unlevered pre-tax IRR of just about 25%. We're looking at a gross pre-tax profit margin of roughly 20%. We have peak capital of just over $18 million, and we're estimating a break-even date of July 2029. For absorption rates, we're estimating 3 units per month on our 47-foot series and 2 units per month on our 52-foot series. Now, as you've seen previously and in the packet, we took a highly conservative approach in our underwriting. To add some more peace of mind, we conducted a few sensitivity analysis, as you'll see here on the right, to further assess our risk exposure. Looking at the upper right-hand section and our base price sensitivity analysis, you'll see that even with a 10% deduction in our base pricing, we still maintain roughly 15% IRR. And looking in the lower right-hand section here, in our absorption rate sensitivity analysis, you can see that even if we have any unforeseen or macroeconomic conditions that may decline our absorption rates, we still maintain profitability even in the worst-case scenarios. It'll just elongate our project deadline. Thank you, and at this time, I'd like to open the floor for any questions.
Great job, team. Really well prepared. In terms of y'all's proposal, I just want to give a shout out. Now, talk about casting a wide net. Great job at defining multiple consumer types. Being specific on their payments, their marketing strategy for each kind of consumer type as well. So I really appreciate that. So great job on your market analysis. I have a few questions here. Logistically, got a question for whoever's running our schedule. So I got MEP trims, mechanical, electrical, plumbing trims happening the week after they're roughed in. So I just didn't know logistically how that works, if y'all could speak to having your trims happen right after your roughs.
We anticipate having very good subcontractors, first of all. No, we know that there will probably be some scheduled fluctuation that will need to happen. So we've built in extra time throughout the schedule to accommodate for some of those things that were maybe overlooked. So we know that, okay, while we didn't see that in the schedule up front, there is a few weeks on the back end that we can use as cushion.
Got it. One more just kind of statement I have in terms of the floor plans and layouts. A lot of the kitchen configurations have some of the peninsulas kind of jutting out. Just think maybe some of the executions could be done maybe with larger islands, be more kind of current with current product that's out there. But great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, agree. Great job. I think the product portfolio is cohesive. I think it makes sense. One thing I will what we would do if this was my project, we would look at any of the homes that are kind of backing any roadways, either having a buffer or rear architectural elements, and then building some of that cost into the lot cost or the lot premium, just to make sure we address that, because your model homes are kind of backing up to that boulevard, or whatever roadway it is. It just won't show the best. So just make sure that you're kind of planning for those types of things in there. And then the only kind of weird thing that I saw was the gas requirement, or I'm going to call it the gas requirement, but you said, hey, we're going to throw in a gas grill. There was no other gas requirement in the neighborhood required for, usually you have to sign a contract and you're usually 2 appliances or 3, a fireplace or something else has to go with it. So is that just a nice to have thing, or is that actually you actually talked to the gas company and got that worked out, or like a little bit of thought behind that one?
So no, we did not necessarily meet or factor in necessary requirements. What we did was we put in a gas line to every home. It can be capped. It does not have to be utilized, especially in homes that want to be all electric. But we wanted that option to be there just in case someone may want an electric appliance, but they still want the gas grill, which would need a dedicated gas line.
Yeah, that's it. If you're going to bring gas in, bring gas appliances in as an option. It's a great revenue generator. Anybody coming down from the Northeast is going to want gas cooking. You're just going to have that. So, leverage that for future options whenever you do stuff like that.
Great, thank you.
Very good job. What was your thinking process with respect to, there's no buyer incentives in your cash flow model?
Yes, we actually did add a little buffer in there. It's about a 10K offer, and that's either to be used on the base pricing deduction, or it could be used on an interest rate buy down for whatever the preferred lender is of each buyer.
To add to that too, we also know that there are going to be, because our product's not coming online until 2027, maybe even 2028, we want there to be a reevaluation of market conditions. If incentives aren't needed, we don't want to necessarily offer them just because. So we also want to reevaluate because our products are coming online a little bit later.
Maybe I'm blind, but it says 0 for incentives.
I can take a look at that if you like.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
No. Okay. So your lot premium, you had a whole bunch of lot premiums, okay? But you said your average was $1,500, okay? can you tell me how you determined, like, can you give me an example of a lot premium price? What are you gonna get for a corner, for example?
So we'll just walk back here to the lot premium slide.
And as a follow-up to that,
Yes, sir.
there's costs associated with lot premiums, and where is that?
So to answer the first question, the lot premiums do come at a wide variety. We did conservatively estimate those. For example, the ones on the floodplain, depending on where they are, could range anywhere from 30 to 60,000. And the ones inland would be simple, especially those corner lots, because if they are on two
What's your
roadways-
corner?
We have the,
No, I know what a corner is, but,
yes, for
what
the
is your
price.
pricing?
So I did not price that one in specific, but I could look back into the model and get back to you on all of the different price models.
Okay,
I think our average lot premium was around $18,000, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly from the packet.
That might have been a mistype in our package.
okay,
I do
it says
apologize.
1,500 per lot.
Okay, I do
In the
apologize
economic
for that.
model, it just seemed low, that's why I asked.
Okay, I do
Okay.
apologize.
Since I want to get one more question, and you don't have to answer the question about lot premium costs, your cash flow tails at the very end, your cash flow goes flat. Is that just because your project ended and it was a presentation issue?
Yes.
Are you talking about the slide or in the?
On your slide, yeah, your cash flow cash flow chart, your break even?
Oh, gotcha, yeah, no, it
Go
just
back.
tails off because now we've got all the debt back.
Yeah, that ended up
We've
being.
now,
You're
we've
done.
resourced all the capital back.
Are you done, are you saying you're done May of 30 or somewhere in the middle there?
No,
Is that what
estimate-
happened?
No, estimated completion is around August 31. It's just, as far as breaking capital. on the-
Oh, I
it's just-
see.
it's
So it
just kinda-
extended to July to January 31, but you were already done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just.
Got it.
It's just
We
tapered off.
modeled, our pro forma
Yeah.
went to that end date, but our project basically finished, all the activity
Correct.
finished where it started to flatline, so.
Correct.
That's just an artifact of.
Okay,
like, pro
thank you.
forma, basically, yeah.
No problem.
All right, great job. So as the corporate committee reviewing this, you gave me a heart attack when you said that there's going to be a water shortage in 2031. And there's one thing we all know about schedules is that they're optimistic. So you have a schedule that has you selling houses through 2031 when there might be a water shortage. So convince me that you're not going to have half your houses not sold because there's not water.
Yeah, so we did, like Jake previously mentioned, we did take a very conservative approach to this, which means our entitlement period is a little bit longer. We believe that we could cut down on that about 9 to 12 months, which would then boost our returns. And that would also give us the peace of mind that we will be tapping into the water before 2031, which would be that time for delays. And like I said previously, we will be looking to prepay these water tap fees as long as it's okay with the city of Georgetown.
I would say that's a great answer. You should have all of that worked out for sure
Okay.
before you bring up water shortages during the lifetime of your projects. And then I had one question, I'm sorry, Alicia, one question on your site plan. Are you showing bridges over the floodplain?
Yes.
Oh, is that your question? Go ahead, you could do it. You do it.
Yes, so those are short little, like walkway bridges.
You
We
get
do know that it dips down a little bit. We thought it would be a nice feature at a reasonable cost to add into this. That would just create a nice wooded effect and add to this aesthetic appeal of the floodplain.
So what are they made of? Because they aren't in your horizontal budget.
They'll be made out of wood.
Are they like bridges themselves, or are they wood chippings that could wash away in the 100-year floodplain?
They could wash away, and then that would be obviously repaired as time goes on. Due to the fact that it is a 100-year floodplain, there is only a 1% chance in any given year that it could happen. And it is also important to note that this was not a FEMA-designated floodplain, so that would likely play a part into that.
Okay, another question about the site plan is what's that lot next to your models? Is your intention to keep that vacant?
Yeah, so that will be vacant until the end of construction, or yes, until later on in construction. That'll be used as model parking so that we don't have a bunch of cars laying out in the street everywhere while construction activity is currently taking place.
Okay, great.
Is it?
Oh, did I have another question? Yeah, who's writing, I did have another question. Who's writing your sales contracts? I don't see who really is your sales staff.
So we contract with an outside team that's part of the larger corporate umbrella, but that's not part of our department specifically. They'll give us a template that we can utilize and then adjust as needed.
Okay.
What is the additional geotech that you're gonna do? Since we gave you one with 8-foot bores and
Yes, sir. So due to the absorbent soils, there wasn't a ton of different bores that were done. So what we'll look to do is have a geotech survey done with many different bores to determine the true capacity of what we're dealing with in terms of absorbent soils and limestone. We did note that on the current geotech reports that the soil does not go to a very deep depth, so that was reassuring for us. But yes, we will be obtaining that to obtain additional bores and create a better idea of what we're dealing with.
thank you.
To add to that, we also wanted to ensure that our up topmost area that abuts the rock quarry was all structurally stable given the rock mining that's happening behind.
Great job, team.
All right,
job.
good job.
Thank you, guys.
right, you guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, good afternoon. We've got our four-year student competition team for production home building. We're going to start here with Clemson, and they're going to have a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. I'd just like to ask you to silence your cell phones and don't leave the room until all the presentations are done. You guys take it away.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Cartledge, and we are Clemson NAHB, and we have what we believe is an exciting and very lucrative investment opportunity for you guys today that we like to call Round Rock Estates, located in Georgetown, Texas. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Grant, and he's going to discuss our market analysis.
Thank you, Thomas. All right, so our parcel of land is just 30 miles north of a booming city, Austin, and just 12 miles north of Lake Georgetown, which offers a lot of recreational activities such as hiking, biking trails. Only 20 minutes south is a minor league baseball team, the Round Rock Express, and within a 20-mile radius, there's 17 golf courses. Everybody loves golf. So the Georgetown demographics. The median age in Georgetown is 45 years old, and the average household income is $95,000, with the average house price being $435,000. The average persons per household is 2.34, so we figure that is a lot of the active adult couples without children, as well as some smaller families mixed in as well. The population is 105,000 people, growing at 10% each year for the past couple of years. So where do we fall? We're the blue line, and this is a gap we've identified. We feel we can target the small families and offer a little bit more house than the competitors below us, but at a less expensive price than the competitors above us. Next, I'm going to hand it back to Thomas for the market comparables.
Thank you, Grant. So for our market comparables, we looked in the area and found three competitors that we felt were identical to what we were trying to do. First off, we would like to identify Del Webb, then Berry Creek, and Crescent Bluff. You can see they range in price from the high 400s to the low 600s, which is where we identified our target market for our price range. And then next up, I'm going to talk about some house comparables. So as you can see in purple, that's kind of something we found across the board in most of the developments in the area. Covered patio, gas appliances, and high ceilings. So we obviously incorporated those into our houses. And then on the next slide, I have a list of things that we did to set ourselves apart. So first off, you'll notice gas appliances, covered porch, high ceilings. We incorporated those because they seem pretty standard. And then to take the next step to really put our investment over the edge, we added kitchen islands, luxury vinyl flooring, and sliding glass doors, which we feel adds the level of luxury to the house that separates us from the price range that we're in. Next up, we're going to talk about the competitor community features, and once again, highlighted in purple, there are things that we found across the board. So community center, resort pool, and community pool, that's something that seemed to be pretty standard throughout all the communities that we looked at. So once again, we took those, put them into our community, and added some things to it. So pool, clubhouse, and then you see the bottom three, Amazon boxes, walking paths, and dog parks. As Grant mentioned previously, there are lots of walking paths in the area, which once again is conducive to dog owners. So it only seemed right that we put a dog park in the area. And then, you know, who doesn't order things from Amazon at least once or twice a week? So we had to have Amazon boxes to keep up with the times. And with that, I'll hand it over to product design, Aiden.
Thank you, Thomas. Now, kicking off with the product design, we're going to get into the proposed house and lot size. The average lot size is a width of 64 feet and a depth of 95 feet. The house footprint is going to be a width of 48 feet and a depth of 42 to 65 feet. And now looking at our color packages, we have options in masonry, roofing, fascia, and trim, and siding. We're going to mix and match these and come up with color packages for the buyers to have some options. I'm looking at our first series, the Brazos series, named after the Brazos River. This is our ranch home. And looking at the floor plan, the Brazos offers 2,000 square feet, a 2-bed, 2-bath ranch-style home starting at $400,000. And it's marketed towards the move-down buyer. And then now the Frio series. This is similar to the last elevation, but it does have a higher pitch roof to fit a second level in there. And looking at the floor plan, it is 2,600 square feet, 3-bed, 3-bath, a ranch layout, and an upper level, and starting at $460,000. And then the Pecos, this is our 2-story in this series, And looking at the floor plan now, this is 3,200 square feet, so more house there. It's a 3-bed, 3.5 bathroom, 2-story. And a cool feature here is a pet alcove underneath the stairs and landing, and this elevated half bath. And it also offers storage under there as well, and that starts at $520,000. And now I'm gonna kick it off and hand it to Ethan with site design.
Thank you, Aiden. I'm going to take us through our site design here. We came to a total of 133 lots overall, with 2 entrances to this site, with one on the left, one on the right, one on the left being for residential traffic, and the one on the right being for construction traffic. And next, we'll go to our site development. This development phase will be our roads, utilities, and floodplain mitigation. So we're going to utilize an open French drain, which will drain into a retention pond on the west side of the site. This allowed us to add 12 additional homes to our total to arrive at that 133. And we're going to use river rock to mimic what is in the area. That way it's less of an eyesore, more of a selling point. Next, I'll take us into our phasing. So we're going to have 3 vertical construction phases starting on the left side. Phase 1, we're going to integrate our French drain and retention pond, our clubhouse and pool, as well as our Amazon boxes. We're going to arrive at a total of 43 homes in this phase with 2 model homes. Phase 2 is going to total at 44 homes, and we're going to begin landscaping our green space with native species such as purple needlegrass and desert magnolia. Phase 3, we're going to build out our remaining 42 lots and build on the lots we use as parking for the model homes. Next, I'll take us to our foundation system. This product won a Most Innovative Product Award in 2024 from the World of Concrete. It is Waffle Mat. They are based in Grapevine, Texas, which is about 2.5 hours north of our site. This is the mitigation plan for our expansive soils issue here in Texas. It's a very simple installation with saving time on money and site work, and it ties in our sustainability with saved water, and it lowers our carbon footprint by about 20% compared to traditional slab methods. Sustainability, we're going to follow the National Green Building Standard and try to achieve a silver rating, and we're going to follow the Energy Star rating with our appliances and materials, and we will be certified by the EPA through a third-party system to be WaterSense safe. And I'll hand it off to Luke with our estimate.
Thank you, Ethan. So going into our estimate, we used quantity takeoff software and RS Means in the greater Austin area. And we came up with 31 acres divided into 133 lots. And each lot costs about $68,000. And then sort of breaking down our estimate, we have 11 different categories from concrete all the way to landscaping that came up with our total estimate. And then for our home size range, we have about 2,000 square feet to 3,200 square feet. Our vertical construction is about $170K to $240,000. And then per square feet, that ends up about 75 to 90. And then for our sales price, we're going to have about $40K to $530K. And then that per square feet in dollars is going to be about 100 to 180 to 200. And with that profit margin averaging about 40%. And then diving a little bit into the schedule. So we have our land development phase, which is going to be all our roads and utilities. And then our phase 1, which is going to be those model homes, pool and clubhouse, and then start that vertical construction. And then those last 2 phases are just going to be that vertical construction. And that project start date is going to be February 2025, and then that finish date is going to be January 2030. And we're projected 4 starts per month, and that's going to be 100 days per home. And then diving a little bit into our HOA fees, our project management team will run the HOA until 60% of the homes are occupied. And once that 60% is fulfilled, then we will hire a third-party HOA management. And you can see how it's broken down and all the fees. And that comes out to about $750 per home annually. And then next, I'm going to give it back to Thomas for the project management plan.
Thank you, Luke. So now that we've discussed how we're going to build it, what we're going to do to achieve sustainability, and make this affordable and a good investment for y'all. Who's going to build this thing? So to start off, we're going to have our area construction manager. He's going to be splitting time between multiple projects because it is a busy area in the Georgetown area, because Austin's right there and a lot of people are moving into that area. So he's going to be splitting time, and then we move down to our site superintendent. Him and our assistant construction manager are actually going to be on site full-time. Our site superintendent, he's really going to head up safety and our day-to-day quality assurance, while our assistant construction manager is going to be in constant correspondence daily with our area construction manager about the cost of the project and where we are in our budget. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nick for our marketing.
Thank you very much, Thomas. So yeah, I'll bring you guys, talk a little bit about the marketing strategy. First and foremost, we're going to have our website, which is going to show the renderings of our homes as well as some of the prices. Of course, we'll also have some physical signage right outside of our job site, and as well as some marketing on Zillow and Realtor, which we'll make sure to be posting 4 to 6 months before vertical construction starts to really get our name out as soon as possible. Also part of our marketing strategy, we plan to use a drip campaign plan that will consist of just constant emails reminding customers throughout the whole entire process, giving new announcements, and just really setting updates and reminders to make sure that we are getting the customers that we need. We also plan to work with new and large companies in the greater Austin area. We plan to reach out to these companies and set up an employee relocation plan with them. It incentivizes them to send customers towards us, as well as also gives their employees a good place and a good home to stay at. We also plan to use different phone numbers by tracking different call metrics from online and physical marketing. The point of this is to really see where we are getting most of our business from, whether it be the online sources or the physical marketing. We will see what numbers are getting called the most and then allocate our resources accordingly. I would also like to bring you guys throughout our financial and risk analysis. So starting with the executive summary for our financial summary, we have our baseline scenario. This will be with the 45 Brazos, 44 Frio, and our 44 Picos. This is going to have, as Luke was saying, 4 starts per month, and also have an absorption rate of 4 houses per month. We really wanted these numbers to closely align, so we wouldn't have any houses on backlog to really be able to make the money as soon as possible. So we were happy to see that those numbers could align well. Our break-even point is going to be 42 months into this project, and that's going to leave us with a profit of $8.5 million and an IRR of 24.4%. Now, bringing you into the cost breakdown a little bit, that land acquisition cost is going to be $5.5 million, with an additional $4 million being put towards the land development. Of course, the big chunk of our money is going to be spent on the vertical construction costs, as well as some operation and sales costs as well. Now, going into the cash flow projection, the major things that we found from this graph, as you can see, the break-even point is going to be 42 months in, as I said. That's going to bring us to July of 2028. The low point is going to be that July 2026 mark, which is right before we start making our first closings. And the peak is May of 2029, which is when we make those last closings. So part of our risk analysis, we came up with some alternative financial scenarios, starting with the positive scenario. If instead of being able to sell these houses at 4 per month, we could bring that up to 5, only one more house, which we believe is very realistic and very attainable. That would bring us to a break-even point of only 36 months and increase our IRR to 28.6%. On the other hand, if we were not able to reach that the absorption rate of 4 homes per month, and it can only be 3, it really wouldn't hinder our project at all and would only lower that IRR to 19%, which we believe is still going to be very sufficient. If, on the other hand, we did not want to decrease the amount of sales per month and had to come up with an alternative plan, we could decrease the sales price by 5%, which, although it would lower the profit, we would still have a profit of almost $6 million, and it would still have a very healthy IRR of 17%. We wanted to thank you guys very much. We put in a lot of work into this Round Rock Estates, and we believe that it's going to be very profitable and a great investment for you guys. So thank you guys again for your time and consideration.
Yeah, great job. One thing, I have 2 questions. One is on the Brazos and Frio plan, they're identical plans. I guess the guest suite or the second floor is the only difference. Do you have any opportunity or did you talk about offering any more floor plans when you're going through that selection, or how did you just land on basically the 2?
Yeah, I can answer that. So for those two floor plans, they are identical in the bottom level, like you said, and that kind of makes it easier for constructability. But yes, we do have other floor plans in development with the different elevations that we will offer.
Yeah, just be careful, because you're not giving your buyers a whole lot of choice. I mean, if they don't like the first floor, then, and they don't want a two-story, then they're going to another community, so just be careful. And then, you chose the waffle slab, right? It's not common in the area, post-tension is really where it's at. So what's the benefit, other than kind of what you said about the whole sustainability, but what's the cost difference between what a post-tension slab would be versus this newer waffle slab?
So we're looking at a reduction of at least $1 a square foot on the waffle mat compared to traditional slabs. It does use a post-tensioning system with clips on top of the form, so it'll be a square house because they'll all be in the same place on every house.
Okay, all right. It's good.
Okay, nice job. So on your schedule, you have one phase for land development, correct? And then the other phases you outline are for home construction. Okay. And you have an absorption rate of 4, okay? Can you tell me other builders in the area who are getting 4 per month for their absorption rate?
Yes, we did see that some of our competitors, I believe it was Del Webb, did have that absorption rate of 4. And then, of course, it is a risk having all of that horizontal construction going on first, but we believe that we will be able to hit that price. As you saw, we still have that 24.4% IRR, so we believe that we will be able to make that money back in a relatively quick amount of time.
So if you're going to start 4 and sell 4, as long as you can sell them, you're fine,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Okay.
That's our thoughts behind it.
Okay. So I'm struggling with, you said, I saw 20% gross profit, okay, or profit, whatever I don't know how you defined it or what were in those numbers. And then I'm looking at a cash flow model, which when you copy and paste it is really tough to read, okay? But it appears that your cash flows in the $8+ million range on revenues in the about 62 million. So 8 million divided by 62, that's not giving me the 20% profit. So help me understand, what am I missing? Do you remember your slide that said
Are
20?
you talking about the 40% profit margin? Or,
So let's go to your profit margin slide. So one thing you do when you sit in our shoes and you evaluate deals for a living and you're allocating assets is the numbers. At the end of the day, it's all about the numbers and whether the land committee, the board, whoever believes those numbers. Is that fair?
yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay, that's correct. But you had another page with 20% on, of profit on it. So it's another slide.
It's closer to the start.
Was that the start?
Was it this profit?
Yeah, average profit margin 39.
That's the house gross margin, right?
Is that just sticks and bricks?
Yes.
And lot cost and, okay. Okay,
Which is high.
yeah. That is, okay. Okay, that helps me. Thank you.
Apologize for the confusion.
Two quick question, or one quick question and one less quick question maybe. Just following up on Dan's comment about the house types, not only are they very similar, on the layout, all the colors are very similar. Is there a reason that you didn't put more variety?
We tried to meet the requirements given in the proposal, in the problem statement rather. So kind of wanted to be around the same color tone.
Yeah, it will make for kind of a monotone community if they're all kind of in that same color palette. And then I just had another question about the location of the amenity, or why you put a pool here, when the pad will have a pool nearby, and then why you put it where you did, kind of tucked between two rows of houses rather than off in a corner by itself.
So we put the pool here because the community next door that has the pool, they have a higher HOA fee, and we're trying to avoid that for our members with a lower HOA fee and still be able to allow that pool. The location just seemed like the best. It's a good centralized location for everyone to use.
Piggying back on amenities, you mentioned a dog park, but you did not have it in your horizontal costs. Did you account for the dog park in your land development costs?
Yes, I believe, although we did not directly write it in, that was allocated for in the horizontal cost as well.
Okay.
Part of it, we use that as well as like the clubhouse. We just kind of grouped that all, or the clubhouse. I'm sorry, that was phase one of vertical. But yeah, we did account for that as well.
Okay. And then I did have a hard time reading your performa as well. I thought it was kind of hard to read, but I think you have 18 sales initially when you first opened.
That was actually supposed to be 12 of those initial sales or pre-sales.
So are you getting the pre-sales through your drip campaign? How do you plan on getting
Yes,
that?
that was definitely the goal with that whole drip campaign, to make sure that we do get those 12 pre-sales. That was also to get towards that absorption rate of 4. We thought that getting that money in as fast as possible would be the best, and our goal through that was to do the drip campaign plan. That's why we're sending out the emails as early as possible.
Just like to add on to actually on that. So, is there like a physical location where buyers are able to go to meet somebody to talk about these plans, or how does that work in 12 signups? Without having something physical to put your eyes on?
Yeah, so we do have a sales rep that we are going to be paying offhand, so they'll be able to talk to them at any point as well. We will have that website up, but as of actually being able to see anything until the model homes are out, they probably wouldn't be able to take a physical look at anything beforehand.
Got it. I like the detail put into your drip campaign. It's a very smart strategy. I'm going to kind of ask again. I know you talked about the cost, delta on the waffle mat, and I'm just curious because at times bringing something new to market can be difficult, having the crews trained appropriately and retaining those crews. So what are some strategies that you would have to make sure that you have the right people in place to do that effectively when it's not prevalent in the market?
So an added benefit with the waffle mat is that it does not require specialized labor to install. You just drop the form down, snap the clips, and pour the concrete.
So can I get a good discount on labor since it's easier?
It's kind of easier way,
All right.
and it's pretty much plug and play.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. That's all I got.
Good.
All right.
Great job, team. Thank you.
Give Randy time.
We still got 2 minutes.
2 more minutes.
Yeah. I didn't see a civil design. Did you do a civil design? Did you take your land plan and overlay the utilities so you could do a takeoff for the cost of land development?
So we did not physically do a civil design. We did take as you saw, the site development plan that we had, we did take that model and laid out where we would have our civil drawings, but we did not put that in the proposal. We just use it for our estimate. So they're going to tie into the mains coming off that main road there, jump in, hit the transformers, and then be phased out as the phases go through. So 1, 2, 3.
As you guys pass along information on how you perform in these events, I highly recommend that you put a civil design in because then I can reconcile it to your takeoff. I mean, I can look at your takeoff and I can measure it too.
Yep.
Okay?
That makes sense. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Count
you.
the manholes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're good?
All right.
All right, great job.
There you go.
Good job.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the four-year competition for production home building. We have ASU, the graduate team, so we're really excited for you to be here. We'll be doing a 15-minute presentation and a 10-minute judges Q&A. If you're in the room, please stay, silence your phone, and don't leave until after we're all done. You guys have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. We are Maroon Developers, and we are really excited to introduce our latest project, Limestone Trails, a community in Georgetown, Texas, where we have designed with smart planning, sustainability, and modern living in mind. Let me walk you through the homes we offer. We have our homes with comfort, elegance, and efficiency. Starting with $440,000, we have the Trailblazer. Then we have the Stone Mill, the Sagewood, the Ridgeview, the Sunset, and the Grand Oak. We have designed our products in a way that they are perfect for the growing opportunities, an efficient blend of luxury and functions, and perfect for the buyers who are looking for extra space and premium features. For the home features, we offer humidity control exhaust fan, luxury blackout roller shades, for digital thermostats, and many more. While designing, we have always considered sustainability at its core. We are offering walking trails, green spaces, EV charging stations, and smart waste management, along with community gardens and recreational spaces. Our goal is to achieve NGBS Green Gold certification for the project. I am Shreya Lade, and this is our team. We would like to explore the details of the presentation ahead.
Hello, my name is Brunmai Mangoli. I would like to begin with the market overview for the proposal. So as we all know that the project location is in Georgetown, Texas. It is located on the south of the Ronald Reagan Boulevard and the part of the Austin metropolitan region. So it is surrounded by amenities as well as known for its affordability and and industry proximity. The population in this area is 72,000 residents approximately, which is growing steadily. While notably, 22% are 65 years and above, 18 to 64 age group is predominantly present. We have focused the primary target market into three segments. The first is the young professionals, second is the young families, and third is the retirees. The primary market landscape here starts with $430,000 for new homes and $445,000 for the existing homes. While the primary market builders are Perry Homes, Pulte Homes, and Del Webb Communities, their competitive pricing range starts from $400,000 to $640,000. Moving on to the land development.
Hi, I'm Harita Sridhar. As a land developer of Meadow Developers, I'm excited to share our design that we did for the Limestone Trails. So when we received this 48-acre land, our primary goal was to balance functionality and efficiency. 9.6 acres of this land was almost dedicated to the commercial use, and we also found that about 10 acres of the land was in the depressed side, so we decided to have it for our amenities, and we had about 30 acres left for our residential use. Our first key consideration was the 100-year-old floodplain that goes through the 10 acres of depression that I was talking about. And in the 30 acres of the land that we were about to use for the residential use, we found 2 saddle points. So we dedicated about 10% of that site area for the detention ponds. So by implementing a detention pond, we were able to collect the stormwater naturally, ensuring long-term sustainability. And we were also able to incorporate nature into our design. As far as the entry was concerned, we made sure that it had a smooth traffic flow throughout. We also made sure that our residences and our users had wide roads. So we designed about 50 feet wide roads with sidewalks on either sides to increase accessibility for our users. And we also made sure that all our amenities are at a walking distance to our residents. So we also ensured that we had vehicular movements for all vehicles. So we designed about 30 feet turning radius for our roads. And coming to our amenities, so beyond roads, we provide a lot of amenities too. So our amenities include the pocket parks, the natural trails, and we also have a basketball court, and we provide EV pay and park charging stations for our community. And to enhance our green footprint, we also have xeriscaping for our customers, so that we can implement sustainability here as well. By implementing all these, we were able to achieve a residential zone, and we were able to come up with a maximum lot size of 139 lots. And we also provide 3 varied lot sizes from 50 by 110, 55 by 110, and 60 by 110 for different buyer preferences. So this also accounts to our varied architectural features that we can go for. We also have our model homes, which will be built during the first phase of construction. And at Meadow Developers, we ensure that we have strict regulatory, we follow strict zoning regulations. So we made sure that our plot widths are about 75% off the site, and this ensures that we can go for maximum architectural possibilities, and it also adds to our long-term property value. Thank you. Moving on to our construction management.
Hi, I'm Sahusi, and I'll be walking you all through the 2 key aspects of the project execution, the estimation and the scheduling. First, we'll be looking at the breakdown of the cost estimates. First, we have our land acquisition cost at 5.5 million. Next, we have our horizontal costs at a total of 14.1 million, and here is the breakdown of that. The roads and street infrastructure, utilities installation, and the impact fees. These 3 segments sums up to slightly more than 50% of our horizontal costs. And we have added a contingency of 10% of our construction costs, which sums up to 5.88% of the horizontal costs. These contingency costs covers our unforeseen conditions which are inevitable. And we'll be looking at the vertical costs. Here are the breakdown of our vertical costs of the products we are offering. The construction cost per square foot starts at $130 to $150 with an average of around $142.5. The marketing cost per square foot starts at around $250 to $280 with an average of around $263.3. Next, we'll be looking at our project timeline. The total duration of a project is approximately around 4.5 years, starting at April 2025 to October 2030. The first 2 phases, pre-construction and the site preparation phase, these 2 adds up to 8 months of our total schedule. The whole site is divided into 2 phases. The first phase consists of 78 lots, and our 3 model homes are a part of our first phase. The site development and the construction of phase 1 is completed in 34.5 months. And our phase 2 consists of 61 lots. The site development and its construction adds up to another 34 months to our schedule. There is an overlap of 11 months between phase 1 and phase 2 construction to ensure that the homes are being built at any point of time. The average construction duration of our single home is around 150 days. Next, we'll be looking at project management.
Hello everyone, I'm Tarun Kumar. As we all know that the project management is the backbone of success of any development. So to execute our construction process smoothly and effectively, we need well-planned strategies. For site management and logistics, we are staffing officials of their expertise to ensure safety and control quality over the site, and we make sure that every employee is OSHA certified. And we are also using the real-time monitoring system to track the productivity of the labor and material and the schedules to avoid the delays. And we came up with the well-structured waste management, disposable and collecting methods by giving the incentives to the subcontractors who come up with the minimal wastage. And additionally, we are offering a daily briefings to the staff to make sure our team members are aligned with the project goals. Site planning and access. We are approaching this project as a phased construction, phase 1 and phase 2. And here we have 2 clear access points which streamlines the traffic flow and material transportation among the site. And we have well-defined staging areas to store material. So well, strong sales and marketing strategies drive demand and also maximize the product value and the project value. So as a sales strategy, we are targeting national and regional builders for bulk lot purchasing by giving a bulk incentives. And we are also offering upgrade features to target the additional buyers. Upon that, we are also offering a flexible mortgage plans to make our product more accessible to our buyers. Lot pricing. So being $3,000 per front foot as a standard lot price, we have 10% increase in the premium lots and 15% increase on value-added lots. And additionally, we are giving 5 to 10% discounts on bulk lots. As a home pricing, we have increased price of 10 to 15% of homes which were constructed on a premium lots, and buyers can choose our sustainable features ranging from $10,000 to $35,000. And additionally, we are also offering upgrade features which ranges from $30,000 to $50,000 per package. So as a part of marketing strategy, we developed our websites which include interactive lot maps and builder's kits. We are promoting our products through social media, PPC, and SEO. Adding to that, we are campaigning through emails and video campaigns, posting our daily follow-ups and weekly updates. And we're advertising our products through billboards, and we're collaborating with a realtor partnership with a 3% referral commission. Moving on to the financial and risk analysis.
Hi, I'm Shafana. I will be presenting financial and risk analysis of Limestone Trails. Our main goal is to achieve financially strong, sustainable, and resilient project. In order to ensure that, we have identified 3 major risks: construction, regulatory, and market risk. Moving to the construction risk like delay due to weather condition or supply chain issues are mitigated through proactive risk monitoring as well as contingency schedule. The regulatory risk. Our development is fully aligned with Georgetown zoning and regulatory compliances, which ensures seamless approval process. And the third major risk is market risk. Our pricing and inventory strategy is carefully designed to ensure steady sales and consistent demand. Now let's explore our financial scenario. So after careful evaluation, our recommended strategy is selling 30% of lots to external builders, which provide an IRR of 20.77% and a profit of $13 million. This approach will provide a strong return while maintaining control over our development. Now let's look at our other scenarios. Full lot development. This is the most optimistic approach with the highest IRR of 27.13%. It will generate higher profit, but it requires significant upfront capital. Moving to the 50% of selling, it will provide quick cash inflow at the beginning, but it will limit our long-term profitability. And the last, we are selling 30% of lots to builders and reducing the price by 5% is the most conservative approach, but it comes with the lower returns. While weighing all these options, our selling 30% lots to builders is the strike the best balance between risk control and profitability. In conclusion, the Limestone Trail is more than a housing development. We provide maximum lots and maximum profit as well as maximum benefit to both investors and residents. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any question you may have.
Very nice job.
Thank you.
There's a figure in 2.16 of your proposal called competitive market landscape. It's fantastic. But you didn't put your stuff on it. You didn't put your pricing on it. And so that's a huge visual where the reviewers can see where you are with respect to the market. But you did a very good job with that. I did notice in your economic model and cash flow, you have no buyer incentives. Would you address that, please?
As we mentioned in our lot sales, we have so in a buyer incentive, we means like if we have more lots they are purchasing at a time, we are going to have like a 5% off something. And the real estates also, if they have the referral, we are going to provide like 3% referral bonus. That's answer your question.
But in your cash flow, it says 0 for buyer incentives. So where did you put it?
I think we have included 10%. Maybe I'm sorry if there is some mistake in our proposal. We are included 10% of buyer incentive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On your decision to sell 30% of the lots, what are you selling them for, and how much profit is that per lot?
For the lots, for the selling of lots, we will get a profit of 10%, and for the home, we have like 20%, average of 20% profit. So through the lots, we are getting 10%. Main reason we are sticking with lot selling to get the initial cash inflow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the things, this isn't my question, but just piggyback on that, is you're selling 30% of the lots. 30% of 139 is 41.7. You can't sell 41.7 lots. You have to have an even number. So just think of that if you're, in the future when you're doing this. I would be like, that doesn't make sense. You're just trying to make finances work. It's not reality if I saw that and it was presented to me. The other thing that I noticed is you have 3 models and 1 salesperson, and that's a lot of models for 1 salesperson to go through every single day and turn lights on and turn lights off. But you also have a pre-sales before those models are open of 32 pre-sales, if that's what I saw correctly. How are you doing that?
The pre-sales are done through our marketing strategy, as we are doing our marketing strategy from early stages. During the pre-construction stage itself, we'll be doing our marketing through our emails, through the websites, through the current social media platforms like Instagram. So we are expecting the initial lot sales.
Okay, but you need to also think about where that salesperson is writing those contracts and where that is actually happening if there's nothing for them to, no office for them to go to.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the other piece to that also, if you do that many pre-sales that quickly, you may not start them all at the same time, right? And you could have margin erosion if you start homes later in the process. That's a consideration as well. I did have a question. Your product, in some ways, is very, very similar to Sun City next door. Some of the plans are very similar. However, they're a higher price point. So why would I choose you over Sun City next door with the similar plans?
We are selling the living experience more than a product. So as you can see, we induced more landscape and sustainability features on our products. So this is targeting high-end buyers who want to live, who want to experience the high standards of living. So for that sake, we hiked our price. Okay. So and being it's a recent construction or recent development, so it creates a demand among the buyers.
Got it. All right, and I know a guy who knows it takes probably like 80 to 90 days to build the similar size house in Sun City next door. Y'all are about 150 days. So what are some strategies you can do to cut down your cycle time of a single build?
So we have considered the duration of 150 days based on the market demand, because based on the current scenario. So once the demand is high, we can expedite the process. And we can reduce it to 90 to 120 days.
Thank you.
Great job. So one kind of follow-up question. You mentioned the experience. You put in the proposal about 3D walkthroughs, but I don't see where you picked up any of that in your cost. Like, what is that 3D walkthrough? How much does it cost? Is this on your website? So maybe I just didn't dig deep enough, but can you explain that?
So Once we have our model homes being constructed, so we would like to do the 3D scanning of the homes too, so that, and we can upload it in the website so the viewers can have the 3D, the virtual tour and have that experience of the homes.
So it's like a Matterport
Yeah, it's-
versus like a rendering that you would
Exactly.
use to generate your 30 pre-sales.
Exactly.
Right, so it's kind of like you're gonna invest into this 3D side, you can generate additional sales before
Yes.
your models, right? Sell a
Yes.
house before it's actually built type thing.
Exactly, thank you.
The 3% referral, is that a 3% on top of the commission, or is it a bonus program? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Sorry, can I
The
have?
3% outside realtor referral program?
Yes.
Is that a bonus program, or is it just, is that just a standard 3%?
Is it like a bonus program we are going to go with? We are going with it as a bonus program.
Okay. To kind of go to your estimates real quick, so I went through your project estimates, each one of your homes, and there was kind of these buckets of other. Well, other added up to almost $16,000 of other cost in almost every one of the buckets. It was just, I don't know if they're contingency costs or if they're just other things that are smaller line item stuff, but what is
So-
other clearly defined somewhere?
Yes. So when we considered the other, there were a couple of things we were keeping in mind when we were defining this cost. One, we are looking at a slightly increase of inflation. The other was contingency or a bit of rework. Like at the end, we might face some issues. So those were the things we were considering in the other costs.
Yeah, just when you're going through that, I think you had like $2,400 of punch items. Well, those should be billable items back to the trade that did the work. You shouldn't have to carry that burden. You should be able to bill that back to the trade for not completing the work per the, SOP. So
Okay.
just know that you don't have to carry that burden. You can actually push that back.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I have one more question. In your amenities, you have the EV charging station, you have a basketball court, you have a dog court, but in your budget, you have playground equipment and none of the other things. So what amenities are you having and did you budget it correctly?
So in the budget, yes. So in our budget, we have accounted for the children's park and the dog park and the playground equipment, because on the leftmost side of we have a lot of greener area where we are planning to install a playground equipment. So that's where we have incorporated all those costs for that.
Okay, you need to, when you do, just FYI. When you're doing your breakdown for your horizontal development, if you say you're gonna have a basketball court, you need to have a line item for basketball court and how much it's gonna cost and that type of thing, just so we know that you've accounted for all the costs and there's not gonna be overruns.
Yes, thank
So
you.
on your salaries, we pay salaries, then we have to pay, the employer has to pay taxes, the employer has to pay for benefits, and I call that a load. So what load did you use as a percent of salaries in your estimates?
Pardon, but can I have you give the question again, please?
Okay. You have so let's say you're gonna pay someone $100,000.
Yes.
It really doesn't cost that, because if we put $100,000 in our budget, that's not enough. Because there's social security tax, almost 8%.
Yeah.
There's benefit cost for, say, health insurance, et cetera, okay?
Yes.
And so, did you account for the benefit cost and the taxes in the salaries, in your calculations?
Yes. The construction management cost included all the salaries, combining the taxes and the benefits we are going to provide the employees has been included in our costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Great job, team.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and the last one of the day. So we've got our 4-year student competition for production home building. We're going to start with BYU. We're going to have 15 minutes of presentation and then 10 minutes of judges Q&A. We'd like to ask that you silence your cell phones. Please stay in the room. Don't leave during the presentation or the question and answer part. And you guys have the floor.
Imagine a community where first-time home buyers are finding their start, growing families are gaining the space that they need, and grandparents are moving in close, all with investors achieving an IRR of 26%. That's Echo Ranch. But before we dive into the specifics, I want to start with a question. Why Texas? Why are so many moving here, building here? Why do we build here? And the answer is simple. Texas represents unmatched opportunity. With a thriving economy and a quality of life that's second to none, it is no surprise that this place continues to attract families, professionals, and businesses alike. And that's why we stay. At Echo Ranch, we've always been dedicated to helping others unlock Texas. We've done it with past and current projects, and Echo Ranch will be no different. So now, diving into Echo Ranch, you might be curious why we chose Georgetown for the location. And the answer comes twofold. The first is that Georgetown is one of the fastest growing communities in America, and there is no sign of it slowing down. From 2020 to 2023, the Georgetown population grew by an incredible 43%, and by 2029 is expected to grow by another 56%. Now that is not just growth, that is momentum. And the second driving force comes about 40 minutes south in Austin. With its booming economy driven by companies like General Motors and Tesla, SpaceX, and so many others, the Austin market is attracting families and professionals at an incredible rate. But not everybody wants to live in the hustle and bustle of city life. And that's where Echo Ranch comes in. A safe, family-friendly community providing the perfect balance between accessibility and affordability, allowing homeowners the opportunity to unlock Texas while remaining relatively close to employment. So Echo Ranch will target 3 distinct markets. About 50% of our lots will focus on our primary market. That is young professionals in their 20s and early 30s moving to Austin and the surrounding areas for employment opportunities. This cohort is eager to transition out of the rental market and into home ownership, and we are positioned perfectly to provide for their financial needs with modern, affordable homes. The rest of our lots will focus on our other 2 markets, growing families looking to upgrade to larger homes as their needs evolve, as well as baby boomers looking to remain independent. So while Georgetown has traditionally catered to an older demographic, the landscape is shifting. With the influx of a younger generation in Austin and the surrounding area, the average age is steadily lowering, creating a unique opportunity for us to capture a broader, more dynamic audience, setting us apart from the competition that has traditionally catered to this older demographic. So while we won't be competing with most builders on a large scale, we will be competing with some. And the companies that we will be competing with have been seeing absorption rates of around 4 homes per month, which is our target market. And again, with all of the growth in the surrounding area, Echo Ranch is not only positioned to achieve this absorption rate, but to thrive in this economy by providing thoughtfully designed homes for each of our target markets. But meeting the needs of our buyers means more than just providing a home. It's about transforming this plot of land into a community and a neighborhood that enhances lives. And now Neil will walk us through how we've designed Echo Ranch to do just that.
As Ricky has shown us, Georgetown is a prime market, and now I have the opportunity to present how we will be delivering the Echo Ranch community. The Echo Ranch parcel is 48 acres and situated just south of Ronald Reagan Boulevard and Rattlesnake Road. Before we began laying out our site, we wanted to make sure that development was feasible. To do so, we conducted a thorough due diligence process. We started by taking a look at the current zoning. As you can see here, the current zoning is residential single family, which aligns perfectly with our intended use. This ensured that obtaining the necessary permits and entitlements was a smooth process. After taking a look at the zoning, we needed to check the city municipal code. From the city municipal code, we were able to create 2 lot types based off of minimum lot sizes and required setbacks. These 2 lots helped ensure that we maintain maximum lot count while providing a quality home to future residents. After all of these considerations, we were able to create our overall site layout for Echo Ranch. The Echo Ranch community will be 164 lots with two lot types as previously mentioned. There will be 78 of our 48-foot wide lot and 86 of our 55-foot wide lot. Additionally, there will be 2 entrances to the Echo Ranch community at the west end of the property. There will also be a large green space at the north end of the property. This green space provides 2 purposes. The first being a recreational area for the residents of Echo Ranch, and the second being it will provide a buffer between the Echo Ranch community and then the future commercial area just north beyond the green space. We believe that the Echo Ranch community will not only be a great place to live, but will also be a great addition to the city of Georgetown. And now we'll have the opportunity to hear from Jackson regarding product design.
We're excited for Echo Ranch to offer 6 unique floor plans that stretch across the breadth of the Austin market. We've broken these 6 homes down into 3 different collections, which are tailored to the 3 markets Ricky highlighted earlier. Each of these homes has 2 elevation options and includes deluxe standard features such as 9-foot ceilings, granite countertops, and water-resistant LVP flooring. These homes have been purposefully designed to meet the architectural styles required by the city, as well as integrate into the current housing market. Based on our other projects in this area of Texas, we're confident that these home designs will meet the unique needs of our buyers. Our Hilltop collection features our 2 smallest homes, the Lariat with 2+ bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and the Frontier with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. As the greater Austin area experiences this rapid job and population growth, our market analysis indicated that we should offer products to young professionals looking to upgrade to their first single-family home. In our Canyon collection, the Sunset and the Oasis include 3+ bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. These homes are aimed at the move-up market. The Oasis boasts increased square footage in the living room and kitchen, and both of these homes offer a flex room with the option to make it a dedicated bedroom, office, or formal living room. In our Creekside collection, the Homestead and the Sierra include 3+ bedrooms and 3 bathrooms in a 2-story layout. Both of these homes also offer a flex room, and the Sierra features a dedicated ensuite bedroom upstairs. These top-tier homes were designed with our baby boomer market in mind. Each of these homes are eligible for upgrade packages. Homes in the Hilltop collection are eligible for our essential enhancements, while homes in the Canyon and Creekside collections are respectively eligible for our premium comforts and luxe living packages. We carefully designed these packages to add incredible value to these homes while increasing overall profitability. This increase in profit is great, but even more than that, we deeply value sustainability as a key feature of our communities. We plan to build upon the efforts that Georgetown has made in recent years by implementing sustainable living as well as environmental and product sustainability. To introduce us to our building process for these amazing and sustainable homes, Lincoln will now take us through our project management plans.
Because the Echo Ranch development will be measured by an internal rate of return, time is of the essence. Our construction management team will strictly adhere to the following schedule to ensure the project stays on target. We will begin by doing all horizontal development in a single phase starting in March of 2025. Upon completion of our horizontal development phase, our vertical construction will immediately follow. Having already begun our model homes, we will advance through 40 phases of vertical construction, consisting of 4 home starts per phase. We have strategically placed a 20-day lag in between each phase, which will allow us to release 4 newly built homes into the market each month and match our absorption rates. The expected end date for the project is January 2029, which brings the total project duration to roughly 4 years. Now we know complex developments like this one don't just happen on their own. To guarantee project success, we are assembling our best construction managers to do this job. Our experienced construction management team will be tasked with executing this project on time and within budget. At Echo Ranch, our construction team will consist of the following positions: 1 project manager, 2 superintendents managing between 8 to 18 homes at any given time, and 2 university interns. Keeping our construction team, trade partners, and future residents safe is of paramount importance to us at Echo Ranch. Our on-site superintendents have undergone extensive safety training to ensure that the job site is secure and that all workers are safe. Mandatory safety precautions include, among other things, mandatory PPE for all personnel on site, as well as compliance with our stormwater pollution prevention plan. At Summit Homes, we prioritize being good neighbors. In an effort to reduce construction traffic through newly built residential areas, we will create a rough graded construction access road through the green space to the north. This will allow us to stay on schedule while minimizing construction traffic through newly built residential areas. And finally, we want Echo Ranch to have a lasting impact on the Georgetown community. To do this, we will leave a QR code in each home that we build. This QR code will direct our residents to an online form where they are able to file warranty claims. These warranty claims are monitored by one of our in-house property managers over the lifetime of the warranty. And we plan to allocate 0.5% of all home sales for future warranty costs. And now we'll turn the time over to Ethan to hear more about our sales and marketing plan.
Marketing will play a key role in driving sales for a new development. We have carefully selected prices certain to attract buyers. With our homes ranging from $342,000 to $458,000, we are strategically placed among our competitors' similar products. Additionally, we are offering incentives such as a 2-1 rate buy-down, increasing affordability. Seeking an absorption rate of 4 homes per month, we intend on using the sales price and incentives offered as dials to adjust the absorption rate to reach our goal. As the project matures, we expect the absorption rate to naturally rise, allowing prices to increase as well. Essential to selling our product successfully is a competent sales team. We have budgeted 0.4% of the sales price to the brokerage, 1% to the lead sales agent, and 0.6% to the sales associate, incentivizing strong performance. The sales team will use local marketing strategies such as directional signage and targeted social media ads to create foot traffic in our 2 model homes. With the unique shape of our property, we have a high number of premiums available, including corner lots, private backyards, and large lots. With the high number of premiums available, we will be able to adjust buying patterns and increase profits. Next, Chase will introduce our financials.
At Summit Homes, our goal is to deliver a financially sustainable project for ourselves and for our investors. We will purchase the 48-acre plot of land for the purchase price of $5.5 million. We anticipate horizontal developments costing around $7.6 million. As Jackson has mentioned, we offer a buyer-catered selection of homes. These homes range from 1,400 to 2,700 square feet, have an average build cost of $85 per square foot, and have a range in sales price from $342,000 to $458,000. Shown is a per home plan financial analysis. Included are costs, premiums, and sales prices to show a healthy gross profit margin of 15 to 21% per home type. Now, even though we expect Echo Ranch to be a very financially sustainable project, we have gone through various financial scenarios in the case that our project doesn't go according to plan. Our expected financial outcome projects an IRR of 26%, net profits of $7.5 million, with a project timeline of 49 months at an absorption of 4 homes a month. In the case that our absorption slows to 3 homes a month, we project an IRR of 21.5%, net profits of $7.2 million, with a project timeline of 64 months. Now, in the case that demand increases our absorption rate to 5 homes a month, we project an IRR of 30%, net profits of $7.6 million, with a project timeline of 42 months. After these financial analyses, we're confident in this project's ability to turn a high profit. Now, after having examined all of the facts, I hope that you can see that the answer is simple. Echo Ranch provides you with the opportunity to invest in our wonderful community here in Georgetown, Texas, by being able to create 164 houses, which young professionals, move-up buyers, and baby boomers will turn into their homes. And it doesn't hurt that with an IRR of 26% and net profits of $7.5 million, that this will be a very profitable project. We look forward to building Echo Ranch with you. Thank you.
Very good.
Two quick questions on the construction plan. Oh, great job, by the way. Really well thought out. And your presentation and your materials are very easy to read. On your construction drawing, you have construction traffic going up to the north through the commercial piece. Have you worked out an agreement with those owners to do that?
Yes, we have. We've tried to push it as far to the right as possible, but we were allowed to do that.
Okay, great. And then just one more quick question. On your lot premium slide, you have premiums on all of those lots that back up to the quarry. What are you doing to make those premium lots?
Yeah, so those lots are our private backyard lots. There's no adjacent homes to the back, and we've done the research, and people will pay to not have people right behind them.
Sure, but they are right next to an operating quarry right behind
Yes,
them. So
we
are
will
you-
have a fence there, but
Okay.
since there are no neighbors, and the premium is less than the other premiums, but we still think we can get more money for it.
Thank you.
I have a question about your phasing. In your phasing, you have horizontal construction starting in March, and then in April, you have vertical construction starting. How are you doing that when you're still trenching for utilities? How are you pouring slabs?
Can we go to with the construction access road? Yeah, so our model homes are located on the west, this northwest entrance. We were able to build with the city at risk for the model homes. And then our vertical construction will start as soon as we're feasibly allowed to along in our horizontal development.
Okay. Typically, you can prairie build in some,
Prairie build,
municipalities.
that's the word I was looking for, sorry.
Yeah, that's but, not in Georgetown?
Not here,
No, so, not all municipalities do allow that, first of all, and secondly, when you take that timeline out of your, that phasing, that shrinks, your timeline, when time is money, so that increases your IRR. I would have probably never started a house when we were still trenching for utilities. That's way too soon, just FYI.
Yeah, Georgetown is one of those cities that you have to have all the boxes checked and everything prior to commencing any kind of construction model or not. Great job, team. I really enjoy the name of the community, Echo Ranch. It's really common. You're starting to see shorter words that start with a vowel with community names is really popular right now. So great job in there. Also, the range of product that you have is really good, having multiple plans ranging from, I'm not sure, 1,600 to 2,500. So that's a great thing. When it comes to your model home location, I think this is a slide before or after this one. It looks like, I know that they're different sizes, but they're on different lots that are, there we go, not close to each other. So you got one facing one street, one facing the other street. And ideally, you really want to, it's called trapping. You want to be able to have them together in a park to where you don't have consumers walking across the street. You just want to be a consistent process from one model to the other. And I understand that means they're potentially on different size lots, so maybe reconsidering some of the sizes and underbuilding on one, having an agreement for that. Just keep that in consideration. It's important to have those combined.
All right, very good. I can't get behind the trade-off between the construction road and then the lots that you could have put there. Seems like you could have built out that cul-de-sac pretty quickly, or even just put it through an easement and then went back and built on those lots later. Why did we leave that bare? Was there another reason that it's not there? Like there's no lots on that whole top side of that cul-de-sac?
For sure. So you're talking about the green space at the north end,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah, so we were given recommended buildable area, and we chose to build within that. Additionally, the topography there kind of drops down, making it a little bit harder to build. And then not to mention the sustainability aspect, and then that appeal of the green space, and that's kind of what, in our market research, what people are wanting.
Okay, fair enough. And then you mentioned a brokerage that you're going to use for marketing, for your social media. Where's that? Is that cost picked up? And why did you not elect to hire somebody to do that in-house?
Yeah, we ended up going with the local brokerage, as in our other projects in the area. We decided that they know best on how to range our premiums, how to do our target price, and to use a local realtor and a local brokerage, they would basically advise us on how to do that.
Do you have a sense of what your best return on investment for marketing spend is at the moment?
Right now, are you asking how much money we're spending on marketing?
No, just like what's your best ROI on it? Billboards, social media, word of mouth, like what's your best lead generator right now?
Yeah, the highest lead generator right now is just through traditional online such as MLS and Zillow and those things, directional signage and the word of mouth will come as the project gets started and we get momentum going.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Very good presentation, thank you. Excellent presenters. Talk to me about option margin. So, on your options and upgrades, you have 1.9 million in revenue and a $1.5 million cost. So talk to me about that. What's your philosophy there?
So is that coming from our pro forma?
Yes, sir.
So I believe these options, the buyer can come in and these are just upgrades. So in our pro forma, they're at a 30% additional cost. So we'll making a 30% profit on that.
So are you talking 30% markup or
Correct.
30% margin?
Markup.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So just on that, that's kind of low.
Okay.
And remember, your indirects they can run 12, 13%. And that's why you got to make good gross profits to be profitable in home building. Tell me about the lot depth. You went with 100 feet. And, you know, I built houses for 5 decades in Texas, and I never built on a lot that shallow. And so I was just curious. I know it's part of the rules, 5,500 feet minimum, blah, blah, blah. But did you consider that when you designed your product so that you'd have a decent backyard?
Yeah, we absolutely did. So as part of that question, we had the 5,500 required lot minimum from the city. And so we were trying to work within those boundaries. And as you know, we needed the front of the home to cover 75% of that width. And so that's what led us to these 2 different widths. We were also evaluating the other market options that are out there right now, what lot sizes they were going with, as well as kind of competitor home plans and how they were laying those out on the lot. And to the second part of your question, that did influence the way that we designed these homes. So we planned to have those kind of larger backyards, but those homes were also designed to kind of be a little bit thinner and narrower, going back to accommodate to the lot sizes.
Okay, and this one's nitpicking, but you guys are, if you know, it's not about good enough, it's about excellence, right? You have $757,000 in your cash flow for lot premiums, and up here, you presented $911,000 in lot premiums, just FYI. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to answer that. We increased how many premiums on how many
Oh, I
lots.
know how it works,
Yeah.
I know how it works.
Yeah, we saw more opportunity for money.
I understand.
I have one more question. What was your thought process by deeding the green space to the city? And are you sure they will allow that?
Yes, we are sure that they would allow that. We're currently working with them on that, and affordability was at the forefront of our minds. With our first market being move-up buyers, affordability is everything to them. So we wanted to make sure that there was no HOA, and that's the thought process behind deeding the green space to the city.
What happens if the city doesn't maintain it to your high standards?
Well, we're hoping that they are, obviously, but we have worked with Georgetown before. We are Texas builders, and we think that based off of other city parks, that this is something that's really important to Georgetown community as a whole. They're very focused on sustainability, and green space is a big part of sustainability.
Thank you. I got one more question as well. Sorry. One of the primary asks for this description was to outline a strategy of selling lots to other builders, and it was briefly mentioned as an exit strategy, but not fully expanded on. Any reason why that didn't have an additional focus? And if you were to do that, what would you sell a lot for to another builder?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we went through the analysis and just kind of decided that it was more profitable for us to go through the whole building process and selling finished homes. We did include it as an exit strategy, and we will sell them, I believe, to get all of our money out that we put into horizontal developments, we would have to sell it for around $70,000 per lot, and lots in Georgetown are going more than that. So we're confident in our ability to get our money's worth out if that exit strategy is needed.
I understand that. Just make sure, just show us, show us why, not just state it. So, good job, y'all.
Very good.
Good job.